Let's get this over with. Get this over with.
Damn, I just realized that your mic just started going through like right as I was transitioning. Whatever, it's fine. Anyways, hey guys, Sly here, and welcome back to another episode of the Slimy Tier Lists. Yes, we took the entire month just to get to this. So that means it really just took us 2 months to do this, but I don't care. Anyways, I'm here with Goldie. First time it's
Hello,
been a while.
the surprise was ruined, but hello, I'm here.
God
again.
damn it, Goldie.
I'm sorry. We don't have like a big like sign that says on air, you know. We're not professionals. We like to think we are, but
I have the standby screen for a reason. Did you not see that beautiful portal effect that I have when I do tier lists?
I'm a linguistual.
Yeah, like come on. I mean, oh shoot, your body. Whatever. But yeah, no, like, yeah, you guys see this? This is a cool effect, and I like this effect. You better respect it. Also, you should probably repeat what you said, because it didn't. I don't have your audio linked to the to the standby screen, so you might have to repeat what you said.
I might be doing weird things right now.
But anyways, let's not waste too much time because we're finally doing a tier list that we've wanted to do for years, but well, too
Years.
much stuff happened, so we're doing it finally now because
We're
well,
gonna finally now on this day, June 30th.
June 30th. So
Happy Pride Month, everybody. I know it's the
yes,
last day. It's a bit
yeah,
late for that, but
yeah. Happy Pride
Pride,
Month. I
everyone.
I know I didn't acknowledge it. I've just been doing other things, but
As have
anyways.
I.
So, but yeah, no, we're fun. Like you missed out on the Disney tier list back
I
in
did.
October of 2023. How dare you do that?
I did, and we talked about that too. And it's like I can't for the life of me remember what I had to do.
How
'Cause I
dare you
know I
miss the 100th anniversary of Walt Disney Animation Studio for whatever
if
reason?
if Disney can shrug off their 100-year anniversary, then so can I. If they can ruin their own 100th birthday party,
I
then
mean,
so
they
can
did.
I.
They did, to be fair.
Exactly.
But thankfully, all is going to be forgiven tonight because we're doing Disney's other big animation studio that they currently own and they've owned for like what 20 years now, Pixar. And I'm
Pixar.
low key, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't actually gotten to this list until now because we've talked quite, or I've at least talked quite a bit about Pixar related stuff on these tier lists, but I haven't talked about the films themselves until this day.
For me,
So,
Pixar is kind of
oh,
like I don't want to say that it's what started my interest in animation. I would like to think it was more like Cartoon Network and so on, but definitely like much more Pixar is definitely much more a part of my childhood than I would say like Disney proper is.
mhm.
So I'm a little surprised too that we haven't quite got to this yet, but you know what?
I mean,
We're doing it now.
I wanted to do like Disney proper first because, well, I mean, A, they're the much older studio, and B,
Yeah.
um, they just have a lot more just general influence. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they're like, they're like
they're a,
the
they're a
most
conglomerate.
they are, well, I guess I'm talking about specifically the Walt Disney Animation Studios. That's what I'm specifically referring to. I'm not talking about the conglomerate. I'm talking about the studio itself. So,
As I see what you mean, like as an animation studio, they are the gold standard, pretty
yes,
much. I
yes,
mean, they literally started the whole thing too.
yes, they're like the. I know people don't like this comparison, but like it is a true comparison. They're basically kind of like the Nintendo of like the animation industry, as
Yeah,
in
or
like
like
they they're the studio that like is the most widely known animation studio in all of history. Whether you like that
yeah,
or not, that is just a fact. So,
yeah,
so I wanted to do that first and then move on to Pixar because Pixar I've also kind of had a bit of an interesting history with Pixar because obviously just like you, I also grew up with many of these films that we'll be talking about. Um but it really is just kind of fascinating, just the general history of Pixar itself. Because let me remind you that this was just some like not too dissimilar to
their
Walt
rivals.
Disney Animation Studios itself, or even um other major organizations. It was just started by some like a couple of guys in their basement, like or at least it was like some sort of like a college originally like a college sort of project.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then they sort of garnered the attention of a
somehow
lot of
got the help
really
of like
Steve Jobs,
some of the biggest people ever.
mainly.
Like, wasn't it like because I'm trying to remember, wasn't like Steven Spielberg even like helping out with this a little bit? I know he helped with DreamWorks, but I'm
Yes,
pretty sure he also had a little bit of work with Pixar, if I'm not mistaken, or
I
was
think
that like someone else? I don't remember.
I know that's definitely what DreamWorks. I feel like maybe I think I don't know. I know definitely Steve Jobs was definitely of Apple was definitely a
Oh,
big
Steve
like
Jobs. That's who I was thinking. Yeah.
okay, yeah, Steve Jobs was definitely a big part of sort of because he's sort of really took interest in sort of the technology and making animated films with Toy Story.
Well, not even with Toy
And when
Story. Like during whenever they were doing their
their
shorts.
shorts, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I'm sorry. Their shorts that came before that, which we will not be ranking
Yeah, we're not
because
going to be ranking those because just like what we did with Disney, we're going to be ranking only their theatrical or like major releases because well, a that's not fair because of length, but also
those
um
shorts, there's so many of them that I feel like you could do like a tier list of
yeah,
all the
you can
shorts
that
that they
can be
made.
its own tier list as well because let's not forget that for the longest time up until like the past 5-ish years, every single Pixar movie started with at least one short. Sometimes there were even
Yeah,
two.
those were awesome. Actually,
Yeah,
I
there
don't
were
know. I haven't seen them in a while. Maybe some of them suck.
I mean there's some that do suck, but we're not talking about the
I
shorts. We're talking about
for
the
now.
movies. So, um
Films.
which like I said, just like with Disney, the repertoire of Pixar films is also a pretty influential one. And it's especially impressive considering that they were the first, at least to my knowledge, big 3D animation studio that was able to like stand on their own. Like I don't know if they were exactly the first to do 3D animation period, but they were definitely the first ones that like
Perfected the art.
perfected it. So, at least for like big budget films. Obviously, we can talk about stuff like VeggieTales, which technically exists like 2 years prior, but like we're not talking about that. Like I guess just talking about
That's more television.
yeah, that's more television. It's just interesting to see the evolution of this studio, especially considering that they have some of the most critically acclaimed movies of all time. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, rewatching a lot of these movies, it like for the first time in like 15 to 20 years was honestly an interesting experience that I like went through because yes, literally this past month I've went through and rewatched every single one of these movies. There's been some pretty big highs. Unfortunately though, every single studio does have their faults as we've talked about on many of our tier lists before and unfortunately we are going to have to talk about some of the not so great movies as there's been a general decline in quality that people have noticed within the past 15 years, which
Yeah,
is
and
unfortunate.
that is something we will definitely go further into once we get to those movies, and especially is going to be a bit of a conversation I think we might have to have at the end of all this.
Yeah, there are unfortunately going to be some movies on here that I'll even admit, and obviously we'll get to like the ground rules once we get to it, but I'm going to be honest, even some of the movies that like some people have like praised over the years, I don't really have that kind of things to say, but we'll cross that bridge when we
Yeah,
cross that bridge.
we'll get to
So,
them when we'll get to them.
but I guess before we get into this, do you really have anything else to say before I go over the ground rules? There's not that many, but you have anything else to add to this or
I think we've addressed everything, and I'm ready to get with the ground rules because that is where my questions do lie.
okay. So, thankfully this is probably one of the more straightforward tier lists we're going to be doing. There isn't really any like rules or stipulations, though how I'm going to be judging these is basically, with four general factors. The story, the art direction, not the animation quality, as some of these movies are going to be 30 years old, so I'm gonna be mostly talking about art direction in that respect.
And Pixar generally, even has always
Even
kind of
in their
kept their
worst films, they have like they've always been good with like at least graphical fidelities for their movies for their
yeah.
time. I guess
These
I'm just
movies
I
function.
guess I'm just referring to art direction based off of whether or not
Aesthetically.
I like the aesthetics because you guys know me. I'm an aesthetics guy. If I don't like the look of something, I'm not going to care.
Well, we're
So
talking about art, so yeah, it's pretty. You have to kind of. It's
so
a big part of the judgment is if does it look good to you.
so so yeah. So yeah, story, visuals, um characters, like the characters themselves and like their development in said movie. And um this might be a weird one for you because like normally I wouldn't really invoke this rule, but also like how good is it for like both the demographics that these movies are trying to like aim towards as well as for like, families, if that makes sense. Because normally I wouldn't like have families put into consideration, but because,
Families,
these
but
are like movies meant for all
how
ages, that is something that I wanted to consider as well.
how well does it bridge that gap between like adult audiences and child audiences?
Correct. Because like how I see it is that like the best Pixar movies are movies where it can connect with pretty much anyone. Like it can be like enjoyable for someone who is pretty young, but it also can be enjoyable for someone watching these movies for the first time and gain something out of it.
Yeah,
So
and that's just like with children slash family media in general is just a important is just a very important thing to keep in mind and to not just keep in mind, but I think to actively work towards.
yes, the best media transcends any sort of age gap. So
Yeah.
at least that's how I see it. I mean, hell, some
We
of
I
my
mean we talk about cartoons that we like all the time that are
yeah,
ostensibly made for children.
but still relate to us on like a personal level. I mean, you see that Gravity Falls like hat that I have back there? That should prove to you everything right there.
I'm wearing a FNAF t-shirt right now.
Okay, to be fair though, I am wearing a FNAF T-shirt as well.
Like I was gonna say, like my dad will still talk about like he'll still talk about like Johnny Quest, not Johnny Test, Johnny Quest. Like that, and that's what I mean. Like he will still like because it did a good job of being appealing to both him as a child and still being appealing to him like as an adult.
So yeah, that's something that I want to at least consider when it comes to this list. And of course, as always, just keep in mind that this is all just our personal opinion. If you disagree with us, that is completely fine. Because at the end of the day, we're just some guys in our mid 20s just talking about just
We
random.
are just guys in our bedrooms.
So, and of course, as always, feel free to, if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to add to the discourse down below. But yeah, either way, I think I'm pretty much ready to go. Are you ready to begin?
My only question is, are we gonna go like? Is it a you go and then I go, or is it you
No,
get
we're
three
going
and
we're
we?
we're gonna go through like by release, by like a chronological release. So we're gonna start with the first movie, and then we're gonna start off with the last one to release.
Okay,
So
and okay, so good. I won't have to like. You guys won't have to sit there and watch me like
stutter for like
stutter,
5 minutes trying to figure out something.
drool, stutter and drool on my keyboard for like 5 minutes, not knowing what I want to do.
So yeah, thankfully, and also thankfully because there are not that many, we should hopefully be able to get through this fast. So
If you guys have any further plans tonight, don't worry, you'll still be able to make them. You got any meetings?
all right, so let's begin. We're gonna start off with the first we're gonna start with the first theatrically released 3D animated film to exist. Came out in 1995. The original Toy Story.
3 years ago.
30 damn years ago. What the hell? So, should I talk about this movie
I,
first, or should you?
I think we should get your opinion of the movie out of the way.
Oh no, you.
Because
Why am I always the spotlight? Why am I always the
it's
spotlight?
it's your show.
But
You
you're the
say it
guest.
all the time.
But you're the guest.
I am the special guest, but emphasis on the word special, meaning not usual. You are just the host. You own this house. This is your dinner table. All right?
Okay.
I can't argue with the food that you are serving to me because I'm the guest.
You can probably
And the
tell I'm trying to
food
stall about the fact because I've got certain opinions that he doesn't like about that I have
yeah,
about this movie.
and the food the food I'm mentioning is his opinion on this movie.
So,
We
okay.
are jeez, we're really starting with a hot take.
Okay. So, I respect this movie. I think that it was a groundbreaking movie for its time. And, well, truth be told, the Toy Story franchise, I do think is actually a pretty good overall series of movies. And we'll obviously get to Toy Stories 2, 3, and 4 later. And I've got some really good things to say about that. I'm not gonna lie though, and I know people are gonna hate me for this, but I do think that the first movie has unfortunately aged quite a bit. I'm sorry. Okay. See, this is why I wanted to start with you because you were going to be the more positive one.
Well, you would rather I would figure that we would get the bad criticisms out of the way, and then we can end on the good ones.
Ugh. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna be straight up. Whenever I rewatch this movie, like the animation, that's not a problem. Like that, it's from 1995. What do you expect? That's fair. My issue is with the story and the characterization of the characters that are in said movie. Like, I'm sorry, but I gotta agree with people when they say that they don't like Woody in this movie. Because it was kind of like borderline uncomfortable watching him being like basically just a jealous asshole to Buzz like for most of the movie. Like it really does kind of in hindsight make me realize just how much of a better character he is in the future movies because
You don't really
yeah.
remember that phase of Woody's character.
Yeah, like he almost like I could even make an argument that he can be considered to be an antagonist of this movie. Oh, which by the
Yeah,
way, I forgot to mention one other point. Villains and antagonists. I forgot
that
that's another bullet point. That's the other bullet point I forgot to mention. So,
at least for the movies that those apply to.
yes, the movies that those apply to. But
But
yeah,
anyways,
no,
within
it's just it makes it really hard for me to care about the characters if they're just not really that good. And it doesn't help that like for half of the movie we're stuck in Sid's house, which Sid brings up a whole other kind of vibe that's kind of weird. Not like him
you
specifically, but just kind of that whole part of the movie. I don't know. It's just
is it the implications of
it's
sort of
that's kind of the implications.
it's kind of the implications, but then again, there is like I feel like the general opinion now is that like people don't really see Sid as a villain. I mean, I
I
guess
mean,
he's more of
I
an
mean, he's not a villain. I'm just gonna be
he's not
straight
a
up.
villain. He's a child. Like he's like 11 years old. But like And also, he doesn't know the toys are alive, so it's like, how awful were you with your toys when you were a kid? Like, because I remember
I
my
mean,
friend and we would
I,
like throw my Rescue Rangers out the window to hear what
what,
sound they made when they smashed on the sidewalk. Like,
bruh?
I,
Why?
because we wanted to hear the noise that they would make when
My
they
God.
crashed and broke apart on the sidewalk below my room. But you get what I mean.
I mean, I never
Kids are
was too rough with my toys. Like, I tried to, like, at least.
I had toys that I cared about. I just didn't care about my Rescue Rangers because that was they were my
anyways,
brothers. They were handed
anyways,
down.
you can probably tell I'm gonna have, like, I'm not gonna put it lower, like, really low, but I am gonna put it in a C tier. It's just, in my opinion, like, it's a decent start, but I don't think this is like when Pixar was quite at the level that they, like, are respected
It's
as.
definitely
It's a rough
it's the
start.
studio
It's a really rough
it's the
start.
studio equivalent of like first season syndrome, where you're
Yes.
kind of working yourself out, working out your vibe, working out sort of the people that you're going to be working with. And I know that multiple films will bring on different people. Like I know a lot of it is like contractual based, but like, usually studios will still stick to a core team.
Hmm.
At least for a lot of the technical stuff, and that still requires a lot of coordination or communication. So
Yeah.
like, and this is new, and especially for this being the first of its kind. No one had ever made a feature length 3D animated film before. So like this was
Mhm.
definitely as much a struggle from like the artistic side of things as it was the technical side of things.
Exactly.
So it's understandable that their start would be, even by the standards of its time, like
It's gonna be
artistically, from
rough.
a
So
from a writing standpoint. Obviously, it'd be unfair to say that technologically, but from a writing standpoint, that there would be some rough spots because there's a little bit more stress that you have to take into account. That being said, I guess since I'm talking, I think I should this is where I need to remind the audience that a lot of these are. I know we already said this, but we're going to remind you because sometimes people need to be
Goldie,
told
use
twice.
your words wisely.
These are my and Sly's opinions, okay? These aren't objective. We just thought I'd remind you before I say that I acknowledge that my decision making is influenced by growing up with this movie. I had this on VHS, and it was one of the few that we kept around when like we made the transition to DVD. So I watched this movie a lot, and even as a kid, I understood that this was the first of its kind, and I think that was just I don't know. I just thought it was that was just so cool to me. But regardless, I think I recognize I understand where you're coming from with Woody's characterization, and especially with like anybody who knows at least a little bit about like the history of this movie, is that initially Woody was meant to be way worse of a character. Not
Yeah,
saying
no.
that, not trying to say that as like a what about ism or whatever, but like I think I
So
think
what is your
definitely
tier,
we
like
kind of
what, a B or A or something?
a what?
A B or A or something?
I put this in an A tier
God damn it.
because I think I give more forgiveness for Woody in this movie because he does
But, like, he's a better character in the other
develop.
movies.
He of course he's a better
He's,
character in the other
but
movies
like,
because he had to develop in this movie. He had to overcome that
but like,
selfish, jealous side of him, and then he became this much more selfless character that you see in the second, third, and fourth movie,
but it was
and the
handled
upcoming
way
fifth
better in the
movie.
sequel, though. Like
I
it's
know, I
borderline accepted in this movie, and I say borderline.
I know it was, but again, all characters are on their journeys, especially in
All characters
in
are on their
franchise.
journey, even though like he threw Buzz out of the fucking window. Okay.
I know he started off pretty horribly from that, and he it took and through the course of the film, he recognized what an awful thing he had done, and certainly received quite a bit of punishment himself and self-reflection. I think that's why I don't. I understand why they kind of need to be at Sid
I
Sauce
just,
for a
by
little
the way,
while because
we're 10 minutes in. We're still talking about Toy Story 1.
well, this is a big one. This is the first one. I think it's under. I think it makes sense that we kind of take some time to talk about this because this is like the big landmark beginning,
It is the
and
big
also this
landmark.
is kind of our. This is probably our biggest contention. This is our kind of biggest contention.
I'd
Going
argue there's a
into
few other contentions, but this is
Ooh,
definitely.
okay. Well, I don't think you told me that, or if you did, I don't remember. So we're in for some.
I
No,
hint,
I remember you
I
told
hinted
me
at
that.
it. I
Yeah,
hinted towards it the last
you
VC we
hinted.
were in.
Yeah,
So
when we were talking the other day, I forgot. You told me that you're gonna surprise me with a couple things,
yes,
but I don't know. I think that this is where my opinion lays. I think it's
can we move
I
on to
give it
talking
more
about
slack.
socialist ants now?
Yes, we can, but I will just say one more thing.
All right.
Also, Woody being cruel in that movie is sometimes genuinely funny. So it gets a little
Here's my
it
okay.
gets off
One
the
more hot
rails.
take. This movie is not as funny as other movies. There, let's move on.
We'll move on before people kill us. Before they kill you and then kill me by association.
Anyways, let's move on.
All right, calm down, everyone.
That's the
We're
moment where
talking
everyone
about
clicked off the video.
yeah, and it's just the two of us now.
Anyways, let's actually course
Talk
correct
about Socialist
ourselves.
Bugs.
So, their next film, Bug's Life, took them 3 years later, which
That's about average time to be working on a movie, to be
that's
fair.
I mean that's average time. I guess that's just weird to me personally, considering that Pixar did release like a movie every either every other year or like every 2 years for a while. So, because I think this
Well,
is the longest gap that they had between movies.
well, to be fair, this is still their beginning.
Yeah, it's still
The
there.
technology was a lot more primitive back then, so it probably took a lot longer to just figure it out. Like,
Fair.
you know,
That said, though, Bug's Life. I feel like people kind of this is kind of one of like becomes Pixar's one of their more forgotten films, and I don't
yeah,
think that's justified.
it's which is really weird because it's kind of funny because like when you watch like I guess what you would say the classic era of Pixar, they reference this movie quite a bit,
Yeah, they've referenced it a
which is
lot, and like nowadays, nobody talks about this movie. I remember this was even in like the theme parks. Like this was like a lot of the places in Animal Kingdom, they were like themed after this.
not anymore.
Not anymore. That said, though, I'm gonna be honest. And I know this might sound a bit like heretical where I'm about to like put this in relativity to Toy Story 1. I think I just enjoy this movie. I think I enjoy this movie probably more than a lot of other people because I think I just really like the messaging of the movie because it's about, basically just rising up against oppression. Like that's kind of
Unifying, coming together with your
yeah,
community.
collectively going against the bully,
Yeah,
which in this
yeah,
case is well
which in the is a
is a
is
is a
a
creep grasshopper, but
I thought it was a cricket. He's a well,
his name is
hopper.
Hopper. What do you mean?
Crickets hop all the time. That's
So
how they move. It helps that a creek grasshopper, not even a regular one, just a creek one. What does that even mean?
But whatever. So like, it's helped by the fact that like Popper is actually a pretty good villain.
And
Obviously,
the
elephant in
actor
the
that plays
room
him
is that he's voiced by Kevin Spacey, which
was
we're
a
not
villain
getting
in
into.
real life.
Which I've already talked about that, and funny enough, our Call of Duty tier lists. I'm not gonna repeat myself on that. But putting that aside, he actually is a pretty good like villain for this movie. Um,
Yeah,
very
it's like
intimidating.
in Seven.
So, and even just okay, normally I don't like these types of movies where like the main character tries to hide the truth from everyone else. Usually I just get really annoyed with that trope.
You
Um,
lied to us.
even though, but here's the thing, he wasn't lying at first. He thought, and by the way, this should like not surprise anyone. Spoilers for this entire thing. As a matter of
Well,
fact,
it's for like a
I'm actually gonna make sure that I have that in the title of this, so it should update now. All right, there you go. Spoilers.
spoiler for a 28-year-old movie.
Well, spoilers for all these movies. So it he's not lying at first because he thought that the circus bugs were actually warrior bugs until like he realized that they weren't. So
Yeah,
it's not completely he's not completely lying. It's
Slick
just
kind of had to think on the spot,
yeah, he did kind of like have to think on the spot. Is he
or I
the
guess
best character in the movie though? No. So I think that's kind of where my problems lies. The main character is kind of like Slick. He's kind of he doesn't really have that much of a personality. I'm not gonna lie. Like he's just
he
kind of
doesn't have that much going for him.
um, and also I do feel like that there are some scenes that drag on, specifically when they're dealing with the giant bird for the first time. So
It's a regular sized bird slide. It's
it's a
giant because
well,
they're
it's
bugs.
giant in their perspective, but you know what I mean. So like there's some scenes that do kind of drag on like that. That being said though, I'm gonna give this a B. I actually think this movie's become underrated over time. And I do think that like if you haven't seen it in like 15, 20 years,
It's worth the
it's
rewatch.
worth a rewatch. Yeah.
Or if you're like a baby in the audience and you haven't seen it, then
Go
go
watch
take a
it.
look.
Yeah, go watch it. It's
I
actually
can't promise that I can't promise that it's going to be the greatest Pixar experience, but you'll have a good time.
you'll
It'll
have a good
definitely
time.
be a good time.
So where are you gonna put it?
I put it in a B tier along with you.
Okay, good.
We have a movie that we are in agreement on.
Which speaking of agreement, wow. Pixar already jumping ahead on the sequel trend, huh?
Their third movie and they make a sequel. Wow. How original.
Toy Story the second.
Story
The
squared.
sequel. Toy Story the sequel.
Toy Story sequel.
I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. This is probably no. This is honestly probably a movie that I've grown even more appreciation over the years, and I'm just gonna be straight up S tier.
This
Like
is same.
this is our
Same.
first
This
S
is
tier. Like this is a massive, massive, massive upgrade in my opinion compared to the first movie, and I feel like people don't really. I feel like people don't really explain why it's better, but I know exactly why. It's because whereas with Toy Story 1, yes, they tried to like give a character arc to Woody about like him being like very selfish. I feel like they added like they pretty much tried like they did a similar thing with Woody in this story, but it in my opinion, it's done way better because
he
it's
acts. Oh, you go on. You go on.
because in this instance, he's not like like he still has a bit of like sort of like selfish like tendencies in him because he's pretty much the leader of all the like toys in Andy's room, and so like there's still a little bit of that in him, and this movie I think helps to kind of like have him reflect on that to try to like push away from being that sort of like, center of attention, if that makes sense. And it's
I
also
think
just it's also I think just also kind of helped that um you like he's pretty much surrounded by people throughout like most of the movie who are pretty much like stroking his ego a bit, like in
yeah.
very manipulative ways. And I think
Whereas,
that
whereas
um
Buzz and the rest of the toys more so appeal to just kind of what they know Woody knows is right. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Like sort of the connection that he has with Andy and the other toys, which is what is really valuable, not him being cherished in some museum for the
Exactly.
rest of his existence. And I think and I drew some defense for Woody in Toy Story 1, but I will agree with Sly and say that I think Woody's character is at his best in Toy Story 2.
Hmm.
Because while Woody does act selfishly on his he acts selfishly, but it is based on fear and his fears and insecurities. He doesn't want to be forgotten in the way that Jesse was, forgotten and left behind. He doesn't he it's a fear that you can understand like genuinely, but you can also see how that can be made to a trying to find the right words for it, but it is based
It,
on a fear and an insecurity that one day, and it's inevitable, that Andy is going to grow up and, he fears that he's going to be forgotten and left in the dark, like Jesse was. That's kind of why that's kind of I feel like the more that I talk about that, I think that's why that when somebody loved me segment is much more important than
mhm,
just explaining Jesse's backstory, but it also kind of validates that fear within Woody that he had already had after being put on the shelf at the beginning.
mhm,
It almost kind of Jesse kind of does that unintentionally, mind you, like unintentionally does that.
mhm,
And I think that's what makes Woody's struggle into much more relatable because that is often when people in the real world act selfishly, I mean, of course, there's times where it is of just malicious intent, but a lot of it is just due to insecurities and fears that are understandable to have. And
mhm,
it causes us to act in very, it does cause us to act in very immature, even sometimes mean ways in the way that Woody turns his back on Buzz and the toys when they come back to bring him home to rescue him,
mhm.
in the way he acts so coldly to Buzz, and that being said, the whole side of I wouldn't say it's the B plot, but the whole other side of the story with Buzz and the other toys is awesome. You have
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, like, and this is where you're probably not gonna agree with me, but that whole section alone, I think, is a lot funnier than most of Toy Story 1.
yeah, I mean it is still very fun to see them go on this just
Just this journey all the way to Al's Toy
Al's
Barn.
Toy Barn.
So,
Al's Toy Barn.
which by
And
which
it's
by the way, I'm sorry I keep interrupting you. I just want to make sure that we're not like dragging on too long, but also, I just want to get like my points. One, I do really find it funny in hindsight that they tried making Al like kind of like the main antagonist, but here's the thing: this is the first movie on this where it actually had a twist villain and a really damn good twist villain.
yeah, a really good twist villain, mind you.
So
Hal's not a bad guy. He's
not
a bit
the
of a dick, but
yeah, like Al, he's just
he
someone who
doesn't know
wants
they're
to.
alive. He's
Yeah,
just
he doesn't
trying to
know
make
them
some
right.
fucking money, dude.
He's just trying to like be fucking rich
He's a
because yeah.
he's a businessman, okay? He's a businessman.
I just find it really funny at the very beginning where Ham like he just straight up already hates him even
I
before like
despise that chicken.
I despise. But yeah, no. Stinky Pete is honestly like a really good villain for this movie because like again, he's a twist villain where kids may not know like what he's like up to something like and like
Initially,
the twist is good, but here's the thing. As someone who, you know, even just kind of like taking up back the fact that like I've already seen this movie plenty of times before, as someone who has studied about like a lot about stuff like cults and manipulation and stuff like that, the subtle cues that Pete does sprinkle throughout the movie in hindsight, it's really kind of like weird, like and kind of creepy if you like look back at it like as someone who may not have like seen this but can see what's going on with him because he's slowly manipulating Woody to just staying.
yeah, and again, exploiting Woody's fears and his insecurities in the same way that he, no doubt, exploited like Jesse and Bullseye's, sort of. I mean, I don't know if Bullseye feels much of anything. He's basically like a dog, but you know what I mean.
So
In the same way that he totally manipulated Jesse into sort of,
wanting to go to Japan.
and they go to Japan. Stinky Pete, all he wants to do, he's just a weeaboo. He just wants to go to Japan.
Okay, Shafrillas. But yeah, no, like I can go on and on about like other parts of this movie that are great, but obviously I don't want to waste too much time. Point is that this is easily like one of the best Pixar movies, and this is where I feel like Pixar started to kind of begin their like golden age. So
Really fine, really hone their craft in one of their best movies, and I would argue one of the best sequels that I have ever
oh,
seen. Like
easily,
in film
easily,
in general. Not
it's
animated film, but film.
yeah, this is easily like in the top 10 like sequels of all time. It's not even close. And
It
is
certainly
proof
was.
that Pixar can do sequels, which is a point I'll get to later. But
Yeah. Even in
let's
their very early days, in their third movie, they
yeah,
could do
this
sequels.
yeah, the third movie in. So but of course, that then leads us into because we just talked about the 90s movies. Now let's get into the
Now
2000s,
it's
which is pretty
now we
much
are in
their golden age.
we are now in the new millennia.
So, whereas Disney was unfortunately struggling around this time, Pixar was basically the thing that was carrying Disney, like, in this
Pixar was
decade.
absolutely crushing it, both
And,
critically and financially.
and thankfully, the movie that followed up with Toy Story 2 is also a certified banger, Monsters Inc.
We played that iconic opening theme, but we get copyright stricken.
We're not doing that. I guess we can just quote parts of the movie that are great. I don't know. I'm asking.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so
So
help
let
me.
me whoa 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 whoa
So
whoa
help me.
whoa
So help me. So
whoa
help
whoa.
me.
Okay.
It's a music.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like. By the way, this is also an S tier that shouldn't surprise people. Um, I'm not gonna lie. I think this is probably the funniest Pixar movie.
Yeah.
It's between this and another movie, which we'll get into a little bit. But I'm not
Another
gonna
movie
lie.
that
This was a really funny movie. Like rewatching it. Like
John Goodman and Billy Crystal have such magnetic energy
yeah,
in
they're
this movie.
really good as
They
Sully
are
and Mike.
they are
Like
perfect for their roles. Like absolutely. Like, and especially if you know like what these two, these like their careers, like sort of the type of comedy that they do and the type of roles that they play.
mhm.
Like these two characters were just perfectly casted. And so was a lot of and I mean not to take the spotlight away from other characters as well,
Mhm.
like Water News and Randall and
Oh yeah, no.
Boo,
Yeah, no, Randall is honestly like a pretty good like rival character for Mike in this movie.
or
Like
Mike
he
and Sully.
yeah, for Mike and Sol well specifically for Mike, but Sully as well.
Yeah,
Um and
we have
I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about
we have
2319. God damn it. 2319. We got it.
2319.
2319.
We have to, but we have to get
I'm
to you know
sorry.
what, to that. We have to get to that scene that we all know,
Yes.
and love.
Which, but yes, obviously this movie
So
also
much so
has.
that it became a bit of a term for us.
Give me a second. I still have other things I want to talk about.
Okay, okay,
Um,
okay.
I guess I also just kind of like this movie, like not just because it's honestly like really one of the funniest. Like, there's a million quotes from this movie you can just name out, and like it's iconic. Like again, like 2319, or like Mike Wazowski,
Right,
or
yeah.
obviously the one line you're talking about, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, the one.
Um, but even just kind of besides that, this movie, I feel like this movie surprisingly is very. I kind of find it pretty touching in a weird way because Sully's trying to figure out how to take this kid back home,
Yeah,
but
he
kind of has to
feels.
learn to become like basically a father figure throughout the
Yeah,
course of the movie.
he develops this really sweet connection with Boo that
Hmm.
it's just, and at the same time he's trying to sort of manage to continue to manage his relationship with his friendship with Mike,
Hmm.
and in the sense that Mike is trying to be like he's trying to be like go along with the plan, but he's very vocal about his gripes, which are understandable.
It's understandable.
At sometimes, at some moments, it's understandable why he'd be upset.
He just feels like he was dragged into this, which is not entirely untrue.
That's what I mean. Like he was
So
kind of dragged into it, and it certainly does kind of, and especially considering the potential consequences that they both might face.
exactly.
So that's what I mean. Like it's understandable why Mike has his protests, and but he still goes along with Sully. He still tries, and that's I think why their friendship really works well because despite the strain,
Hmm.
even when it gets to its sort of breaking point when they're in the Himalayas, sort of. But yeah, it's very. I see what you mean. It's very touching in that even though it's a movie about monsters, a lot of the conflicts are very human. They're emotional conflicts
Hmm.
first and foremost.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, by the way, before I get to my points, I'm sorry, Aston Villaseal. I did not see your comments. I do apologize. I'm just trying to get through this as much as I can. So,
We apologize if we get a little bit too into the conversation.
yeah. But anyways, I think what really does, wrap this movie together is the fact, well, this movie also has a twist villain. And well, truth be told, the best twist villain that Pixar has ever done in the form of
They
Mr.
did it.
Waternoose.
They did it back to
Yeah,
frickin' back.
yeah, like two back to back, two really good twist villains. Name me a time that has ever happened again. You can't.
Especially in Disney's history.
Like
Oh Lord.
it's. I find it really interesting because Waternoose, he's introduced even before you even see Mike and Sully too. So his presence is seen throughout the entirety of the film, and you can like there are like some subtle like cues like obviously sprinkled throughout the movie that kind of tell that he is
Very
not a good
committed.
guy. But here's the other thing about Waternoose that is like makes him a good villain. He's not completely in on it with Randall, because let's not forget about that scene where he points out how he didn't like Randall like kicking Mike and Sully out as like
Yeah. Because
so.
I mean, I think he genuinely liked Sully, that's for sure.
Mhm.
Like, so he wasn't even after his heel turn, well, not heel turn, even after his reveal, he didn't just. This isn't a Hans from Frozen scenario where like he's just fucking evil completely throughout. after the switch. Like he's just a completely different character. He's still the same character. It really feels like a person that was pushed into doing something. You
Mhm.
get what I mean? Like
And it
whether or
all
not,
eventually is culminated with the infamous line, "I will kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die."
which I guess I should say, still doesn't make his actions right. In fact, it makes him a pretty, say it with me now, monstrous,
Monster.
monstrous
Monstrous care
person.
or monster person. Okay.
But
So
but he's the kind of evil that you more often see in the world, that they're motivated on various more complex interests than just because I find it fun, because I like being evil.
by the way, I this is not necessarily like a criticism of this movie in particular. I guess it's just more so of a criticism of what this movie influenced, and we'll get back to it like in some of these other movies later. This is I feel like this was like at least one of the first movies that I've like seen for these tier lists, or even just like really just any sort of anime movie where they have like a twist villain kind of like like they set up a twist villain, and then you know they go fully like mask off like water news. I
Yeah.
think he's like the one that did it the best because, well, unfortunately, and like I said, we'll get to it later, he did unfortunately like influence a lot of other movies, basically just kind of copying like what he
Don't
did
meet
in not great
basically
ways.
and basically kind of being like a don't meet your heroes type of trope that we'll get to.
Yeah.
It
So
got both misused and overplayed.
yeah, like that is this is just a bit of a foreshadowing for that. But let it be known that he is a really good like Water News is a really good like villain for this movie, and like I said, I think this movie is it still holds up. It's a really funny movie. It has a lot
And
of heart,
I think
and
a lot of heart.
I
And
think
one more thing to add, one more thing to add. I think we've been neglecting this too, that we kind of thought said we would bring up. Aesthetically wise, the world of something that kind of gets ignored. The world of Monsters Inc. in just the way that it's designed is really interesting. Like
yeah, it's a
the
completely
monster
different world.
designs. Yeah, it is a completely different world, and I think it's really. I just think that would just be something to note is that there are little details here and there that are sort of like the way recliners have holes in the back of the in the back of them for tails to go through, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
I think there are, and the monster designs are generally very are varied, very varied. It's a
They're
horrible
yeah, it's
phrase, but
pretty creative designs out
there
there.
is,
Sorry. I just can't. I just I mentioned to you this last time in the VC, but I just can't stop thinking. Also, can't stop thinking about the scene where like they're on the scare floor and like the scarer is just walking really slow.
yeah, you thought that was from like,
I thought no, I thought that was just like a really badass scene, but I also thought that they copied that in another movie, which we'll get to later. But
I think they might. Oh, you mean? I think it might have. Maybe it was a reference to like some other movie that came out. I don't know.
I don't know. But whatever. Point
Oh, wait,
is,
great movie.
great movie. Let's move on. Finding Nemo.
Have you found him yet?
Is
I'm
it
sorry.
is it safe to say that like this is probably like
It's not the weakest of the classic era.
no, that's not what I was gonna say. It's as a matter of fact, I'm
Okay.
just gonna spoil it right now. A tier.
How?
I was about to say like, is this like the second funniest movie of that era? I'm sorry. There's just so many like quote. There's like a billion quotes I just keep thinking of from this movie. So like shark bait ooh or he touched the
You pervert.
I'm quoting a movie. Fuck you.
Like, quote the writers, whatever. How do I taste, Moby?
Fish are friends, not
Friend.
food.
Well, I do like how we're in Australia. It Australian accents do make me giggle. So if you're from Australia and you're watching this, I find your accent, your
Don't
voices are
don't say
comical
it.
to
Don't
me.
say it. Don't say it. You don't want to
Your
make him
voices
mad.
are your voices are comedic to me, and I find them funny as a dumb American.
Just just canceled yourself on my stream. I'm
It's
joking.
it's they won't they know what they sound like.
Whatever. Anyways, I'm sorry. There's just this movie I just find to be like also pretty funny to this day. And
I
this one
think it's
just
probably the I think it's probably the first Pixar film to have like really breathtaking visuals.
oh yeah, no, this movie is honestly a beautiful movie even to this
Yeah,
day.
not that
Like
not that any of the movies beforehand didn't look good, if not aged a little bit when it comes to Toy Story 1 and Bug's Life, but
mhm.
certainly I think like nowadays like you think of a Pixar movie as having like breathtaking visuals, there are
This
sweeping shots or like bright vibrant colors.
yeah,
Finding Nemo I think was the
this was
first
the
one
beginning
to
of that. So
to really like focus on the visual aspect. And it generally, for being like, how old is this movie? Like 15 years old, 20
oh,
years old?
it's 22 years old. This came out in 2003.
Yeah, for a 22-year-old movie, and maybe it's just because I love the ocean too. I love like ocean stuff. It still looks very pretty, you know. Even the fish tank looks good, right? I wish I had a fish tank like that. And the fish tank looks nice and vibrant and colorful.
I guess
And
the
I guess
reason
also
oh sorry. Yeah.
you go. You go.
I guess the reason why I don't really put this in S tier though is because the fish tank characters are just kind of whatever in this movie. I can like take or leave a
You
few of
don't
them.
you don't like Willem Dafoe, Angelfish, or that the movie has not oh my God, who's his brother from Everybody Loves Raymond?
Um uh God, I know who you're talking about. Um
His name. What's his name? Are there any fans are there any fans out
Robert
there?
Barone. I don't remember
Robert
his
Robert,
actual like the
the
actor who
actor's
plays it.
name. This
But
is Robert from Everybody Loves Raymond. You don't like how it has Robert from Everybody Loves Raymond?
I guess I just find I don't know. I guess it's just
You
like
just prefer
this.
the more like ocean stuff. You prefer the dynamic
Yeah,
with
I
like
think.
Marvin
Yeah, I
and
find.
Dory a lot
Yeah,
better.
like. Yeah, the dynamic between Marvin and Dory, which by the way is voiced by Ellen DeGeneres, so
Ellen
let's remember that.
DeGeneres.
Um,
Yeah, you forget about that. You tend to forget about that.
she's not that bad in the movie, to be fair. Um, but I find that to be like really the where like the most teeth from this movie comes into play is just
It
their
is a
journey from the coral reef, like the outskirts of the coral reef, all the way to Sydney, Australia. That to me
yeah.
is like easily like where the movie's strengths lie. And the stuff in the fish tank, while there's some parts that are really really funny, especially the ring of the into the ring of fire. I can't do the thing, but
Fire.
like that scene is pretty good, but like I don't know, it's just kind of it's whatever, it's fine.
You prefer the journey, and I totally see that. I totally agree with that because like I think just there is this real sense of progression that Marlin and Dory go on, especially when it's sort of the coral reef and like how colorful and vibrant and sort of friendly, I guess you would say that it is, to the minefields, which I don't even know if those things would still even be existing in 2003.
Well,
But
keep in mind it's a sunken ship, so
you're a history buff. What are those mines from? Isn't that like World War II shit?
yeah, it's World War II.
I just okay, yeah, because didn't
World War
Australia like
II or early Cold War, that sort
didn't
of era.
Australia like kind of beef up their defenses because they were afraid that Japan would attack them or something.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, but again, to the sunken ship with Bruce and all the other sharks,
I'm
it's very
Bruce.
intimidating. Hello, my name's Bruce. He's a
Fish
good
are
character.
friends, not food.
Him and the sharks are great characters. The turtle's a great character. You know, I normally hate hippies, but you know, he's a turtle,
Wow,
so
hippie killer.
I'm a hippie. And the
So
jellyfish fields, not the ones from SpongeBob, but I guess it's not really a field, more like a cluster. And all the
I
way to
will
the
say,
whales.
this is another this is admittedly kind of more of a nitpick. My only other gripe with the movie is like what happens with Dory whenever she gets accidentally like caught near the end of the movie. I felt like that was just dragging it just a bit too long.
Yeah, I don't. It only just made me feel depressed because then I realized this is a world where fish are still caught by the thousand and they're sentient and alive.
Just keep
Feel.
swimming.
Mm.
Just keep swimming. I mean,
You
that
think
is
that's ever? You think that's ever happened to a fishing crew in real life? Where all the fish just made the net snap and it made them
maybe,
mad.
but like, I don't know if that's like super common though. Whatever.
Those would have been pretty pissed off Australian fishermen.
But yeah, no, like those are probably my like those are like probably like those are the reasons why I would personally say that this is more of like an A tier as opposed to like an S tier. But it's still a fantastic movie, and like I said, it's still pretty funny. There's a million, just like Monsters Inc. There's a million different quotes that like I can list out. So
Yeah, you like it more for the comedy. I think I like it more because I just love the visuals and I love the aesthetics.
mine,
Especially
mine,
being a little
mine.
kid. Mine. Especially being a little kid, because when I was a little kid, I loved ocean stuff. I was
Well,
obsessed with
I like
the
it for
ocean.
the visuals as well. Again, I agree with you. This is a beautiful movie for 2003. So not blaming you there.
Why doesn't the barracuda talk at the beginning?
Because I think it's supposed to be like a more rabid, like more beastly like fish.
I think he does talk, he just chooses not to.
Also, Darla's not a villain, though she is creepy.
She is creepy, but
But
children are kind of creepy sometimes.
so yeah, A tier. But
A tier.
now we're about to move on to the big kahuna. This is I'd argue that this is like people point towards another movies considered like to be considered to be Pixar's magnum opus. I'm gonna be honest. This film right here,
I think
this is their magnum opus.
this is their magnum opus.
The Incredibles
The
is
Incredible is an incredible movie.
and I'm just gonna be straight up, like, in this is both our favorite Pixar movies for sure.
Yeah. I mean, this is my favorite animated movie.
Well, there you
This
go.
is my favorite movie in all of animation. Do you want me to do most of the talking? Can I steal your spotlight and can this be my time?
You
Can this
could
be my
speak
be
it
my
all
monologue?
out because I have a feeling you're gonna say everything that I'm gonna say. Though obviously keep in mind with time because we already took an
Yeah,
hour.
this movie's like Red Dead Redemption 2, where like I could literally just talk about it for hours. So I'm gonna try and time myself.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to time myself to just a couple minutes. But where do I begin with how much I love this movie? Okay, you help me out here. Where should I begin?
Let's start off
Give
with
me
the
a
let's start off with the fact that you know Bob or Mr. Incredible is kind of dealing with like a bit of like an identity crisis sort of situation in the movie where he wants
secret identity crisis.
yes, a secret identity crisis. And that's kind of like the main plot of the movie.
I think it's definitely the most. I think, and maybe it helps that Bob is, like he is like a human. I mean, he's a superhero, but he's still like a regular, no, not regular, but you know what I mean. He's still like a human guy,
Hmm.
so that probably helps a little bit. But like, I feel like out of all Pixar protagonists, his struggle definitely feels the most human, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
It feels the most relatable to me. And again, maybe that's just in part because he is a human, but it's something that I think everybody goes through is sort of this. We all wonder, I think we all wonder who we really are, and we have. I think a lot of us have many different roles in our lives, and sometimes it's difficult to reconcile with all of them and treat them as, you're supposed to treat them as one big amalgamation of you, but a lot of the times we're just different people in different roles. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like I'm a different person when I'm with you and our other friends. I'm kind of a different person, just a little bit of a different person when I'm with my family. And I'm definitely a bit of a different person when I'm at work or when I'm at school, you know. And I think I'm going off on a bit of a tangent because,
Point is that
but
sorry, if you don't mind, like if you go on, I'm trying to make sure to like wrap it all up if that's okay.
you
Uh,
can cut in. Yeah, you can cut in.
I guess what Goalie is trying to say is that like you can definitely have a lot of relatable, like you can relate to Mr. Incredible in that respect because well, there's a lot of things you
He
feel like
was
you should
kind
be
of
able to do because you feel like it's right, but he's not able to. I mean, that whole
yeah,
office scene where he's seeing that guy get mugged, I think is a prime example of that. So,
I
um,
think he was. I think I did go off on a bit of a tangent because it's understandable because Bob definitely at the beginning of the film was somebody who feels stunted. I mean, you get that in the visuals, when he's sitting in his like tiny cubicle or when he's sitting in his tiny car.
mhm,
Like he is somebody who has been stunted from doing the things that he loves to do, the things that 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 he wants to do.
mhm,
Because I mean, but he kind of lets that towards in the movie he kind of ignore at the same time though he's sort of ignoring his family. He's too caught up in the glory days of the past, whereas Helen on the other hand is much more of a progressive thinker, you know what I mean?
mhm,
She's more willing to accept this new more mundane life, and that's kind of where they both clash, and it's both like and both of them are very like you can understand both of their perspectives equally well
mhm.
because there do come times where you can't really. I mean, I say this all the time, you can't recreate the past, you can't recreate the good times, so it's understandable that you just need to make the best of what's here today and what's going to happen tomorrow, but at the
And
same time it's understandable to yearn for that better time in your life.
so yeah, like I definitely like obviously I'm not gonna really repeat Goalie's words on that, but I definitely do agree that like like those perspectives and that sort of like the fact that like that is something that can be like a relatable message, I think is definitely like one of this movie's biggest strengths. And
Yeah,
that's
and I
just a
think,
single part of the movie. We haven't
yeah,
even
that's
gotten
just a
into
single
like
part.
we haven't even
That's
talked
just the
about like
character.
the villains. We haven't even talked about how I think that like the visual design of those movies is actually also really damn good. Like
Because
it's slightly
it's
stylized.
both a it's both a combination of sort of like golden age like superhero comics of like the 40s, 50s and 60s, but also of like spy thrillers from like like old James Bond films from like the 1960s and 70s.
Yes.
Like it's this really interesting combination because I mean, it is a superhero film, but there's also a lot of times, like on the island, where it kind of does feel like a spy film almost,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is a really interesting combination.
Especially when Helen slash Elastigirl, whatever you want to call her, whenever she's like sneaking through like the base.
Yeah, the
So
facility, it, it yeah. Sorry, I'm stuttering because I don't know what to talk about. I'm afraid I'm gonna like.
Sorry, I'm trying to
Ow.
keep focus because I don't want to like
Yeah,
drag on for too long.
I'm
So
afraid I'm gonna keep yapping.
so yeah, like I said, the visual design, like yeah, you can tell it's from 2004, but like I still think that again, art direction, fantastic.
Yeah.
And there's even some parts of this movie where like it's on like I thought there were some parts that honestly were kind of funny, especially when like the scenes with Edna where like they're
Yeah.
talking about like the capes, no
No,
capes.
no capes.
Um or even just how like
Just
also kind of dark this movie turns, especially like once we start getting into like Syndrome's character, which of course he's seen at the beginning of the
he,
movie. He's just some dweeb who really appreciates Mr. Incredible, but
he's like a
after
Robin type character,
but after
but
but
then
after he had his don't meet your hero moment, he eventually became the villain out of spite. And the
and
fact that
committed superhero
and the
genocide.
fact that he committed like genocide out of spite against how like Mr. Incredible treated him as a kid.
Yeah,
That to
which is
me,
like,
like
oh, go on. Sorry.
that to me is like honestly one of the most kind of tragic sort of like villain, because like I'm gonna be honest, like Syndrome, he's a bit of a tragic villain because
Yeah, because Bob was really cold to him in the, I guess, the prologue of the movie. I guess it's
yes.
kind of a prologue. Like he was very cold to him in the movie, or
Hmm.
in the prologue.
You could just say the beginning of the movie because that's
Yeah, fair. Sorry.
and I find that to be such a like honestly like one of the best examples of like how you write a tragic villain because he's like yeah, like he can be kind of goofy, but he's also pretty intimidating. Of course, I don't want to get too much into Syndrome. Go watch our villains tier list if you want like
Yeah,
hear more about that. But the
but
point is,
essentially he bridges that line between being kind of like a goofy, like pathetic dork, but still being a threat at the same time.
yes, and hell, even just like you know, kind of culminating like near like oh like almost at like near the end of the movie where he says that line, you know, when everyone's super, no one will be.
No one will be
Like, out of
cold.
yeah, it's whatever. We obviously
I
we
think
can rant about we can go on and on about this movie, but point is, it's in our collective opinion, it's Pixar's best movie. Like,
it is their best movie,
and it's one of your
and
favorite movies of all time.
is my favorite animated movie of all time. And I think I just want to say one more thing
Mhm.
to end it off.
Yes.
I think I like how at the end of the movie, because the whole kind of because these are conflicts that you see a lot in movies, where a character yearns for the past or something they lost, but in that nostalgia they fail to recognize the good things in their present.
Hmm.
And usually in most stories, it kind of, and I'm not saying this is always bad, but it kind of takes different sides. Either that character is right for yearning the past and they successfully kind of recapture that fallen glory, or they learn to sort of accept the future.
Hmm.
And I kind of like how The Incredibles kind of did both. Or like Bob can still do what he loves doing as a superhero
Hmm.
and helping people, but he also learns to value his family and the more mundane moments between them all.
Hmm.
And the film kind of says, that he can do both. He can both be a superhero and he can still be there for his family. And I think that's especially in a world where like work life, I know that's not the intention, that's not the whole message, but like, where it seems like you have to pick a side between those two things. It is refreshing to see a story that says like there is a possibility to balance both of them.
Hmm.
I know that's not the core message of the movie, but I still think that's just something interesting that I don't hear a lot of people talking about.
Hmm. But yeah, all in all, if
We
there's one movie if there's something to take away from this, like, this long ramble that both of us have, if there's one movie you have to like watch from any of these, it's this one.
we have gone through we have
So
we have just talked about the best movie in our opinion on
so
this
it
list.
and again, like you know and again, we're still in, like, there's still like a whole, like, second half of the decade to talk about. Like, we're
Yeah, which kind of comes with a bit of a bump in the road, so to speak.
but like overall, like, you know we've reached a pretty big height. So
We are at
I can't wait to see what the next movie is.
don't
Uh,
do it. You're doing what the nostalgia critic did. Don't do that.
God damn it.
I've seen that video. I'm old enough to know what that video is. I'm old enough to have seen that video.
God damn it. You didn't
You
let me
could
do
you
my
could
bit. What's wrong with you?
you you could say that Pixar was riding high, but they definitely hit a bit of a bump in the road. In the road, a road that, like, vehicles of some kind drive on.
No. Don't say that.
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
You interrupted my bit for that joke.
Because it's funny.
Mine was funnier.
'Cause that
Anyways,
is that is the whole point of a special guest, is
anyways,
to annoy the host.
anyways, Cars.
Cars, if you will.
Ugh. Okay, you thought I was gonna say that Finding Nemo was the worst out of their, like, golden
No,
years,
I didn't say it would be the worst.
or you thought I was gonna put that as the worst.
No, I didn't say that either. I think I just said that it wouldn't be the best, or like amongst the best for you. But
Well, I think
we are
we had to have a conversation. I'm
we
gonna
are
be
at the unequivocal worst of that era.
I'm gonna be honest. People always point to Cars 2 as being whenever, like, cracks were starting to be shown with the studio, which we'll obviously get to Cars 2 later because I have like a million things to say about that movie. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it was Cars 1 because here's the thing. As a kid, I was kind of like okay with this movie. I was like, it's kind of fine. I rewatched this movie like 2 weeks ago as like an adult. Oh my god, this was way more boring than I remember it was. Like, this movie just kind of dragged on and on and on.
When are we gonna get to the race?
Well, that's not even like part of my problem. It's just there's barely anything that happens in this movie. It's just a lot of it is just kind of filler talk.
It's just kind of Lightning hanging out in town and getting to know the people, and like bad that's not like a bad idea for a story, but I just don't think it's done.
It's not translated well. And it
It's
doesn't
not done with the same it's not done with the same level of heart and like character chemistry that something like Monsters Inc. has.
well, here's the other thing as well. And this is where the movie started to break for me. This movie has like some of the most dated pop cultural references from the mid 2000s ever, and
Remember when Arnold was the governor?
it made me like groan after a while because this is a movie that, like, cause here's the difference between Cars 1 and pretty much every other movie we talked about. Every other movie that we've talked about, like, yeah, there might be like a parody bit here and there, but not only was it like kind of a quick moment, but also it wasn't defining the whole movie. But this movie feels like it was made in 2006 and like it kind of stayed in 2006, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
No pun intended, by the way.
He, but like,
It's like, let me remind you that this movie has a flashing joke.
and also it's kind of strange. I didn't think about this until now. I mean, this was the first Pixar movie to like really kind of introduce like pop songs into the soundtrack, like actual, like
I mean, yeah,
not its own
there's that,
score, but like
there's that
licensed track.
there's that Jonas Brothers cover of that fucking annoying ass like life in the highway. I wanna drive. Like I don't even know who originally wrote that song. I just know that that's just a shitty fucking
I hope
stupid.
they are. I hope they are living in a one room apartment eating sardines. Whoever wrote that song. Okay, that's me.
You know what
But
the most embarrassing thing about this movie is, at least for me though.
what?
This was the
Don't
first
say it.
this was the first Pixar movie I remember seeing in theaters.
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw this in theaters. Oh no! Wait a minute. Oh no! I don't remember seeing any. Oh no! I think we might be.
What?
Oh, I don't remember seeing. I think I saw this in theaters too, and I don't remember seeing any of the other ones before that.
Oh no, you too?
Oh no. I just realized.
Yeah, this is a D tier movie.
Oh, fuck you, Lightning McQueen. Putting you in D tier.
It's not
You
like
just made me realize.
it's not like a complete F tier because I do think that like visually this movie is like honestly like a pretty good like, or at least the like backdrops look really good in this movie.
Yeah, when you when you don't see any like goofy cars with faces
And
driving around.
I do, and the one thing I will give this movie at least a little bit of credit is the messaging of the movie is that like, you know, basic like because the message of the movie is to not be like super like self-centered and arrogant about being,
Fame,
the winner. Like don't let
yeah,
fame like
fame
take your
and
head like take over your head. Though even that message is kind of rung hollow considering that you have celebrity voice actors as like your main leads.
are you saying that Owen Wilson in real life is in over his head and arrogant?
I guess I was also referring to Larry the Cable Guy as like Mater.
I mean, that is definitely a 2006 casting decision.
That's what I mean. It's so like
That is a
this
2000.
is the
No
most
disrespect intended,
time-stamped
but
movie, but in the worst
yeah,
ways. That's my
yeah.
point.
No disrespect intended to Larry the Cable Guy. You know,
Yeah,
that's not actually his real voice.
I know that's not his real
Yeah,
voice,
it's like a
but
bit that he plays. But anyways,
so yeah, that's where I have to just straight up be like, this is where we started to see some of the cracks form. It's not quite, downhill trajectory quite yet because we still got the late 2000s movies to talk about, and well, I've got some pretty
I
good
can
things
make
to say about those. So
I can make a pavement pun, but I won't.
don't do it. Anyways, let's move on to Rat.
For that, for that,
It's the Rat movie.
the rat, rats. We are the rats. Suffering
Thankfully,
another
Brad
rats.
Bird strikes again, which by the way he was the writer for Incredibles, so it should not surprise you that he
Director
also
for the
did
Incredible.
or directed Incredibles, so it should not surprise you that this is also a pretty good movie.
Or like Brad Rat in this movie's case, am I right? Or Rat Bird?
Okay, this movie is definitely gonna get a high rating. I don't know if I want to put it in A or S tier though.
I want to put this in S tier.
I mean, you can.
I want to put this in S tier.
I will say, um, this like Here's the funny thing about this movie. I've not seen this movie since like I want to say like 2012. This
Ooh,
came in 2007, by the way, so like easily like over a decade.
yeah. Jeez,
I
though.
I know. Again, it's been a long time since I've seen like quite a few of these movies until recently. I guess I just didn't really like. I do like. I liked this movie whenever I was a kid, but I guess this is like a movie where I think I appreciate it more as an adult because so one thing we forgot to mention with Incredibles is just kind of how adult that movie felt.
Yeah, when you're watching The Incredibles, and this is something that that
Please
you
don't take too
feel
long
in
for this.
a lot of
I just want to make sure that like
I'm not going on a tangent. Not going on a tangent. I'm just saying, I'll say that this is something that you get in a lot of Brad Bird's work with like the Iron Giant and so on. But even though it's technically a kids movie, you never, at least me, I never really feel like I'm watching a kids movie when I'm watching The Incredibles.
and I get that feeling even more so like at some points with Ratatouille in a weird way because
Yeah,
I mean the basic premise is that Remy, our main protagonist, you know
wants to
come
cook.
he wants to cook, but
Wants to
eventually
cook.
comes across like basically someone who's just a cleaner and helps him basically rise up to the top like inadvertently.
Drew Linguini
Yeah,
as
linguini,
his puppet. Get it? Because Linguini is like the
literal and metaphorical, but like
literal and metaphorical, but it also kind of like it weirdly plays that it's a goofy premise, but it's so
it
weird
play
to say it like
it
this, but it
plays it
plays it,
straight, but like, and you would think
yeah,
that would not work, but it really does work with this movie because
yeah,
this movie was a lot more like this isn't really like a comedy, like it was more like
kind of a drama, I kind of like a character drama, which is interesting. And
yeah.
I'm somebody who is I'm boring. I like dramas. I love character dramas. It's what I write. So I think that's one of the reasons why I put it into an S tier because it certainly kind of exposed. I watched this movie all the time as a kid. I loved renting it. This is back when you could go to video stores and rent movies. I
Hmm.
loved renting The Rat and going to watch it all weekend. And I feel like that exposed my child brain to like how interesting like a drama could be. Because
Hmm.
when you're a kid, you just kind of think dramas are boring, you know? So like maybe that's why I personally put it a little bit higher. And I think there's something I do want to mention about
Hmm.
the way this, and I think it's worth mentioning, the way this Ratatouille's plot is laid out. Because it's different than what you have than what's been seen before in a Pixar film, where there is a kind of beginning, middle, and end. There's a clear like plot that's moving forward, like kind of like what we mentioned with Finding Nemo, where there is this clear journey that Marlin and Dory are going on that they're progressing through. With
Hmm.
Ratatouille, it's kind of Remy's a rat who wants to cook, and then he accidentally finds his way to France, meets Linguini, and then they cook, and then a big chunk of the middle of the movie is just kind of these characters existing. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And then Anton Ego goes in, and we'll get to him later because he is also one of the best parts of this movie. But it's I wanted to bring this up because you mentioned how in Cars it's kind of similar if you think about it. Where like Lightning McQueen finds his way to Radiator Springs, and then he just kind of exists.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? For a while, these
Hmm.
characters just exist, but they're not really interesting characters, and it's the conflict is not really done in a compelling way, as opposed to with Ratatouille, where it's kind of a similar structure.
It's a
But
similar structure, but it's done right. So,
yeah, and normally, like, and I just think it's an interesting decision that they made with this movie, where it's kind of, you know what I mean? Like, the movie just kind of, I wouldn't want to say it stops, but you know what I mean.
hmm
It's just kind of these characters existing in an environment, almost as if it was like a TV show, but like not in the whole like vaguely or barely disguised pilot kind of way.
Yeah.
Which I think is one of the reasons I also really like this movie is that it did something a little bit more interesting and dynamic with its plot structure.
Hmm. So yeah, and I guess the reason why I also bring up how this movie like feels more like adult, even just like with the stuff with Remy and like his dad and his brother, because there's just
Yeah.
a bit of tension between him and his dad because
What he
Remy
wants, what
like
he wants and what his dad wants, and how his brother is kind of, and how Emil is just kind of this mediator, sort of passive, which
I th-
definitely I
well
feel as an adult.
I think like the scene that I feel like kind of like exemplifies that sort of tension the most is the scene where Remy's dad brings him to like the pest control
The
shop
pest the
to try to
exterminator
scare
of
Remy
the
straight
world.
with all like the dead rats. Like that,
Yeah,
I don't know why like that scene in particular sticks out in my mind, but I guess it's just to kind of showcase that like Remy's not the type who's willing to like give out of his dreams despite,
yeah,
the fear in his dad not wanting him to be too close to being around
yeah.
humans.
I think that I was gonna
So
say like I think it sticks out to you because in typical fashion, normally when a character has gone through something like that, they very uncharacteristically let
yeah,
that fear take
they get
over.
scared straight, but not
Yeah.
Remy. So
Yeah, and I think that's very inspiring to see him stand up for what he wants to do and what he knows, because, he knows that not all humans are bad.
yeah, and
And
especially with this time around Linguini. Which speaking
yeah,
of humans, I'm just
the
gonna straight up
human
say
character,
this. Like I'm just gonna straight up say it. Chef Skinner, he's a pretty interesting antagonist for this movie because his beef isn't even with Remy for most of the movie. Hell, it's not even technically even with like I guess it is with Linguini, but it's more just so the fact that like he wants to still
he's
be in control of the business, but not
yeah,
because of, any sort of like it's somewhat of a realistic take, similar to Water News, like in the
he
sense
wants
that
to
like
franchise the Gusto name, which is a very real thing. They're very real things that kind of happen.
but he eventually finds, and by the way, this is where the letter meme comes from. He
Yeah,
finds
this is
out
where the
that
letter,
Linguini is actually related to Gusteau, and thus
yeah,
he's the one
those
who's the
long lost
rightful
ones.
name of the restaurant, and that's like the tension throughout most of the movie. And I find that to be such a fascinating way for you to set up an antagonist because they don't even have beef with the main character for most of the movie until like near the end of the second
Yeah, like
act.
it, in our
So
villains tier list, we kind of talked about how there's antagonistic figures and then there's villains.
he's an
Where,
antagonistic figure. Like,
yeah, he starts as an antagonistic figure, but then he morphs into kind of a villain briefly, because, well,
but that's
there's another antagonistic force that we need to talk about.
but oh yeah. Well, I don't want to like drag it on for too long because like obviously like what
Fair.
yeah because we've talked about this movie for like already 10 minutes. So point is that like um I forgot the name of the food critic, the other
Anton
antagonist,
Ego.
Anton Ego.
Anton Ego.
Like,
Get it? Because he has a ton
yeah,
of ego. Because
he's
he thinks what he writes
whatever.
is
Point
God.
is that like I think that's definitely the more compelling part of Act Three because if I'm gonna be honest, there's a reason why I'm conflicted between A and S tier, and it's specifically because I feel like Chef Skinner, even though he's a good antagonistic force for the first two acts, he kind of becomes just kind of generic Pixar
He over
Disney bad
he
guy.
overstays his welcome. He overstays his welcome
He
a little
overstays
bit.
his welcome a bit. and it kind
But
of
I think
does ruin like the Anton ego stuff because I don't know. I just feel like it just kind of
he feels like a bit of an unnecessary addition, but in my opinion, it's not too distracting.
it's distracting enough for me. But whatever, we really need to wrap up because we said this was going to be short by now, but we ended up going too long. So, but point is, it's a good movie. It's still an A tier for me.
I
Just
love this movie. This movie's an S tier for me.
well, good for you. So, but yeah, no, like we can like go on and there's already still like we're 2 hours like we're almost 2 hours in and we haven't even reached halfway through the list. I guess that's kind of
We
what
gotta,
I'm.
we gotta do a mini speed. We gotta do a mini power hour.
We cannot do that,
Oh,
especially with this next movie because well, this next movie,
well, this
Wally.
is a movie that I'm not gonna. This is a movie that I'm not gonna gush about. So you don't have to worry.
Do you
Not that
have
I
any?
don't like it, mind you.
Do you have
Not that I
anything
don't
to
like it.
say about Wally before I go?
I'll let you say because I think you have
Okay,
more of a passionate opinion than I do.
so I remember seeing this movie in theaters back in 2008, and like any sort of kid, most likely you can guess, I enjoyed the movie. However, I rewatching this movie because this is basically it's basically a romance movie, and usually that would be a bad sign for me because I just personally could care less about any sort of romance movies. This is not,
Especially for a kid.
yes, especially for a kid. But this movie does the thing that I really, really praise Samurai Jack season one for doing, where it basically has no dialogue for like the first half of the movie. And
It is
it's
purely a
just
visual. It is purely a visual experience
yes,
for the first half.
it is a pure visual, show don't tell mentality with this movie where you have Wally, you're basically kind of like your
Trash bot.
trash bot on Earth, which is just completely just a desolate corporate
You know,
wasteland.
just
So,
trash. A lot of trash in the movie.
and then you have Eve who drops in. She's like a bot for
Future
like
reconnaissance,
reconnaissance,
essentially.
and it basically the first half of the movie focuses specifically on you know them being around each other and even not even just like talking but just somewhat you know bonding in survival in just this desolate wasteland.
Yeah, and
And
through sort of a, and Wally kind of using. Well, I'll let you. I think I might be getting a little ahead of myself.
and because the thing is that Eve is originally there to see if there's even any sort of like life to begin with, which Wally does find and points it out, but that's not like the main focus of like that's like the driving force of like that's
That's
like
what
the
keeps them together. That's what
that's
keeps these two characters like working together.
yes. And through
Like,
that time, like
yeah,
they eventually just kind of bond over the stuff that Wally pretty much knows after because
yeah,
he's
collecting things because he, despite being a essentially a drone, and I guess Eve was essentially meant to be a drone as well, but Wally had developed a personality and a fondness for things.
yeah,
He
because
had developed to where he appreciates like music, for example.
or just like television. So
Yeah.
and like the way in which that is like because again like they just show that he's interested in this stuff and Eve is also fascinated with the stuff as well because who knows if Eve has even been around this type of stuff and that
Yeah.
sort of like connection between two robots that don't even really have like
Barely really talk.
dot like
Like, I mean,
they say
Eve
like
sometimes says things, but
they
only
don't
like
like
one
have
word.
like dialogue.
Yeah. They don't have a conversation.
It's like I'm sorry if
Verbally.
it's sounding like I'm like sounding like really really weird. It's just
it's difficult to explain,
It's
I guess,
difficult to
because it's
explain
such a
because again, it's more
you
show,
have to
don't
watch
tell.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to watch Wally to know what we're talking about.
So, but anyway, eventually Eve gets like tracked by the, the human
The
colony ship, which then prompts Wally to try to like, get back to her cuz
fine.
he's afraid to be alone again. And
Yeah,
so,
after spending God knows how much time alone.
and then that leads us into the second half of the movie, which is basically just a giant corporate hellscape, to say the
Corporate
least.
hellscape full of really fat people.
Basically, just America today.
Yeah. Wow, what gripping commentary. No one's ever made that before.
But I
But
guess
I joke, but
we
there
joke,
is
but
something to be
like
said.
it's
There is
some
something to be said about what it's
there's
trying to say.
and I know some people were like, "Oh, this movie, like this second half, kind of drags down the first half." No, it doesn't, because
No,
like
yeah,
because it's
because
still because
Wally
it
and
it relates back to like even why Earth is even like it is at the beginning of the movie to begin with. It's
because
because of like human apathy, human
yeah,
consumerism. That's the core root of why everything's happening in the movie to begin with.
and it has to take sort of and what it takes to get humanity, I guess, sort of, I guess, through the captain. You know, what it takes is Wally and Eve's relationship, and they're sort of them actively wanting to, you know, bring the plant, plant the plant, or like the human. It's an environment where the humans are more apathetic and in a way less human than the robots.
Yes,
The Wally and Eve have a more active, passionate, emotional drive than the humans do. And that's what gets the people on the ship to sort of get out of their fucking like hypnosis in a sense, like their self-imposed, like,
I mean
you get what I mean? Their
I
bubble.
mean they're literally just on like like sitting on their ass watching screens the entire fucking
Watching
time.
screens. Yeah, like they're completely oblivious to the world around them.
And
And that's
so
kind of why that contrast is important, is what I'm trying to say.
yes, and I think just the fact like and I think eventually like that's why I find this movie especially fascinating in what you said, like the fact that like our two main characters, which can't even talk, have more showcased more like care about the world around them than even the humans that you know breathe.
Supposed to be caring about the
And
world
here's
around.
the thing that really got me with this movie is um right as they're like trying to like present like the plant to the captain, there's like Otto, which is like the AI system of a ship.
Plant.
People think that he is like supposed to be like the main like villain or something like that. This might sound weird for me to say. He's not the villain. The villain is like the
By and
corporation.
large, corporation.
Yeah, by and large corporation generational apathy of what's going on. Otto is just
And
going with the like what his like forefathers like programmed him
his
to do.
directive, he's no more than a he is, in the same way that
So
the humans are a contrast to Wally and Eve. I guess Otto is meant to be more of a deliberate contrast between Wally and Eve, where they are machines that can feel and emote and care.
mhm,
Otto is just purely a machine, just following orders,
exactly,
just following code.
exactly. And I guess what also kind of really like made me really think that this movie is amongst one of the greats of like Pixar was kind of the finale, kind of after they convinced like the people to go back to Earth, and
Are you
they
talking the credit sequence or just the
no, like the last, like the third act.
where they're trying? Yeah, where they like, yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, where they finally like like have
They're
everyone
walking
see that like they're like life is sustainable on Earth, and Wally just barely gets the plant inserted into, like, like the crop grower or whatever it's called,
Yeah,
only
the little
for
baby
him
shoot
only for him to, like,
get crushed,
get
like
crushed.
brutally too. Like
Yeah,
not a
brutally too.
very still like as an adult, not like still feels very
And by the
just
time that they finally got back to Earth and Eve rushed back to Wally's, like, abode to try to fix him again, he doesn't have his emotion. He's a complete drone.
is a machine.
I'm I'm being dead serious when I said that, like, I was actually in tears whenever I saw that. Cuz
He essentially dies, but
he
not kind of doesn't, but he does die. Like
he
his self
died
is gone.
physically, but also just mentally he died. Despite, you know, being, like, wanting to be with Eve, like, emotionally. I'm sorry. My eyes are starting to get watery. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
So, by the way, so yeah, obviously because it is a Pixar movie, like, he does sort of, like, regain that, like,
He does
slow.
regain his he regains his self through Eve's affection.
Yes,
Because now it's and now the tables are turned where before it was Wally trying to get Eve trying to sort of
like,
get Eve to come around to him. Now it's Eve who's trying to get Wally to come around to her, in a
exactly.
sense. He is trying to unearth Eve's I shouldn't say humanity, but self,
Hmm.
herself. And now Eve is in this like tragic role reversal. Eve tries and succeeds in getting Wally to regain his self.
Exactly.
And in a sense, the I mean that's the whole message of the movie is just self. I would say if I could describe Wally in one word, it's self. Because the humans also they regain their sense of self. They regain their autonomy. They're
Hmm.
not just mindless like vacuums for products and shit. They remember what it's like to be human again, that they need to be on Earth and they need to fix the world instead of just going along a path
Hmm.
designed for them, like a robot.
So
And you
yeah,
see that in the credit sequence where
yeah.
they are. And I remember being a kid, and I told Sly about this when we were talking
Okay,
about our opinions of
please
these
don't.
movies.
Yeah, make this tangent quick, please. So I wanna.
I'll make this quick, but I do love the credit sequence too because I remember being a kid and feeling a sense of hope, seeing humanity recover and rebuild the world and make it into a nice place again, and it just feels so it's optimism. It is a hopeful message
Hmm.
that I think, especially these days, and even in films, is something that I fear we're losing,
Hmm.
you know, as a
Yeah, let's just be
species.
real here. Like, Pixar and Disney, they would never make a film like this ever again. I guarantee you that.
We will conclude with that. They will never make a movie like Wall-E ever again, and that deserves some recognition.
So yeah, suffice to say, it should not surprise anyone. This is easily going to be an S tier. This is,
This is
like,
an A tier for me. A
top
tier.
3 Pixar movie for me.
Certainly,
So
certainly a top 10,
you had to put me
which
down,
doesn't
don't you?
which doesn't
I
really sound as
I
good for you.
cried at this. What do you mean it's only A?
Yeah, well, I cried at the end of Red Dead Redemption 2, and you still never played it, so
Yes, I mean I kind of did, but not like actual. Whatever, whatever. Let's move.
whatever.
Let's have like a
Let's let's
let's go.
let's lift thing.
Let's li-
Let's
let's
lift
lift
things a
things.
little bit.
Yeah,
Okay?
let's lift things up with
Let's
up.
lift things up a little bit.
So So, Up. This was like a top movie for you as well, right?
This is a top movie for me. Your silence is giving me bad vibes.
Yeah, I think it's A.
Oh, okay, good. Your silence is making me think that you were doing that thing you do where, like, I say something and that you disagree with, and you kind of just sit there for a minute.
I will say, with this movie, the opening, like the first like what 10 minutes of the movie, fantastic. Easily like
Fantastic. Yeah,
some of the best,
fantastic.
so easily like some of the best that Pixar can do. Honestly, not too different of a. I guess it's not too different. Like funny enough from Wall-E in the sense that like it's more of like a show don't tell, although there is actual dialogue in that part, so it's not like entirely exact parallel, but it kind of has a similar thing going on.
Yeah, I mean, the married life segment definitely is a visual experience.
Yeah. And I think that this movie overall, it does have a lot of like good, you know, like this. I'm sorry. I guess this movie kind of has like. I guess all I gotta really, I honestly don't really have much to say about this movie other than like it kind of has a similar reasoning as to why I like this as to something like Finding Nemo, and that it's more so the journey that I definitely do appreciate, though there are some parts that I do find to falter a little bit.
Yeah, there are
Is
some parts where it, yeah, kind of stumbles a little. Like it's definitely not as
like specifically I guess I don't know how to like describe it. I guess the one thing like you know what? I'm just gonna straight up say it. It's Doug.
Doug. Oh, you don't like Doug? You
I
don't like
find
Doug?
I he's just a
He's
bit
a puppy. He's a puppy.
he's
He's a
just
talking dog.
a little bit too annoying in this movie. Just a bit.
I know he's marketing. I know he's kind of a marketed character, but
Yeah, like
like
he's your
I don't know.
he's your insert marketing character for a Disney slash Pixar movie.
I know, but I
Like
like him. I like dogs. I am one myself. So,
you're
as a talking dog, you know, it feels good to see one of my own
okay,
be put
Billy
out on
Joel
the big
dog.
screen.
Okay.
Yeah, be put out on the big screen, you know.
But I don't know. I guess that does kind of take it down for me a little bit. Though I will say one thing about this movie, like I don't know, like what, like actually, I'll let you kind of talk about some other parts of this movie if you're
I
all
think
right.
yeah, I think what I'd like I think I understand what you mean where it is more about well, no, like what you say about it being about the journey is kind of the whole point of the movie. Is kind of the whole point of Up is that I know it's kind of a cliche and like, kind of an eye rolling like thing to say, but like, it's not about the destination, it's the journey. But like in a sense, it does, Up does that message very well where life is the real like the real like enjoyment that I think you get in life are the little moments along the way,
Mm-hmm.
and certainly it's great to achieve your goals, but I think, and I'm not just talking about sort of the scene where Carl finally gets to Paradise Falls and it's
Yeah,
just this
yeah,
like
I was about to.
very
I was gonna talk
it's
about that later. I didn't think you were gonna
it's
talk about
this
that.
I
So
love that scene because it feels so hollow, like even the colors are all muted, like it just
yeah, I
feels so hollow and cold
yeah, I think
until
that's probably like, if not the best, the
that's
second best scene in the movie because he
that's
he
my
he
favorite part of the
achieves his
movie.
goal. He technically does achieve his goal of reaching the falls, but he's not
Yeah, and
satisfied with
he's
it.
not happy. It's depressing, but then he finally, for the first time since probably Ellie died, reads her journal, her book,
Mhm.
and goes to the stuff. Well, goes to the stuff I want to do. Part of it, stuff I'm
Mhm.
going to do. And it's this again, and there's no dialogue. It's just the same music that you hear in the married life segment, that kind of like tied those two together. That Ellie did live a fulfilling life, and she recognized that
Mhm.
just living with Carl, just the life that they shared together, all of its and all the ups and downs that came with it.
Mhm.
And and you see, without any dialogue, and the color also returns, like if you notice, like the colors become less muted, it feels a little more sunny, because Carl finally realizes that he did achieve his goals in life. He did live a good he has lived a good life, and he still has plenty of life to live.
Mhm.
He still has time to go on another event, to have more adventures. And it's just so beautiful. It's
Mhm.
just such, and that's what finally gets him to, listen to Russell and come back with Kevin, except, oh, of course, that leads into its own thing, but
Yeah,
that's
Kevin.
my favorite part of the movie, I
Yeah.
think, because it's a strong message.
Mhm. Yeah, and then that, of course, speaking of Kevin, we have to talk about him and Charles Muntz. So,
We have
I
to talk
think
about that bird.
I think that side plot's okay. Um,
It's, I mean, it's the mechanism that does kind of get the plot going.
no,
It's
no,
what
it's not
keeps
the
it
it's not
going.
the it's not the mechanism that gets the plot going. What gets the plot is like, the
The journey to
house.
paradise. Well, it sets up the conflict,
Yeah, it
the
sets up the
caveat.
con. Yeah, it sets up the
Yeah.
cav like the I guess you can call it secondary plot, even though it's not really secondary, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
And
sort of.
it pretty much gets into the whole Charles Muntz thing, which
Mm,
he's a uh,
he's been-
he's a decent villain, but he's not like a top tier villain. That's my thing.
he's fine for what he is. He's, when he's in the movie, he's enjoyable to watch, but like he's not something that, he's no syndrome, he's no
Like,
water news, he's
yeah,
no stinky Pete.
I'd argue he's like a middle of the road because he is technically a twist villain because Carl he looks up to Charles
It's it,
Muntz, but like
it's a never meet your heroes thing,
it's a never meet
which
your yeah, it's another never
is
meet
not
heroes.
it's not done as well as it was in
So I think
it.
yeah, you're starting to see why I think this is more of an A tier movie as opposed to an S tier.
No, that's why I put it in A tier.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
kind of the draw that I put it in an A tier for.
I thought you were gonna put this in
But it's a
S
very
tier.
high A tier. It is a
So,
very high A tier.
but yeah, I guess that's all. That's all I've got to really say about Up. Do you have anything else to say? Like,
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
it's a good movie, but it is flawed. As a matter of fact,
There are little flaws that
as
are
a matter of
apparent.
fact, I would say like keep in mind the gap in between these two movies is huge. Don't misconstrued words when I say this. I feel like this is like the second most flawed movie of the 2000s by Pixar. At least that's just kind of how I feel. Trust the
I'll,
gap is
I'll let,
the gap between this and Cars is massive. Like trust
yeah,
me,
I know. I know. I understand.
but
This is still not a sentence I like hearing.
like I do feel like if Cars didn't exist, I feel like this would have been the weakest. That's my point. So if that's the weakest, that's still really good.
That's still
So,
really good. Of course. Of course.
but now let's wrap up the golden age of Pixar with talking about another sequel,
Toy Story numero
Toy Story the third.
tres. Toy
So,
Story the third
Toy Story cubed.
cubed. I see what you did there. You bookended my little joke.
So okay, this might, you know what's a bit of a hot take?
What?
Considering how good Toy Story 2 did, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't rush out a Toy Story 3 earlier.
That they waited this long?
That they waited literally over a decade because, Toy Story 2 came out in 1999. Toy Story 3 came out
1999.
in 2010. They skipped the entire 2000s decade. So,
Well, to be fair, they did kind of have that Pixar lunch that everyone talks about, where
Pixar
they sort of
lunch.
pitched, yeah, where they pitched like a lot of their potential ideas
Fair enough.
of like what became like Monsters Inc. and Finding Nemo and Wally. They did have the
anyways,
Pixar lunch.
anyways, I don't think I'm gonna keep I'm not even gonna beat the bush. I definitely think that this is an A-tier movie. I don't think it's quite as good as Toy Story 2, but I think
I wouldn't say. I'd say I like Toy Story 2 more than Toy Story 3.
but Toy Story 3 is still a really good movie. And
Yeah.
because though I'm just gonna get my criticisms of the movie at right at the get-go. I think the initial um what sparked the plot, that I don't like, where the toys think that they were getting thrown away. I just That setup just rubbed me the wrong way.
You don't really like that whole. You just think that misunderstanding kind of thing is just kind of pointless.
And I hate
Or that there were better ways that you could get
get those
get the toys into
toys.
daycare, get those
Yeah,
toys into daycare.
yeah. I don't because I felt like that was just a bit too forced, and
Yeah,
especially considering that I mean,
it kind of just relies on Andy being kind of an idiot and putting them all in the trash bag when his mom clearly told him put the shit you want to keep in the box and the shit you don't want to keep in the trash.
which by the way, I forgot to mention this with Toy Story 2, but god damn it, Andy's mom just she's
She is a single mother
terrible
of
person.
two children trying
She's
her best.
she literally went into her son's room and just straight up threw some of his toys into the the yard sale in the second movie without him knowing.
Yeah, but
And
that's
in
just
this
a parent.
movie, he just she just takes his toys and almost throws them into the garbage.
Well, he did put them in the garbage bag. Again, she said, put the shit you want to keep in the box,
But she
and all the
didn't
shit
even
you don't want
bother
to
to
keep
check.
in the bag.
She didn't bother to check though.
It's a simple mistake. Does not make her a terrible parent. My parents that do
Well,
shit like that.
well,
That's a
then
parent thing,
I'm gonna
okay?
have to
Parents
fucking
do
tell you
stuff
what
like
happens
that.
in Toy Story 4 then, because that will certainly convince you.
Parents do stuff like that,
That's
okay?
not a good excuse. Parents shouldn't be doing that to begin with.
I know
Anyways,
they shouldn't, but they do it a
point
lot.
is that I don't like the initial spark of the plot. I think it's just a bit too forced.
Yeah,
And
fair. That's a fair criticism.
also what even got them into the trash compact the third the
The,
third act with
the
the trash compactor, that I don't like either. Just the fact that one of the alien dudes just so happened to have tripped on the lid,
stuck on the lip, like the lip of the lid.
that
Yeah, it just
like what the hell? Like,
it does feel kind of like the writers are just sort of nudging things to
yeah,
go their way.
there are points in this movie where it unfortunately feels like it's too forced, and it did start to kind of break the movie for me a bit. That being said, though, everything else about
When
this
you
movie
don't
is surprisingly
pretty dang good.
pretty good.
When
Like,
you don't pay attention to that,
yeah,
which in my opinion, there's stuff you don't need to.
but yeah, no, I think this movie, this
Do you
movie is pretty
like that
good.
do you like that it's a Holocaust
My
allegory
God,
slide?
we're gonna have this conversation.
I think we kind of do. Like, I
Okay,
think we kind of do.
let's rip the band-aid out like immediately. I will just straight up say this: Lotso is probably the second best twist villain that Pixar has like produced because, well, he presents himself as like being like a decent like
Just kind,
caring
lovable sort of
caring old
caretaker.
bear toy. And
Yeah,
even like whenever his lackeys capture Buzz, he still keeps up that like
he still
persona,
keeps up
which
that
that's
persona
the slimiest shit ever.
just to, just to fuck with Buzz.
That
Like
shit
just to fuck with
me
him.
whenever I rewatched it, that shit pissed me off,
Yeah,
but like in a good
he did
way,
that
because like
purely just to fuck with him.
that
Like
shit that shit honestly fucking pissed me off. Because like again, I know it's gonna happen, but it's like you fucking
it's so cruel. It is so
he's such a
cruel.
fucking dick. So and and
It
of
is.
course he keeps that up even a little bit with like the other toys. Before he showcases that he basically just brainwashed Buzz.
Yeah.
It's like God fucking damn, I hate this fucking bear.
I hate this fucking bear that I see being sold at the mall for some reason.
I A part of me did kind of want to put him on our villains tier list, but like he didn't fit our criteria because it's still at the end of the day pretty like on the grand scheme of things pretty like small scale. But like God
The
fucking damn
real
it.
villain of the real villain of Toy Story 3 is aging,
But yeah, no, like lots
getting
of like
old.
but yeah, no. And even just his sort of like backstory as to why he's like this, it's similar to Syndrome. It's pretty tragic because he basically got replaced, and because of that, he built this sort of
It is,
spiteful like rage at that.
yeah, and it is. It's. I mean, I'm not the first person to kind of point this out, and I don't even know if this was intentional on the writer's part.
Hmm.
Maybe, but it definitely is sort of it is kind of like Woody could have very potentially have gone down that same route back in the first movie,
Exactly.
where he very easily and at times came pretty close to, or at times kind of did, let that jealous, spiteful part of him take over. I mean,
Hmm.
and then I think that's what makes Lotso an interesting villain because he's a really interesting contrast to Woody, where they're both leaders of their respective sort of communities, I guess you could say, but both of them sort of dealing with the same insecurities and fears, but dealt with them in different ways. Where one of them gave in to that, gave in to that spiteful energy, and the other recognized it for what it was and corrected himself, Woody, into becoming a much more selfless leader,
Hmm.
as opposed to ruling with an iron fist like Lotso does in what's basically a prison. And I guess just to put the lid on the fucking trash can, or put the lid on the can, so to speak. It's the daycare's just meant to be more of a general prison, not a
Yeah,
concentration camp.
yeah. Because again, like
It's not like
a
Lotso
part of the
expresses any desire.
a part of
It's
the
not like he expresses desire.
the grand Pixar lore conspiracy theory is that like Toy Story 3's daycare is supposed to be like some sort of like a Holocaust like parallel, because there have been multiple people who have made full on video essays on YouTube and on like stuff like Twitter and like Reddit and Instagram that straight up think that Lotso is supposed to be Mr. Hodor, as we call him here.
Yeah,
As
and to an extent, I don't. And to an extent, I don't necessarily like. I mean, I disagree, but I also like. I can kind of get where someone would get that idea. But I think and like kind of what I was trying to mention earlier, and I think what's kind of key is that it's not like Lotso expresses any desire to exterminate all of toy kind. There's no eugenics allegory.
Yeah, he's not a fucking eugenicist.
He's just acting
He's a
because he wants
classist. He is a classist
yes,
though. Like
he wants control. He's a control freak. He wants to be the top dog or the top bear. And that is more allegorical to say a prison with a tight-fisted warden than a concentration camp that is built specifically to murder people on a mechanical in a mechanical fashion.
but
It's not
Goldie,
like toys are being
but
murdered
Goldie, Mr. Potato Head spent a night in the box. The box is
prisons have
supposed to represent the.
no, the box is a prison term. It's solitary
I know.
confinement.
I
Have you not seen Shawshank Redemption? Or just any fucking prison? Have you not seen Recess? Have you not seen Recess where they put TJ in the box? But it's like a literal box. Like it's just but like that's what it's meant to
I
reference.
kind of
Just like
forgot about that episode. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, where Miss Finster throws him in the box and it spirals him into a mental breakdown.
Oh my god. Okay. Whatever. Point is, there's a lot of allegories that people have made over the years about Toy Story 3. I don't necessarily agree with every single one of them, and I especially don't agree with the Holocaust parallels, but it is definitely an interesting case study about, tyrants kind of taking control through some weird cult of personality. And I find that to be, at least
Relevant.
the relevant and compelling part of this. And
Andy is just like Poland when they decided to
shut the
surrender.
fuck up.
Andy is just
shut
like
the
France
fuck
when they
up.
decided to surrender.
I will fucking kick you again. I won't. I'm sorry.
Not physically, I hope.
Anyways, yeah, no, I think this is honestly a movie where like it's yeah, it's not a fucking Holocaust parallel, but it is a pretty dark and depressing movie for what it's trying to be, kind of regardless, because even if that's not the implications, I do feel like the classist implication of the nice toys get to stay in this room and the new toys only
Daycare.
they can
Or
only be
the preschool or whatever. The preschool.
yeah,
Or
like that.
whatever it is.
I think it's supposed to be I mean, if it's a daycare, yeah, it's probably preschoolers, but just that sort of
It
that
is
kind of
just like
has
the
kind
immigrant.
of, it still kind of has some fucked up implications.
And also it is just
So
kind of it does and I think it's I mean for one, I forgot to mention this at the beginning. I think the whole plot being structured around Andy now being 18 and going off to college and his childhood is essentially his childhood's over, he's going on to being an adult. That's a very natural, especially after Toy Story 2, where it is where that's definitely very much alluded to.
mhm,
It's a very natural progression for which I think is one of the reasons why Toy Story 3 works as a sequel.
mhm,
It's a natural progression of the story, you know.
mhm,
And I think that there is something that also and I think that contributes to why it kind of does feel like a sad movie because, it is kind of sad, I mean, when you're a kid it does feel kind of sad because when I was a kid watching it, I felt sad because it made me realize that one day I'm going to grow up and I'm not going to be into the things that I'm into. It kind of made me realize that. Well,
well,
more
joke's
so
on you, society. I'm still into a lot of the shit that you told me I'd only be still be into as a kid.
but you get what well, certainly your childhood is over. You've got adult
Yes,
responsibilities.
I got adult
And,
responsibilities, but
I'm an adult with the job and college, so I
I
have my
will
adult
say
responsibilities.
I will say one more thing about this movie. The ending scene where they're just accepting their fate, in the
Yeah,
trash.
I mean,
That didn't
I
make me
laughed
that
like
that scene didn't make me cry, but it did make me pretty sad because I
Oh,
mean,
was it you or maybe it was somebody else who said like the incinerator scene didn't make you cry, but like the ending where Andy's playing like where he's like showing all his toys, all the
no,
toys
that
to
wasn't
Bonnie.
me. I never cried at Toy Story 3. So
Okay, that might be somebody else that might be another friend of mine.
again, if
Friend
I
of ours.
cried at a movie or like a game, I'm putting that shit in S tier. So
But yeah, no, I cried when I was a kid, and I saw this movie in theaters, so
I
I
did
felt like I was
too.
there. Felt like
Mhm.
I was about to be burned to death. Little child Goldie.
Thankfully, they
And
get
I'm
out
like,
of it because of
yeah,
the
the
fucking ring.
aliens.
Yeah, because the aliens. They
I never loved those aliens more than ever in that scene.
and I guess
I've
it's just
never loved.
I honestly also like I guess like one last thing to kind of point out is that like the ending scene where they go to Bonnie's like house and like Andy like drops them off and then that's pretty much it with Andy.
I,
That was kind of satisfying. I don't know
it
why.
was satisfying, but also sad in a way. Like,
It was
I
sad,
think
but like it was satisfying.
it's definitely a scene that kind of feels sad when you're an adult because you kind of think about that moment you had in your life where whether you knew it or not, you were putting an end to your childhood and embarking on the rest of your life. You know what I mean? Whether you knew it at the time or not.
Hmm.
And Andy just like essentially saying goodbye to his childhood, especially after like, watching the first two movies. There is something very, it's melancholy, like it's not like tragic, but like, and it's, you know what I mean? It's just, well,
Hmm.
yeah, it's like you said, it's sad, but it's also like a little happy, but like, it's definitely a scene that hits for me.
It's hard for you.
It's hard for me. Almost as hard as a car.
But yeah, no, that's our like that's Toy Story 3 for you. I think it's an A tier. Again, there's some like narrative problems I have with it, but overall I think it's a pretty good movie. And
You ignored my segue.
only I can do segues. Anyways, um so we've had a decent track record so far. I mean, yeah, we had one bad
Yeah.
movie, but like
We had one pretty like boring movie, but like
the track record that seems to have been pretty good, right?
the track record.
And so I'm really excited to see what this next movie. Oh, oh,
What is what? What?
oh.
What? It's just a okay. Well, maybe this.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a second.
What? You're gonna leave me here? No, you can't just leave me here to talk about this movie all by myself. You can't just leave me. You can't just scream. You can't just leave me to talk about this movie by myself while you scream into a pillow. You can't. I can't do this by myself. I can't. Not this movie. Not this movie. I can't.
This movie's dog shit.
This movie sucks. Theatrics out of the way. This movie still sucks.
I don't know if you heard me screaming, by the way.
I did hear you screaming.
Dude, okay. So everyone says that oh, this is like, the absolute worst like, Pixar movie. Like I'm gonna be like real with you guys. This was a really, really hard one. This was like the first movie on this entire list that like I was really dreading whenever I was watching this. Because keep in mind, I also unfortunately saw this movie in theaters. And while back then in 2011 when this came out, I was kind of whatever about this movie. Holy shit, this movie pissed me off as an adult.
it pissed me
It
off.
genuinely did piss me off because it's just an idiot plot. It's an idiot plot.
It is an idiot plot where but the biggest idiot of all. I mean, no, it literally is an idiot plot. It literally is.
It's an idiot, dude. Okay.
Like by its design, it's an idiot plot. Like it's not an idiot plot in that it's holy shit. You're right. It's not an idiot plot in that the writers are just so lazy that it could only make sense that they're idiots. The design, the intention was that Mater is just an idiot that bumbles his way through everything.
But dude, you know what the fucking dumbest part about that is though? Because keep in mind, this is also supposed to be like a spy movie, which, by the way,
Yeah, you know,
because
we're not the first.
because the whole point is that like Mater gets Lightning McQueen to join, which by the way, dick fucking move on Mater to like force like Lightning McQueen to get into a race that he didn't ask for. By the way,
Didn't he want to like take an off season or something?
yeah, he
Like,
wanted to take an off season, but then Mater called into like the fucking Italian car's name. I don't even fucking know his name.
Carvino. I don't know. Your
And
guess is as good as mine.
and
Barbie.
he fucking like he was talking big game that like Lightning McQueen would beat him, and then and then the Italian car was talking shit to like Mater, in which my Lightning McQueen heard that, which by the way led up to a scene where Mater was snooping on Lightning and I don't even remember the female car's name. Sally, whatever the fuck.
That I remember.
So like the movie is already setting up that Mater is just kind of butting like himself in with everyone just in general. Not to
everyone's business.
Not to mention the scene that happened before that where, we see literal cars die, but we can ignore that for a second.
That's actually the best scene in the movie.
I mean,
funny.
I mean, it was pretty funny. Like, but not in the way, but not in the ways it was intended.
It is hilarious.
But so, and again, he's just kind of like, even like throughout like, that scene whenever they're in like Japan, and like Mater is just
being a nuisance.
He's just being time. Yeah, he's being a nuisance the entire time. Which then inadvertently leads him into thinking that, like, this secret agent group thinking he's also a secret agent, which that
is,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Characters that are meant to be, like, some of the world's top intelligence agents apparently can't realize that this obvious idiot is an idiot because they're idiots.
They're not his he's not their fucking
Like, you don't get it. He's just acting like an idiot. It's actually kind of genius. At least that's what they...
Can we also just mention the fact that the villain's plot is really fucking stupid in that he wants Big Oil to be big, like he wants that to be like a big thing. So you want to know what he does?
Well,
he sets up a natural gas company with like all like oil gas.
A natural eco gas company. So if he were to increase the price of oil, then that would just do nothing but bankrupt him.
And he does that because he doesn't like the fact that his parts aren't like being made anymore. Despite the fact that he's like a billionaire who can just, reinverse like his own version of said parts.
He's like a Land Rover. They still make those.
So, and that's not even getting into like the fact that like this is a Cars movie.
Also a spy movie.
But like
it's also a racing movie.
But that's what I was going to get into is that like
not really like
Cars. The first Cars movie was about the whole like whether you like the movie or not, it at least had like a decent like message, and also just like it had like a decent core of a message about not letting the fame get to you and not fit the car like the racing motif, right?
Yeah, and it knew what it wanted to be.
But Cars 2
It had
just
a concept and it executed it.
but Cars 2 just kind of puts the racing part to like aside.
Background, sometimes literally like in the background,
I mean, Lightning's
because
not even really like a character in this movie. He's barely even a supporting character. So,
yeah, like it
I'm sorry.
it
Like
just
I
doesn't.
dude
This movie,
I was literally by the way, I was literally DM like while I was watching this, I was literally DMing Goldie to
you
about how
DMing
much
me in like the middle of the night.
like it was so fucking good.
He was DMing me in like the middle of the night, like confiding in
Cause this
me.
shit fucking pissed me off so fucking much. Cause
And you threatened to make me watch it with you. You were so you were so miserable that you wanted to make me
Cause if I'm
miserable.
gonna be suffering, I don't want to suffer alone. Okay.
Yeah, you wanted to spread your suffering. That's how miserable you were.
The only good thing, there's only one good part about this movie. There's only one good part.
When that car gets like viciously and painfully tortured.
No. The only good part was whenever, like, granted, it should have been with a different character, but that's besides the point. Is when Mater deduced that it, like, that one guy was the main antagonist because of, like, some of the shit that he, like, said prior. And, like, that was during, like, the bomb scene. Like, that was at least a somewhat, like, interesting way to reveal your twist villain, is to, like, see if he could deactivate the bomb with his voice. I just wish it was done in a better way.
Yeah.
But man, I'm sorry, but people are correct to say that Cars 2 is one of like the worst main
It's
like big budgeted movies, like
this is
anime
the
movies.
first this is the first bad Pixar movie.
Well, I'd say Cars 1 is the first bad Pixar movie, but like this is definitely like this is when the
By
majority of
bad,
people.
I mean bad, bad. I mean bad movie. Cars is a boring movie to me. Cars 2 is a bad movie.
I still think both are bad, but this is when like most people started to see that Pixar was not.
They're losing their streak.
They're
They
losing.
lost their streak, actually.
They lost their. They're losing their edge, and oh boy, like so yeah, no, fuck this movie. I never want to see this movie ever again.
Never want. This movie will never eat lunch in this town again.
So, and you know what? Even like you know what the saddest thing about this movie is too.
This isn't even the
And
worst
this is
Pixar movie.
this well, you kind of slightly spoiled for it. This isn't even the worst Pixar movie in my opinion. But here's the other thing that is also pretty sad about this movie. For like a
What?
good like 5 to 6 years, every single time that a Pixar movie came out, I saw it in theaters. This was
Oh,
yeah. So I saw Cars 1, I saw Ratatouille, Wall-E, Up, and Toy Story 3. All of them I saw in theaters.
I mean, more
This
good
was
than
the
bad.
last one I saw in theaters for a while.
Oh, man.
That should tell you everything.
Check it. And well,
So yeah,
I
suffice to say, like, if that should tell you everything about how bad this movie was, if like I didn't end up seeing another Pixar movie in theaters for a while. So fuck this movie. Fuck this movie.
and well, unfortunately,
It doesn't get
it
better after this.
doesn't get better.
Because well, next movie we got does not
We're
make me
just
feel
gonna
very brave about.
we're just gonna have to put on a brave face and talk shit about Brave.
Okay. I've got a confession to make about Brave. I don't think this movie is like F tier bad, but it is D tier still.
It is D tier through and through.
It's just a movie that is like similar to Cars 1. It's just extremely boring.
Yeah,
Cause
I don't.
cause the Merida is just not really like she's just kind of annoying through most of the movie. Like she like because she wants to be able to become like a
She wants to.
warrior like princess, which that's a fair enough of like a motivation, but like she's just not an interesting character, you know?
It's kind of just like an angsty teen, but like
But
it's kind of
with
it. And
but
angsty
no
teens are
but no
awful.
redeeming qualities and doesn't really change for most of the movie until like near the very end. And even then,
Very end, when the writers realized that there was supposed to be like a character arc,
and it just didn't really work.
nothing really changes. Like, I guess her mom becomes more accepting of her. I guess through being a bear, you know.
Which that's a whole other thing that is just weird about this movie is that the whole tension in the movie is between Merida and her mom because because Merida's mom wants her to be like a formal princess,
Prim and
but
proper, like royal, like princess.
yes, but Merida doesn't want that. And so she goes out of her way to escape, you know, the castle, like her castle, and talks to like a witch in the woods. And it's basically like the whole "be careful what you wish for" sort of story where she wishes like her like like a basically a potion to like help her mom see through things or whatever, but it turns her into a bear.
Why did it turn her into a bear?
I think
Is it just poor choice of words? I never.
I think it was poor choice of words or some bullshit like that. Again, it's the whole "be careful what you wish for" thing.
Fairly Odd Parents episode, but worse.
So it literally is.
Great.
It literally does kind of feel like a shitty Fairly Odd Parents like
A late,
a
a
post to.
late
It does kind of feel like a post 2008 Fairly Odd Parents episode.
post poof to that Fairly Odd Parents episode.
Um, and I'm not gonna lie, it does kind of just that whole like plot like the whole bear plot line just kind of drags on. Not to
They
mention her little
they just
brothers also turn into bears.
for no reason.
Well, because they have like some
Eat the
cookies that had
biscuits or
they
something,
eat
or
the
the
biscuit.
cookies.
Yeah, or, like they had like the biscuits that also had like the potion in it,
For
which
some reason.
for some reason, and then near the very end where like apparently Merida was able to like get the tapestry that like can save her mom from like staying as a bear forever. It also fixes them, even though that's a completely different curse. And then
Sure,
and then there's also
fine.
like this other bear who's like the antagonist, but not
Yeah,
really.
who was once a guy, but then he became a bear, and he didn't turn back into a guy at the right time. So now he's just a bear. Like, so his whole backstory is kind of fucking pointless.
I'm just gonna be straight up. He's also just straight up not a villain.
It's a bear. He's a bear. I don't care if he used to be a man. He hasn't been a man for like 50 fucking years. Who cares? He's a bear. It's just a bear.
Basically, the whole point that we're trying to make is that this is a very confused movie, and it doesn't help that a lot of this. It doesn't help that the scenes themselves are very boring, and it especially doesn't help that this is like. I feel like this is the first Pixar movie that just doesn't look like a
Feel
Pixar
like a
movie.
Pixar movie.
Well, it just doesn't look like a Pixar movie. It just looks like
Like it
a
doesn't
lower
feel
tier.
like one.
I mean, you.
Pixar's never been known for like their princess stuff. That's always been Disney's
Yeah,
turf.
this was their first and so far only attempt at a princess movie.
And I think I would rather they keep it that way, because again, that's more so Disney's thing.
That is definitely not Pixar's top
And maybe
choice.
that's probably what they learned after this movie, that we just don't do princesses. You know,
The
it's unfortunate, because if I could say anything good about this movie is that I like the sort of Celtic, like sort of
Yeah,
like
that's the thing that
aesthetics.
I think that's what's disappointing for me more because I love like medieval like ancient medieval fantasy shit. That's like my thing, right?
Yeah, and this sort of like pagan, like old Scottish slash Irish, like kind of folklore type shit that you kind of see a bit of in like How to Train Your Dragon, though that's a little bit more Nord focused, but like it's that's more no but that's more Nords. Like this is like the
This is
Celtic stuff is not really it's an interesting aesthetic that could
they
be made into a,
but they
but
but here's the thing as well. They don't even really utilize the Celtic thing much either because like this isn't
I
even
don't
based
know if there's any
this isn't based off of anything sort of specific like Celtic lore.
are there any legends where people's moms turn into bears?
Not moms.
Not moms. What
But
about
so yeah,
what about
I guess that's kind of my thing is the only like this movie thankfully also does have a really good scene and that's specifically at like the archery tournament where in order to like where Merida steps up to her mom by just straight up you know winning at every single like thing at like the archery tournament
yeah,
and
like challenge?
specifically when she splits the other like the that one guy's arrow with her own arrow.
Yeah.
That is a pretty cool scene. I will give them that. And
Unfortunately, it was. I'm sorry, Slab, but that was only made cool because they wanted something to put in this trailer because they realized that this movie was really boring.
I guess the only other reason why I am putting this in F tier is at least they have like the look of like this sort of like medieval slash Celtic you know place in like Scotland. Like they nailed that aspect. They just needed a better fucking
Their
script.
story to set it
They
within.
they needed a better script.
Yeah,
So that's why
I
I'm
can't
putting
get
it
over
in
the.
D tier.
I can't get over the fact how useless those triplets are in this movie. There's something I feel a level of hatred towards.
I
How
mean,
utterly useless they are. They don't talk. They don't really do anything of importance.
well,
They're just kind of there, and
let me
they
remind
have a
you of
name.
like the era in which this movie came out
Marketing,
of.
marketing. I know,
So
marketing. Specifically, bear. I mean, they only turned into bear cubs so they could put that in the trailer, and people could, think baby animals are cute. Yes, baby animals are cute, but you're gonna need a little bit more than that to sell your movie to me. I'm not some brainless twit. Okay, are we done? Are we done being brave? Because I'm
hey,
ready to get.
are your favorite movies college movies, Goldie?
I'm ready. I'm ready to get scared again. I want to get scared. I'm done being brave. I want to be scared.
So you you love your college movies, right?
I am a college student, so I feel like it would be very relatable. That being said, I've
Don't you
never
want to go to
seen.
Monsters University then?
I do want to go to university, but I don't want to go to Moo. I don't want to go to Moo. That's not really my school of choice.
Monsters University.
Monsters University, or as I affectionately started calling it only a couple days ago, meh.
What a fucking streak, by the way.
Fucking streak, by the way. That's my line, by the way. You can't use that.
I don't care. But dude, we
You know
Cars
what?
2, Brave, Monsters University.
University,
What a fucking
definitely a streak. I mean, I will say this. That little streak does get at least it gets better over time, but
This is
not
still a this is still
really.
a D tier movie, dude. Don't
This
even
is
try to
still
argue otherwise.
this is still like a D tier movie. It's a bit of a higher D tier than for me than Cars and Brave,
It's still a bad
but
movie. And a very, very, very disappointing prequel. Because this is a
yeah,
prequel.
it's a prequel to one of your
One of my favorite
eight.
movies. And so because of that, I'm mad about this movie. I'm mad.
You're mad.
I'm
Well,
mad.
I went to see I Mad. That's the name of your university. I Mad
That
Universe.
no, you have to have a U in it. I don't
Yeah,
have a U in it.
I Mad University. I am you. I am you. I'm you. No, that's but like I saw this movie in theaters. I remember because my
Wow,
mom took a picture
I
of
didn't.
me. My mom took a picture of me in front of the movie theater for no reason. So I and it's hung up in the house. So like it's me it's such a time capsule because it's me standing next to like the showing list. And so we went to see Monsters University, but also there's like World War Z and like all other
Oh
movies that
no!
came out in that same year. Yeah, movies that came. I looked back on it. That was a horrible box office weekend, by the way. Back in like what year did this come out?
2013.
2012?
2013.
2013. That was a so yeah, you can see like little middle school Goldie with his ugly haircut and his ugly face next to an ugly box office showing. So I remember seeing this movie in theaters and I quite enjoyed it. But that being said, as an adult and as one who now has experience in college, granted community college, but what can I do? College is expensive. This movie's kind of boring. It's it's boring in a different way where like it's not so boring where you turn it off. You put up with it, but like you don't really remember anything when you're done. You kind of just it's a lot like going to class in a way. You kind of put up with it. You sit through, you wait until it's over, and then you leave and then you kind of move on with your life. So in that sense, Monsters University does deliver on giving you sort of the experience of taking a college course that you kind of don't really want to take, but like you
Except
need the credit.
that's except
So
that's not even like the focus of half of the movie. Half the movie is based off of this stupid
it's
tournament.
scare games, which is I don't doesn't really need to be in a college setting to begin with.
Well,
But also
again,
just
you know, say say the thing that you always say about this movie for us.
okay, I'm sorry. I knew I was gonna laugh midway through that. Okay. John Lasseter with his Hawaiian shirt walked into the studio one day and decided that he wanted to make a college film. And because he's John Lasseter, they really couldn't dispute that, so they made a college film. In the same way that when they made Cars 2, John Lasseter with his Hawaiian shirts walked into Pixar Studios one day and said he wanted to make a spy film because he just rewatched like James Bond that weekend and he really liked it and he wants to make that. But Disney was like, "Well, can you make it Cars?" He's like, "Fine." So in the same way that John Lasseter with his Hawaiian shirt watched, I don't know, Animal House or something, he walked in and was like, I want to make a college film. And Disney was like, well, can you make it monsters? And he's like, sure, I guess. I don't know what else
And
to say
that's
about
how
it.
the movie was made.
That's how the movie was made, and I don't really know what else to say about this movie. Because it's not, there's nothing really here for me to cling on to that's like bad in the same way that I could with Cars 2, or even something that's like
Oh,
notably
there's some
mediocre
stuff
like
that
Brave.
is bad from this movie I can cling on to.
I think you're the one who has the beef here because you have more of a connection to Monsters Inc. So
So
I'm gonna let you speak.
So obviously, besides the fact that this movie is a prequel and it completely ignores some of the lines that Monsters Inc. kind of established between Mike and Sully, and sort of their building up of a relationship.
Remember fourth grade?
Well, here's my thing about this movie, and this may sound like it may not be a problem at first, but once you really think about it, it does kind of breed a bit of a toxic mentality. I don't like the messaging of this movie, or at least the way in which they went about the messaging for this movie. Because the whole message of this movie um, is basic.
Mike wants to be a scarer, but
Yeah,
everybody tells him that he's not scary enough to be one.
yeah, and well, and that pretty much culminates near the very end where you know
They're at that lake.
he goes to the
In the
human world,
world.
which by the way, it's never established that he ever went to the human world in the previous movie, but that's the point. And nobody's scared of him. And
Which is bullshit. Because I think if I was 9 years old, I'd be very fucking terrified if I saw that in my cabin. I think I'd be more scared. I mean, I know everybody on TikTok fucking says this, but I'd be more scared of Mike than I would be of Sully.
I mean, that's a very valid response. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that the message of the movie is that sometimes what you're passionate about does not automatically mean you're going to be good at it. Which
And that's
that
a
wouldn't
good
necessarily
message
be a
to have.
terrible message. It's just the problem is that like
It kind of,
half the people there like treat Mike like absolute dicks throughout the process of that,
yeah.
and that
Even
just
characters
rubs
you're
me the wrong
supposed to
way.
kind of side with, kind of, yeah. Sorry, you go on.
So, and I just feel like they hammered that message in a way that honestly makes it feel like, hey, what you're passionate about, you're not going to be good at all, and everyone's going to make fun of you for it.
Yeah. So it feels more like a know your place kind of message rather than what you said earlier about you're not going to be automatically good at something just because you want to be.
And I really cannot like
Yeah,
stand that.
and I reject that mentality. Like like because yeah, I feel like that's kind of a fucked up toxic message of like it feels more like a know your place kind of message. You're not this, don't be this. You're good at this. Don't even try to be good at what you want to be. Just be good at what we've already predestined you to be good at anyways.
And that has always rubbed me the wrong way. Now,
Yeah.
obviously,
As
like I said, that like you know, I know what they like the intention was is that they wanted to present it as if like hey, like maybe something that you're passionate about, maybe like there's some alternatives to that
yeah,
which you're good
which
at.
is which is
But the
something that
movie
you very
doesn't.
commonly.
But the movie doesn't present it like that
Yeah,
at
it feels more
all.
like it feels like something Mike had to be forced into through circumstance, or just through like accept it, like begrudging acceptance.
Yeah, and it.
Because like that's a
Yeah.
good message to have, especially for like a film for a story that will be set in college. That will be a good message to have of sort of coming in with an initial passion, but then over time discovering another one that you have that you grow to enjoy more than the other one. And that's something that happens like all the fucking time in college.
Hmm.
But it went but you're right, it went about it in a way that again makes it seem more like a just give up and know your place kind of message.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I find that to be like extremely fucked up.
Yeah,
So
and to be fair, I feel like that wasn't intentional on the writer's part. I highly doubt that that's what
I
they were
know it
trying to
wasn't
do.
intentional, but like that's what I'm trying to point out is that it ended
They
up being like that anyways.
yeah, and I think that kind of ruins the movie a little bit, kind of. You know, especially when we live in a world where you're constantly told to shut up and give up and know your place.
Yeah,
It's definitely
that certainly doesn't fucking help either.
it's a very confusing. It's a very confusing message.
So, I mean, there's I think that's ultimately my biggest core issue with this movie. There's other problems with this movie, including the fact that, you know, I don't really care for the secondary characters in this movie really as much. I just find them to be just kind of whatever. And
Yeah,
again, the scare games, side plot in air quotes drags on for way, 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 way longer than it should have. And
feels like it just kind of hijacks the movie.
mhm. That being said, though, um, I'd say the reason why I'm not putting this in F tier is honestly kind of how they handled Randall, or at least the concept of how they handled Randall, where the reason why he's, kind of a dickhead in the, Monsters Inc. is because of a sour relationship that he had with Mike, and that's why he's very spiteful with Mike.
Yeah.
I wish they would have explored that
Which-
more, though.
Yeah, I just wish that was done better.
So I'd say this is probably like at least a better movie than both Cars 1 and Brave, but it's still in a D tier spot.
Yeah,
So
we're in the D tier era. Not really, because Cars 2 is still an F tier, but you know what I mean.
yeah, disappointment to say the least.
Disappointed to say the least. That movie is pretty mediocre both outside and inside, you know?
If you're gonna be
Both on
doing
its surface
stupid segues,
and
I
on
will
general.
kick you out again.
Can I give me a set number? What's my max? Can I just do like can I just
You're
do like
already
two?
at your max. You've already done like 5 of them.
I want to do like two more. I want to end on an odd
No,
number.
we're not doing that. It's my show. Inside Out. So
Wow. Wow.
So, funny enough, this was like, I think the last movie I saw in theaters, like Pixar related, for a long time. I didn't see Monsters University or Brave in theaters, which that was probably for the best. And I saw
Yeah,
this.
probably.
And this is an interesting movie because this is one of the movies from the 2010s by Pixar that is praised as being one of the better movies of that decade. Because, well,
Better one.
let's be real here. The last 3 movies, no bueno, not good.
No bueno.
And
Inside Out.
and frankly,
Bueno.
and frankly, we're unfortunately going to be talking about some more movies from the 2010s that also were really, 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 really not good. And so, in comparison, Inside Out definitely was a breath of fresh air, especially since this was a newer, this was an original story, and the concept itself is not actually inherently a bad one because it's basically the whole idea of like how how do humans even control their own emotions. That's not inherently a bad thing, and this movie I think does have some ideas that are creative in and of themselves, especially going through like the human mind and whatnot. And there are some really good parts of this movie. But I think it's best you mention this.
Yeah, you can tell that I'm a little quiet right now. Because, wow, great. Now you're the one with, like, the positive view, and I'm the one who's, like, gonna come in being negative. I don't understand anything that you're saying right now because I don't understand this concept at all. I don't like the concept of it. I the I understand what you mean because you're talking about execution, which is valid because that's what it's all about. But I don't understand. I don't. My brain is
You
just
realize that I'm agreeing with you, by the way. I was just pointing out the positives of the movie.
okay, fairly noted. Anyways, as I was saying, I just don't under my brain is just filled with it's
Do
just
you like this movie, yes or no? Just
I like the out of this movie, but I don't like the inside.
that didn't answer my question. It's a yes or no.
I like the human parts. I like the parts where you're outside of Riley's head and you're experiencing this sort of journey that she has to take, this sort of adjustment from her old life in Minnesota to this new life in San Francisco, and sort of the issues that come across, and maybe I don't relate to it as much because I never really moved as a kid, so like I guess I kind of don't.
I
It's a little bit more difficult for me to understand, but like I get it and I think it's done very well. But
But do you think that this is one of Pixar's best movies?
no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's not even in my top 10. It's not even in my top 10. It's not. I'm sorry. I can't
How
get behind.
dare you, Goldie, slandering the second best movie of the 2010s for Pixar? How dare you?
What a shame.
I I just can't get behind the concept because I don't I just think of Meet Dave, okay? I just think of Meet Dave with Eddie Murphy, where it's just a bunch of tiny little people controlling a robot. I don't
Oh
see
my
the humans.
god. That
I
okay. It's
I
really
know that's an
funny that
obscure reference.
it's really funny that you referenced that because I can totally see it.
I don't I don't see like the people acting on their own volition. I see them being controlled by little entities within them. And I know that's the point because like when you really think about it, we are controlled by our emotions and our fears and our bullshit. Like I get it, but like that's still us. That's me. That's my brain. That's not the I think when you personify that, it just gets kind of weird. Like, it's because then it just feels more like possession because there's a separate entity with its own emotions and its own personality and its own sense of individuality that's inside this head when it's supposed to be a segment of somebody else's individuality. And then you get an inception loop where you're thinking like, well, what the hell does this thing does Bill Hader fear or does Phyllis from The Office sadness? Like does she have like a fear, sadness, hate, disgust, and all this stuff? I don't. It's this weird inception loop that I'm thinking way too much on, but it doesn't
Bro,
make
it's not
sense to
that
me.
deep, man.
I know it's not that deep, but I just can't even get the surface level concept. Trying to understand it is like trying to hammer myself in the head with a Fisher Price hammer. Like I just, it's tedious, and I just can't. Nothing gets done. Nothing gets done. It just can't. It does not register. But I put it in a C because at the very least I enjoy like half of the movie's scenes. I just wish that was like the whole movie. And it was just like a movie about Riley and her parents and not like about uh and not about all these weird little things inside her head
Yeah, I think
telling
I've
her
got
not to
some
be
bad. I think
false.
I've got some bad news for our audience here.
You agree with me?
I agree with you. I'm sorry, guys, but like he has a point. Goldie has a point.
I
Because
do.
well, here's the thing. I'm gonna expand even on what you talked about because you have a problem with the fact that there's like little people that are inside of Riley's head and everyone's head in this movie who like control their people's emotions, right?
Right.
Do the emotions have emotions themselves in their heads?
That's what I mean. It's like an Inception loop. It's just like
It's yeah, like that's where the concept breaks for me, because that then raises the questions. Okay, so and here's the thing as well. In the movie, it also showcases that the emotions can have other emotions as well, like joy. Yeah, like she's like happy for most of the movie. She does cry at the very end, like near the end of the movie, and it's like,
yeah,
okay, is there, like, does she also have her own version of like joy,
sad.
sadness, fear, anger, disgust in her
Yeah.
head? And then
What's
it
the
and then it raises the question, do those emotions also have their own emotions? Like,
and if and if and if that's not the case, if only those single personifications have their own emotions, then does that mean that they are autonomous and humans in this universe aren't autonomous?
which that raises a
Just
whole other philosophical debate on whether or
this
not
feels very
whether or not humans even have free will in that universe, and that's frankly a conversation that I think is a bit fucked up, but not in like the usual good Pixar way.
I think it's fucked up in the sense that yes, humans do have free will. There is self-determination. Not everything is predestined. Get your head out of your ass. Nihilistic douchebag. Yes, free will exists. And I will use my free will to slap you in the face if you start nihilism dumping on me again. Please. Not you, not
I know,
you, but like
I know,
hypothetical nihilist that we're talking about. They
but
watched like one,
but that's unfortunately like some like it's once you start having like these thoughts, the movie starts breaking, and that's kind of where like at least the biggest problem with the movie is that like the world building, it just does not work in this movie. That being said, though, I do think that there are some interesting, like I think the world building would have worked if they didn't use the emotion parts in like a control center. Ironically enough, I think
that's
like,
what I mean. That's why it feels like Meet Dave, because like it's a control. Okay, here's a
or like
question I'm gonna
or
ask
like that
you.
one episode from Doctor Who. I don't know, you don't know it, but like there's a
I don't know,
similar thing that there is this that all you need to know is that like there's like a bunch of little people who get hired to kill Mr. Hodor, and they're controlling so
Doctor. Okay, I have a question to ask you though. So, okay, so laughs aside, there's a control panel in my head, right? I live in this universe. There's a control panel in my head. It's
yes,
got buttons, it's got levers.
yes,
It's a modern computer system.
of course.
What did it look like to what did the human mind look like back in like 1830 when there was no computers and there was no buttons? Was it just this like steampunk like what did that look like?
It's
What did that look like?
a
Did
steering
it
wheel, a
always look like
steering wheel, a steering wheel. There you go. There's your answer.
was it
Steering
a,
wheel.
yeah, was it a ship?
It was a
What did
steering
that look
wheel.
like though? How do you make that look like while still making it seem like it's you see what I mean? This makes no fucking sense. And I feel like I've been screaming at a wall for the past like how long has this movie been out? Like
10
10
years.
years?
Yeah, 10
I
years.
feel like I've been screaming at a wall for the past 10 years because even when I was like a teenager when this movie came out, I was like, I don't get it. This is weird. This is stupid. I feel like I've been screaming at walls and no one's listening to me except you. Now
Anyways,
we're both
as
screaming.
I was trying to say, I think I like the world building that's outside of the control center a bit more, because I at least like the concept of the idea of which memories are stored in the like in like a giant like field in the back, and also
In the back of your head, you get it?
well,
It's
yeah,
funny.
exactly. And like that little like ditch basically being where like everything forgotten just kind of fades into
Nice.
obscurity. Like, if there's parts of like that whole world building that I like, it's those aspects. It's just the main part with the control center just breaks shit if it's like just straight up, characters that are just straight up emotions. And
I know this is... Go on, I'm sorry.
and I guess it's just like I will admit there were parts of the movie that I thought were kind of funny. Whether you're gonna agree with me or not, Goldie, I specifically during the scene where it's like, Riley and her parents, and it's basically their emotions like going to war with each other. That was like really kind of a funny scene. So this movie's just, I feel like out of all the movies that is on this list, I feel like this is the most middle of the road Pixar movie for me. Like it's like basically on the border between like a C and a B, because there's good ideas in this movie, but there's also some bad ideas in this movie.
There's good ideas and there's also bad ideas. There's good executions and there's also bad executions.
I just don't know if I want to put it in B or C. I'm not putting it in a tier between, because you know me, I don't do that shit.
I would just put it in a C because I think it's just I would put it in a C. Because I just think half of it works and half of it doesn't. Like,
here's
I'm gonna.
here's a bit of a spoiler though. The next 4 movies that we're gonna be talking about, I'm not gonna have good things to talk about though. That's the thing.
We can't. We have to judge these movies in a vacuum. We can't. I mean, we can't like. I know precedence and like significance is somewhat of a.
Fuck it, I'm putting it in a B. I don't care. I think I like this movie more than I don't, but it has some serious problems. So, and I do agree with you that it is an overrated movie. So
I do think it's overrated. I think a lot of our criticisms are we're definitely going to expand a little bit more on these criticisms when we get to Soul.
Yes,
I think in terms of how you can do a concept similar to Inside Out correctly, but we've still got
a long ways to go. We've still got a whole other half of a decade to go through, and we thought this was going to be a short stream. No,
we still got some slop to trudge through.
Which, speaking of slop, Good Dinosaur.
Like, no.
More like Bad Dinosaur.
I hate this fucking movie, Dinosaur.
Yeah, this is F tier. I'm sorry.
Like Thor Ragnarok.
Okay. Let's just get the positive out of the way.
This movie looks good. When you don't see
it has good design. It has really decent, landscapes. It is a good visual visual tech piece.
But Arlo's design is absolutely infuriating. He is infuriatingly out of place. The dinosaurs are and even the little human boy, the little human dog monkey boy. They're infuriatingly out of place.
You ruined my joke.
I did?
I was about to say it looks nice. And I was gonna trail off.
Yeah.
This movie sucks.
Movie sucks. Can we move on?
No, we talked about we talked about Cars 2. We have to talk about this.
I don't want to talk about Daryl or whatever his name is.
Oh, so okay. Here's the thing about this movie. It is a good tech demo. That is it. And I don't mean in the sense that this movie has no dialogue like WALL-E, because no, it has plenty of dialogue. It's
too much dialogue.
Too much dialogue. And frankly, this is a bit of a sad thing for me to say because we've talked about some pretty good movies that are basically about the journey that we've appreciated. Finding Nemo, Wall-E, Up, some of the best movies that where the journey to going back to where everyone needs to go. That was like the best part. Here's the thing though. You have to make the way in which those movies work is that you have to have really good characters to make it work. And unfortunately, Arlo is just not a good character. He's not a main protagonist that really is all that special to begin with.
Even likable.
Or even likable.
Or even tolerable.
He's just
And
constantly... Like, he has the same problem that I have with a lot of... Well, he has the same problem that I had with the fucking protagonist of Star Wars Resistance, where he wouldn't shut the fuck up. And it doesn't help that his, like, this whole, like, motivation is kind of, like, a little bit petty, because, well, god damn it, I can't...
What? You're not thinking about... You're not... You're not thinking about the river, ain't you? You're not thinking about that very sad scene at the river, at that mudslide.
Okay. I shit you not when I say that I genuinely bursted laughing out loud when I saw Arlo's dad die.
Moss's death, it is not.
He just straight up looked like he did not want, like he didn't give a fuck. He just did not want to be in this movie.
And not in the cool way.
Not in the cool way. He just, like, accepted his fate. And, like, that's the thing that motivates Arlo, like, kind of for a big chunk of the movie. But, like, here's the thing, is that, like, his dad was already kind of iffy about Arlo to begin with, because, you know, he's not as strong as everyone else. So it just kind of becomes this sort of, you know, like, basically Arlo trying to prove something that, like, he can't really do anyways.
Do...
So, I don't know. I think what also is kind of annoying about this movie is that it barely even has a plot. Like, it has a plot, but, like...
They're just walking.
It's mostly, like, it's Arlo's trying to come back home after, like, he, you know, got lost in
the monsoon or the mudslide or whatever.
Yes. But again, he's just not that enjoyable of a character, and it doesn't help. The kid.
And the monkey dog human boy doesn't really talk, so, like, there's nothing really to... There's no personality, and he doesn't really have any personality outside of being a monkey dog caveman thing, so, like...
I know what they were trying to do with that. They were trying to do, like, the whole, like, you know, human-animal reversal, where the humans act more like animals than, you know, the dinosaurs do. But it didn't really... It was not executed the same way that Wall-E was when it comes to, like, the human-robot allegory. It was kind of boring. So, and it didn't help that, like, well, this movie, as you've already alluded to, has some seriously ugly, like, character models. Designs. And it's especially made worse with the drug scene. The moment I saw that, I knew this was going to be an F-tier movie. Like, immediate, like, that was the moment I said F-tier.
Yeah. And before then, I had never really seen a Pixar movie be ugly, you know? Like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, like I
ugly.
mean, again, Toy Story 1, it came out in 1995. It was the first of its kind. Yeah, you can definitely say that that's a movie that's ugly nowadays, but for the time, it was a pretty big deal. It
The
gets a
time.
pass. I may think it's a bit overrated, but I do think that it is like it gets a pass because it was amongst one of the first, if not the first.
Yeah, it's yeah.
But The Good Dinosaur, I swear to you, has some scenes that are just like the landscapes themselves decent for the most part, but the character models just do not work with each other in this movie at all. And there are certain scenes with said character models which make this one of the ugliest Pixar movies I have seen. And even the landscape part, that's not even like true for like for the third act, because you know whenever it starts like getting like rainy near like the third act, it kind of looks a bit dull. Like it adds like
I
it adds like like some weird like World at War Modern Warfare 3 filter.
actual some piss filter,
Not piss filter, no, the gray filter. Like it
some
adds
MW3 gray
or like
green filter.
or like World at War or something. Like it's such a weird contrast. So yeah, no, suffice to say, there's a reason why people consider this to be like one of Pixar's worst. I'm inclined to agree.
I'm inclined to agree.
So
F tier. Our second F tier.
now here's the real question for you. Which one do you think is worse? Cars 2 or Good Dinosaur?
Good dinosaur. Good dinosaur.
Damn.
There's just nothing. There's nothing I enjoy from Good Dinosaur. I don't know. I hate both of them, but I feel like I don't know. I guess it's just a matter of what do I find more annoying, I guess.
Fair enough. All right, let's next movie. Finding Dory.
Finding Dory, we're getting a little better.
This one makes me sad cuz like this is, I feel like, one of the more divisive movies because there's some people who like this one and then there's some people who don't. I can see I can see why some people would like this movie. I mean, yeah, like it doesn't hold like it still doesn't like hold a candle compared to the first Finding Nemo because like the first Finding Nemo I think is just a fantastic movie all around.
Yeah.
And there are some like cool again, like similar to Inside Out. It does have some cool and unique ideas, specifically the idea of, this being a movie that does like a lot of the theme of this movie is stuff like disability, but
Oh
it
yeah, well,
doesn't
people with
but it doesn't
disabilities.
treat it as a negative. It treats it as just something that is just a thing and
You,
it's
you
not like,
work around.
yeah, like, and I like that messaging. Um and even just expanding on Dory's character cuz like she was already pretty good in Finding Nemo, but like expanding on her, story in this, I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, because there wasn't really much you know. No, I mean you know her personality, but there's not much you know like really about her.
Yeah, and like
Like she just
I
kind of comes
really
out of.
basically
I mean, she
you can hear,
literally comes out of nowhere in the in the
yeah, like,
movie. She
yeah,
literally kind
like
of comes
she
out of nowhere.
exactly. And this kind of helps, rectify a few of like the weird like narrative stuff that was in Finding Nemo. So you can tell I really really want to like this movie. They just I just feel like they didn't really do too much with this movie though.
You,
You, you know?
you think they? You just think it could have had a bit more of an emotional edge or something like that?
Pretty much. Yeah, cuz like
I think it just could have been a little bit more impactful.
I think what really did kill the momentum for me with this movie was like the constant flashback scenes that kept happening. It it ruined the pacing of this movie. Like, if that would have been reserved for like specific sections of the movie, I think that would have worked a bit better. But because it's so sporadic, it breaks the pacing up. So I don't know.
It takes place in the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and I went there once.
You did go there, which I will
I
admit that
did
is
go
kind
there
of. I will
when I
say
was
this.
15.
I will say
Awesome.
this about this movie that I think is actually kind of, I don't want to say funny, but it's just something that I find a bit quirky. Is that like, Marlin and Nemo, they are like literally inches away from Dory at points. So like you're like she's right there. Like I don't know.
They found her. They found her, but not really.
Like I don't know if I like that or not. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly just kind of have similar feelings to this as I have Inside Out. Is that like it's another just kind of movie that I feel like does good things, but also not so great things. I don't know. I think I'm probably leaning more towards a C on this one, but like it's like a light C or like a high C, excuse
Yeah,
me.
I
Like
see. I think I'd rather watch this than Inside Out, but there's just it's fine. It's a fine movie. It's
yeah.
fine.
hmm
It's not bad.
I don't
It's
agree with
not
people saying this is one
boring.
of the worst Pixar movies. It's not.
No fucking way. And we're gonna,
But
we
it is unfortunately a very flawed movie. So I don't know.
it could use a little more umph, I
Yes.
guess.
Yes.
It could use a little bit
That
more
said,
umph.
thankfully it's not the most offensive sequel.
Yeah,
So
okay, okay, I think I know a good way to compare this. It's not exactly a Toy Story 2, but it's still better than a Monsters University.
or Cars too.
Yeah. Like,
Which yeah. Which speaking of Cars,
speaking of cars,
somehow after the travesty that was
all that
Cars 2, they made a third one. Somehow.
somehow.
Now, here's the thing about this Cars movie. I've heard a lot of like talk saying like from people online saying that this is easily the best Cars movie and that it's actually good. And it has like a decent enough of a, plot. It has some pretty emotionally impactful moments. I've heard all sorts of stuff people like, glazing this movie up to being one of the best, surprisingly decent, movie that fixes a lot of the problems that Cars has. Did it though?
I mean, some of the biggest flaws with cars is that the concept itself is just doesn't work.
Yeah, again,
In a
just
similar way
we
to
did.
Inside Out has a concept that just doesn't work. It's just that Inside Out's concept's just not obviously flawed.
Yeah, like it's one of those. Yeah, like that's the thing is. Here's the thing about Cars 3 that I at least respect it for is that it actually kind of this might sound weird, but it had a very similar message to Monsters University, and I do think they did it better in this movie. I will just straight up say it. But like because the whole idea is though I it is kind of weird seeing them do like the whole like Lightning McQueen, you're getting too old for this sort of thing.
You're getting too old
Which
for
I
this.
found that to be more hilarious because you can
He's a
clearly
car.
well,
He doesn't look any different than he ever has, so like you kind of have to be told
so
that.
I will admit, like, I found that part to be like really funny. I know that wasn't intentional, but like I just find that part to be pretty funny. Um and well, here's the other part that I did also kind of neglect to talk about Cars 1. The only other good part about that movie, and I don't care what you say, Goldie, Chick Hicks returns in this movie. I forget
Rex
him.
does return in this movie in like a cameo though.
He's not a good villain in Cars 1. He's just one of those where he's more of a
He's a
meme villain.
character you
He's
don't
more of a
exactly.
meme villain for me than like an actual genuinely good villain.
Yeah. Yeah.
So him returning kind of like that made me smile. At least just kind of in like the haha meme funny way.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, it does at least handle the whole idea of like, you know, like the path that you're going, like, like your passion slash path, like, path or whatever.
Changes.
It changes
Older you
over
get.
time, and it's definitely done better here, especially with the introduction of like the trainer. I forgot her name, but like the trainer car here, and how Lightning
It's
eventually learns to
famous
become
quotes.
Cruz, and how Lightning eventually learns to become sort of like a
Like a Doc
mentor.
Hudson type figure.
Yes, for her,
And it's
and
kind of a nice like it's kind of a nice like it's not a bookend, but it's sort of like a I don't know what you call it.
but like a passing the torch sort of moment.
Yes, a passing of the torch.
That being said, though, this movie still unfortunately suffers from a lot of the flaws that the other Cars movies had. First of all, the concept, and second of all, the characters themselves. Like, while I think they are just a smidge better than the ones from Cars 1 and 2, there's still not really a lot of personality here.
Yeah, there's just
Like,
I never really found myself feeling anything.
and it doesn't help that there's still some really, really like obnoxious scenes, specifically like the extreme stunts section, which I just groaned more at than like thoroughly enjoyed. So I hate being that guy, but like yes, this is the best Cars movie, but like I'm still gonna put it at a C tier. There's much better Pixar movies out there. So I don't know, do you have anything else to say?
Oh, I really don't feel anything towards this movie.
So what tier?
I where do I put where do I put something I feel nothing for?
I guess at that point you can. If you feel nothing for it, that's probably a bad sign. So probably a D tier.
Yeah, probably a D tier. I feel nothing for this movie.
Dang, not a single Cars movies in the good.
No, they're all either D or F. It's a shit franchise. Who cares?
Yeah, I would much rather watch Toy Story 1 and Finding Dory.
Oh no.
I'm not excited to talk about this next one.
Yeah, I'm not excited to talk about this one
But we
either.
have to have this conversation, and I have to have this conversation, unfortunately, with all of you watching in chat. This next movie, Coco.
This is where the hot takes come back.
We have to have this conversation. So, you could probably tell by my tone that I have massive, massive problems with this movie.
You got problems. I've got them too.
Problems is like an understatement. So, first of all, the messaging of the movie. So, the messaging of this movie is basically about, family, right? That's like the whole like theme of the movie is about family and about like, I don't want to say legacy, but just kind of more so like preserving like um basically like
Value.
valuing like the people that are close to you, like in your like life, right?
But Sly,
And here's
what if the people that are close to you in
hey
your
hey hey
life
hey
are
hey hey
kind
no
of
no 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 don't steal my because I know what you're doing. I'm trying to build this up.
okay?
Because here's the thing, is that like that's definitely like something that a lot of people can relate to because a lot of people do have really close connections with their family and their relatives, and that can be something that could help bring someone a bit closer to like their family. But here's the thing, um so this is gonna be a bit of a rare thing for me to talk about on this channel because you probably have noticed out of like the 11 years that I've been like on YouTube and Twitch, you guys have probably noticed that I don't like talking about my family, or I rarely ever talk about my relatives or my family. I purposely dodge the question. There's a reason for that. And it's because, well, besides the fact that like I like they most of the time like they don't like being, in the public eye anyways, that's just not their thing. Let's just say that as someone who has been through the ringer as far as dealing with some pretty fucked up shit behind the camera as far as personal drama, I do take a bit of an issue when it comes to how this movie presents family drama because right at the get-go in the first 15 20 minutes of the movie, Miguel's family and specifically his grandma, I'm just gonna just straight up say it, she's a fucking asshole.
You're at. Can I finish my joke?
Well, I'm
Ben?
being a bit serious about this because I kind of want to like prove my point. So if that's okay.
Of course, I'm sorry.
But yeah, no, like I'm just gonna straight up like Miguel's grandmother is a fucking asshole because she, much like most of Miguel's family, they hate music. Like be-
They're very stifling.
they're very like stifled music, not just between each other, but literally everyone
Yeah,
in fucking town.
around them. They bully like everyone in their fucking town.
And I don't know about you, but like if like I was approached by someone who was being a dick because I'm listening to music, I'd just like tell them fuck off.
Say go
Because
fuck yourself. It's not my fault that your daddy ran off on you due to a great misunderstanding, I bet. But like, I'm sorry, but you have no right to export your emotional damage onto everyone else around you.
like I'm sorry, but like the moment I saw that, like whenever I first saw this movie, like back in like high school, that pissed me off. And the reason why I take issue with that is, well, guess what? Once they go to the afterlife section of the movie, the family members who are dead also share that same mentality, or at least a similar one. And I don't know about you, but like again, as someone who has dealt with like a lot of like personal drama, it rubbed me the wrong way, especially with near the end of the movie where they still kind of somewhat like until like the very end where like Miguel talks with Coco, like they're still very very antagonistic about music,
Yeah.
and that rubbed me the wrong way. So I just have personal issues with the messaging of this movie. But unfortunately, that's not our main issue. I don't know if you have anything else to say about that part, but do you want to add
I
to...
yeah, again, I apologize if I wasn't reading the room correctly.
No, you're fine.
But yeah, but I totally understand. I definitely understand where you're coming from because yes, it's. I guess the joke that I was gonna make is sort of yes, it's important to value your family and sort of respect them and the things they do for you and yada yada yada.
But sometimes
But
but
what
sometimes
if
family
you're
members are not good people. I'm just gonna be
yeah,
frank.
what if your family just isn't really worth that respect, which is it's sad that that has to be a thing, but sometimes the world is kind of like that, and I think we kind of understand that. So I get the vibe that Coco was maybe painting with a little bit too broad of a brush there, or not painting with a broad brush, but kind of work. They were leaving something unaddressed that should be addressed, if that makes
Yes,
sense.
it has some. Like it's basic. Like the primary like problem that I had with Coco is the same problem I had with Monsters University, where they go about their message in like a pretty shitty way when you really think about it. And unfortunately, that's not even my like. That's not even like another. That's not even like another problem. Like, that's not even like the only problem I have with this movie. Because well, I'm gonna be honest. Um, Ernesto de la Cruz. Here's the thing. As like a twist villain, he's at first he's kind of interesting because the whole thing is that Miguel thinks that he's actually
Bill thinks
is
that he's
he's his great grandfather. Well, spoiler alert, he's actually not.
not. It's
But
Hector.
yeah, it's actually Hector. And um I will admit, like, it was kind of like interesting in that, like, he basically just stole Hector's songs, even in death, and basically he did get away with being able to like steal his songs and even just poison like his former.
Poisoning him, poisoning his former partner.
Yes, which I do find that to be like pretty, like, that would have been interesting, but it's unfortunately kind of ruined in the third act of the movie where he tries to kind of like hide that by like keeping like Hector's photo and not like doing the obvious thing and rip it up. And also going back to what I said about the whole like villains copying Mr. Waternoose's "I will kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die." He literally does the same exact thing at the end of the movie where he almost kills Miguel, and he's like they do like a live stream of him doing that. Like
Yeah, they
he
kind of just do that, but
in like
worse,
yeah, in a worse way.
in a less satisfying way.
He literally has his own "I will kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die" thing.
I will
Like,
poison 1,000 great grandfathers before I let my music career die.
God. And then, so yeah, like, and those are like two big parts of the movie. Like, and those are like two big issues that I have. And well, I think you should explain the third part because I think you know what another big problem with this, and it's the world building.
Oh no! Ugh. Oh boy,
Yeah, I hate
we're gonna have to
being
get
that
to we're gonna have to
guy,
get to that
but
part. We're gonna have to get to that part. Okay, look. Okay, so should I break it down? I'll try and yeah. Okay, so Dia de los Muertos. It's a
mhm,
Mexican holiday, a Mexican tradition,
yes.
and while I do love the aesthetics of Dia de los Muertos, like the candy skulls and I know I know there's probably a name for them, but the flags that they kind of the multicolored flags that they kind of hang up,
Yeah, I
you know,
yeah.
I'm sure there's like a name for them. It's kind of like Halloween, but with like like a Mexican spin on it, and I think like the aesthetics are kind of cool, and
Papel
I
picados.
like
Papel
what are they called?
picados. Papel picados is what they're called.
Picados. That's a lovely word. picados. But it's like a Halloween, but with like a Mexican spin to that, and I think that's a really cool aesthetic to see in a movie.
Well, it's
So I
more
will
so they're
give,
inviting the spirits in rather than scaring them off. But you know,
yeah, it's a little different, but you get what I mean. Yeah, it's an aesthetic that I do think looks really cool
hmm
in the movie, especially when they're, with that sort of bridge with like I think they're flower petals, sort of
yes,
these bright orange glowing. Like that's a really in this like darkness, like it's a really cool visual.
hmm
But that kind of brings up the question, what happens to someone from Poland when they die? Do they become a Dia de los Muertos skeleton person, even though they're Polish? What if I'm from Japan? Do I become a Dia de los Muertos skeleton? Why is everybody in the afterlife very obviously Latin? This is another thing that you don't really think about, that we probably shouldn't be thinking
By
about.
the way, I didn't say this was going to be a popular stream. By the way,
Is the afterlife segregated?
God.
Again, I know they're not expecting you to think about that, but I feel like I'm starting to notice a trend of like concepts that kind of fall
Yeah,
apart the second you
Pixar
think about
in
them for
recent
more than like 5 minutes.
Pixar, unfortunately, in recent years, have had a massive problem with their world building, where it instantly falls apart once you start thinking about some of like the little cracks that happen. We saw it with Inside Out, and unfortunately, Coco does have a similar problem.
Yeah,
And
it
frankly,
started with cars and then kind of continued after that.
yeah, it honestly, I think it's even worse with Coco because, like you said, there's some racial implications here.
Racial implications that maybe we're just being
Oh,
like overcorrect.
it's not that fucking deep, bro. It's just a kids
Yeah,
movie.
But
maybe
like,
we're just being like overcorrective here, but I don't know. It's just something about it, Maybe I don't know.
so, God, this is not going to be a popular stream. I already know
Not
that.
gonna be a popular stream. People are gonna fucking hate us after tonight.
So, suffice to say, I hate being that guy, but like, I gotta be honest, I think this movie is overrated. You can probably tell already by my tone. The only reason why this.
Ah,
The only thing that does carry this movie, thankfully, is the bond between Hector and Miguel. I do find that to be easily the best part of the movie. Um, and if it was solely just that aspect of the movie, which focused on, respecting your family, I would have understood it. But unfortunately, because of all the issues that I've mentioned earlier, it unfortunately starts breaking the more and more the movie goes on.
more and more you think about it, and the more I think the main issue with Coco is that it didn't think about the complexities or the potential complexities of what they were talking about.
Exactly.
And
And
I think that is the core problem with this movie.
yeah, and I'm just gonna be straight up honest. Like, Coco, this might be a weird analogy for you. Like, if you know, chat, you know. The feelings that I have about Coco is the same feelings I have about the White Stripes. I rest my case.
You know.
Overrated. Anyways, let's move on, because
Let's move
I
on.
think I've said what I needed to say. All right. So, Goldie, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
You love The Incredibles, right?
I I freaking love them. Yes.
definitely one of Pixar's best movies, right?
It is their best movie.
How do you feel if they continued their story?
Not a bad idea. In all actuality, The Incredibles would make sense to have I mean, if you can make a sequel to Toy Story, you could sure as hell make a sequel to The Incredibles. There's still a lot you can do with that universe, especially with the whole implications of supers being back, being legalized or in that sort of,
And then
there's
the movie
certainly,
came out,
and then the movie came out, and it was
and
met with a resounding mixed
mixed review.
reception.
Again, similar to Finding Dory, this movie was honestly extremely divided when it came out.
Yeah. And I guess I'll get my piece out of the way.
Okay.
I put Incredibles 2 into a C tier.
hmm
Some people would put that into a D. I'm sure some negative motherfuckers would put it into an F.
I know
But
some people who would put it in an
yeah.
F.
And look, I think and look, I look, I get it. Incredibles 2, if you're not familiar, Incredibles 2 had been something that people had been kind of talking about in hushed tones for like a decade.
For like
You
14
know,
years. So,
yeah, for like it had been one of those things that like there was all this speculation, there was all these theories. Everyone on the internet who was a fan was scrounging up, was like looking at every single like interview with a magnifying glass trying to find any implication that there could be an Incredibles 2 on the way. So there was a lot of hype and excitement when finally, in what year is this?
2018.
2018? Finally, 2018, it was confirmed that we were going to get an Incredibles 2.
hmm
And people were hyped, but I think people overhyped themselves with this film.
hmm
And I think that is a major reason as to why Incredibles 2 gets a lot of backlash. It's from people who I think overhyped themselves. That being said, though, when people critique this movie, I don't disagree because even when I try to be as fair as I can, even when I came at this expecting a bit of a downgrade because the original Incredibles is kind of one of those one of a kind movies.
hmm
I still understood where people were coming from where they had critiques with it.
hmm
And I mean, for one, I don't okay, for one, I think the plot itself is fine. For one, at the end of the first movie, supers are being legalized again. The public is starting to become pro super, and it makes sense that they would, but it also makes sense that there would be kind of an adjustment period, that there would still be controversy,
hmm
that people would still be sort of divided. So it makes sense that in the second movie they would kind of focus on that conflict.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't really know if I think it was executed with the same kind of nuance that the first film had. And this isn't a director thing because Brad Bird directed The Incredibles 2 as well, so this isn't really a. I feel like I can be really fair here, you know what I mean? This is the same vision,
hmm
ostensibly. I I recognize that I think the villain is a really big problem with this movie. I can't even remember her freaking name.
hmm
I know I know her brother because her brother's Saul Goodman, but like I don't. But he's set up to be like a red herring villain because like it's kind of like a Dr. Callahan and what's his face Krieg or whatever his name was. Was it Krieg?
I think
Craig?
it was Krieg. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Krieg and Dr. Callahan situation where like the kind of like douchey corporate guy is like set up to be the villain, but
That was
actually
his
it's more.
mistake.
Thank you, Doctor, but it's more of like a the kind of douchey corporate guy is set up to be like the obvious villain, but actually it's the more mild-mannered like scientist slash doctor type that's the mastermind, and the corporate douchey guy is actually not that bad. He's just kind of douchey.
Yeah.
Like, and it kind of gels similar results to Dr. Callahan, if I may be so bold as to say.
Yeah.
With what's her face and screen saver. Because there was another
It was
there was another red herring villain, but not really, but like yeah, because the screensaver
it
or
was the screen slaver.
the screen slaver, okay. Yeah, I actually I think it just falls a lot. I think what it does fine enough. But I think it's an okay movie, but I just don't think it's a good sequel to what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to like. I know I said I wanted to judge these movies in a vacuum, but there is a certain criteria that you judge a sequel on.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it kind of fell short at being a proper Incredibles sequel. Do you have anything to say, Sly?
This is the
You've
part
been
of the
letting
stream where I surprise Goldie.
What?
Okay, here's the thing about Incredibles 2. It was no matter what, it was screwed from the beginning.
Yeah,
Because
because hype. Like,
yeah, because the first Incredibles was already so good. It was all like you were not going to be able to top it with a sequel, no matter what.
yeah.
Kind of regardless. And well, admittedly, I do agree with you. Screenslaver, Eveline, that's her name, by the way. She's
Eveline.
she is the easily the worst part of the movie. Like the villain unfortunately does drag this down, and the even like her motivation.
Because like her parents were killed and
Like
supers didn't really help, but
I
like
understand that part at least somewhat, but like her plan is what's really dumb. Cause, you know, her like she wants like because the supers they were already on a negative,
illegal.
yeah, they were already made illegal and already had a negative
Like
like
high they were still like highly stigmatized in
highly
society.
stigmatized, like even by like at the end of the first movie.
Yeah. Like even though there was kind of a budding movement to re-legalize supers, there was still a lot of stigma
Yeah.
associated with them.
And so like
Again, makes
her
sense to address.
yeah, and so for her to want to like keep it that way, it's like
Keep it that way by putting together a team of supers to talk about how they should legalize supers again.
well, okay, to be fair, that wasn't her decision, that was her brother's decision. She just wanted to
That
bring
was
them
Saul
together.
Goodman. That was Jimmy McGill's
That
decision.
was Saul Goodman's decision, and she just wanted to get them together to like frame them into doing something evil with those like goggles or whatever. So I will agree with you there. She's easily the worst part of the movie, and admittedly, there are some like weird like character designs for um
new
From
supers,
for the
they
new
kind of
supers.
feel well, like the Incredibles always had like a more cartoony art style,
Hmm.
but even then they do feel a little out of
I
place.
think it's mostly like the bird guy who's like the one that's like truly, truly out of place. That's the one that's like really out of place, at least for me.
Yeah.
You're gonna flame me for this though. I kind of do like this movie a little bit.
I don't mind if you I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I didn't say I hated this movie. I
I
just said
think
it's
okay,
very
what I
flawed.
think I really like about I think the thing that I do like about this movie though is, and I don't know if you're gonna agree with me on this, is like the role reversal with Helen and Bob, where Bob is the one who's now in charge of taking care of the kids, while Helen's the one mostly out in the field.
Breadwinner. Yeah, or
Because
the breadwinner of the family, so to speak.
exactly, because I see it as more so because Bob, Mr. Incredible, like he wasn't like in the first movie, like he was the one who was at work all the time.
Yeah, it was the typical kind of, dad goes off to work and mom takes care of the kids type thing.
And I think I just kind of appreciate him being the one at the home because, I mean, A, it allows him to actually have a bit more of a closer relationship with his kids, a bit more, because we didn't really see that in the first movie. And I
Yeah, like,
thought, like,
and that,
that
go
was a
on.
bit of a disconnect. I feel like I love Incredibles 1, but that was a bit of a disconnect with him.
I
Like,
feel like I feel like that is definitely something that, again, makes sense. Again, like, makes sense along with the super plot. Like, it makes sense that now that Bob has learned to truly value his family, it makes sense that in the second film he that we show him really testing that commitment, you know what I mean?
exactly. And
Just because you commit to something doesn't mean that it's all going to be easy from there. You have
exactly.
to commit.
And I think maybe just appreciate that part of the movie probably more than a lot of other people because they probably say, "Oh, well, that wasn't the whole point of like the fucking first movie is that like he was supposed
Yes,
to
it
be."
was. It was both. It was both the
Mhm.
super stuff and the family stuff.
So to me, I just see that as like a way to kind of like like show that more like that side of him and to see if he's actually able to like you said like fill up for the challenge. And I think I just liked that Helen was the one who was, or Elastigirl. I guess I'm just going by like superhero names at this point because whatever. Um, it
You
allows
like the
her.
role reversal.
Yes, I like the role reversal, and I think they did it in a much more interesting way than like than most people probably would have expected for them. And I'm not gonna lie, there were some parts of the movie that I thought were honestly
Pretty funny.
kind of
Pretty fun
funny.
to watch.
And I'll even say this: the action scenes, pretty good. Like, I'm just gonna straight up say it. Yes, even the final like even the final fight, I don't care. Like, I thought that like I don't know. I guess just kind of my thing is that like this movie was just screwed to begin with because of the hype.
Yeah.
So no
Even if this
matter
was like,
so no matter
even if
what,
this was
this
like
is
an A
going to be.
tier.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
not going in A tier. It's going in B tier for
Yep.
me.
But I mean, like, even if this was like on its own an A tier, people would still like fucking hate this movie. There would still be plenty
Yes.
of people who would hate this movie.
I guess this is also kind of sad for me as well because, well, when you really think about it, this is one of the better movies of Pixar's catalog from that decade, and if that's the case, that's kind of sad.
I feel like, I
So,
mean, I'll get to that towards the end of when we're done with the list.
all right,
I'll
all
get
right,
to this. We'll get to the realization that I'm slowly having.
all right. Last movie of that decade, Toy Story 4.
We're gonna go. We're gonna begin the decade as we're gonna end the decade as we began it.
So,
No, we're not.
how did you feel about Toy Story 4? If, like, actually, did you even watch Toy Story 4?
To be honest, I've never seen Toy Story
God
4.
damn it! This is the first
I
one
have,
you can't rank. God damn it!
and this is that's pretty good for me. For me, that's pretty good. So you're gonna have to be my eyes and ears on this.
Okay, so this. Fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. This one's also a B tier.
Whoa. I mean, to be honest, I've heard good things. Like I've heard that people were pretty surprised by Toy Story 4.
Yeah, I am amongst one of those people. Granted, I will fully admit it is not as good as Toy Stories 2 or 3. I still think that this movie does have significant problems with it as well. Um, though I guess people, I'm just gonna straight up say it, or excuse, I'm gonna just straight up say this right now. There's motherfuckers who's like I've seen like on YouTube write down full on essays saying that this is like Pixar's worst fucking movie. Bullshit. It's not.
No.
Like,
No. No.
and well, anyone who says that this ruins the ending of Toy Story 3, it doesn't. It's more so an alternative to Toy Story 3. Why? Because, well, okay, since you haven't fucking seen it, I'm not gonna spoil it for you. But unless if you already know everything,
No spoilers.
basically,
Please.
all I'm gonna say, like for your sake, but for anyone who's seen the like movie as well as me, is that it basically is more so just like an alternate, like I said, like it basically just kind of an alternate path for Woody himself.
You see it as a semi-canonical event.
Wait, what?
Yes, you see it as a semi-canonical event yet to be confirmed by the Toy Story canon.
That's not what I meant.
That's why I said it so boldly, so I wouldn't sound stupid.
Well, you did, unfortunately. Well,
You did sound stupid. Okay.
I'm sorry. Because
I'm sorry.
it's still and it's they're still like it still begins with them at Bonnie's house. But basically like it has well it basically kind of this is at the very beginning of the movie by the way. Basically what happens is that Woody starts getting neglected similar to what happened in Toy Story 1 where he started to get neglected in favor of Buzz. And basically there's a lot basically it basically parallels a lot of the stuff that basically happens in all three of the Toy Story films with like Woody, but it basically also it also sort of explores the possibility of like, well, what if you're like a toy that's kind of like, you know, lost by like from your original owner.
If you're a lost toy.
And it basically deals with
Expertly.
it basically goes over sort of the morality of even just the fact that like toys even have like a conscience to begin with. I mean, Forky literally is just well a spork that's made with like utensils and somehow he's alive. And it basically just kind of goes into that like sort of moral like concept that started all the way to the very beginning and sort of asks the question, what does it mean for a toy to be alive?
What does it mean to be a toy?
And I think they did it in a pretty decent way. There are some problems with the movie. Like I do feel like that there are just a bit too many side characters like in the movie that kind of tag along.
They had a lot of celebrities that they wanted to be a part of this.
That unfortunately does drag down the movie. Also, um, I do feel like, similar to Toy Story 3, there are some instances where they do have moments where it does kind of feel a bit forced, and that was kind of annoying. Also, just straight up, and by the way, this again, this is like in the first like 5 minutes of the movie, so it's not like it's anything,
Not a big spoiler.
not a big spoiler. Andy's mom strikes again by literally shutting Woody out of the fucking house right as he's about to like bring back Bo Peep from like.
She didn't. She doesn't know
I
that they're
don't
sentient.
care. I don't care. She's a fuck.
You can't judge someone based on something they don't know that they're doing. How often do you treat your inanimate objects like people?
I'm definitely giving a lot more respect than she does to Andy's toys. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, well, wait, you'd never want to be a parent, so you probably, I can't say that.
Point fucking proven. There.
Well, I'm sure if I ever become a father, I'll be sure to contact you and let you know if I fuck up in those same ways, which I feel like I will.
Point is that, Toy Story 4
is surprisingly good.
It's surprisingly good. It's not great though. That's why it's in B tier. So
that's your thumbnail. Toy Story 4 is surprisingly good, but not great.
I'm not doing that clickbait, like,
in
bullshit.
Big yellow letters with a red outline.
I'm not doing that bullshit. You know I don't like it when YouTubers do that shit.
Surprisingly good.
But yeah, no, the people but seriously though, people stop saying that this is one of the Pixar's worst fucking movies. You don't know what you're talking about.
It is fucking not.
I know at that point, I know you've not seen Good Dinosaur or Cars 2.
If you say that, you've either not seen those movies or you are literally 10 years old and you don't even know that these movies exist because you weren't even alive.
Or you're an online grifter, but we're not going down that path.
We're not going down that path. We don't want to think about that today.
Anyways, let's move on. Word.
Let's move on.
It's the brother movie. Goldie, you have a brother, right?
I do have an older brother. So this movie is like made for me. I do have an older brother. I also, like Tom Holland, do wear flannels. I have a flannel that looks exactly like that, actually. I dress exactly like him, actually. So, I do have a flannel. I do have a brother. This movie, I guess, was made for me.
You watched this also, right? Or no?
I've not seen this movie.
God damn it! I'm assuming you haven't watched any of these from this point onwards. No pun intended.
I've seen most of them.
Okay. I'm gonna be straight up. Onward. D.
D tier.
It was extremely boring. Granted, like...
Sly, you don't have a brother. You don't understand.
Okay, but, like, I can still critique a movie, and, well, this is an extremely boring movie, regardless of that. Also, it's just kind of weird that, like, their dad is, like, half a person in this. Literally half a person in this movie.
Yeah, he's literally half the man he used to be. How is he sentient without a bro? I know, it's magic. It's magic. I know.
But that's also one of the parts of the problem of the movie, and this is something that I don't like about urban fantasy, because, as you guys know, I'm much more of a high fantasy person rather than an urban fantasy person, and part of it has to do with, the gap between what is magical and what is technological. Okay, Rosemary, she's butting in because she doesn't want me talking about bad Pixar movies.
She does not agree with your opinion on this movie. Rosemary loves this movie, and she is very bothered that you are talking so much trash.
Anyways, so the reason why I don't like a lot of urban fantasy is because of the gap between what's magical and what's technological. You have to have that balanced out in order for it to be compelling. Unfortunately, this movie just ditches magic even existing to begin with, or let me phrase that. Magic goes away after several generations, and that basically is sort of the driving plot of the movie. Well, that and also just,
So they're van because they drive.
also Chris Pratt and Tom Holland trying to bond together, but well, that then leads into my other problem, or another problem, is well, no disrespect to the actors, because they're decent actors, but
They were cast specifically for name recognition and
yes,
nothing more, nothing less.
because, well, I
Not
hate.
think of two of the most famous names in Hollywood in like 2020. Like,
Mhm.
can you not think of two more famous actors at that time?
Well, it's not just because they're famous. That's not my issue. My issue is that they're not really playing characters in this
They're
movie.
playing themselves.
And that's just a problem that actors like Chris Pratt or Tom Holland have just had a problem with, is that a lot of the time they're just casted to just be themselves, as in they just, like, they aren't really playing characters, they're just playing like a concept and just
They're
going with
playing
the
an
script.
image of. They're not even playing themselves because like you can't really play yourself. They're just playing like the characterized versions of themselves, and the characters in the movie are just puppets.
Yeah. It
And
also
that kind
doesn't
of
it
feels
also doesn't help that, like, the plot structure of this movie basically plays out as like a very bad D&D campaign. So,
which I assume is the purpose, but like emphasis on it being a bad campaign.
yeah. So, I'm sorry, it's just a very bland movie. Like, and that's kind of why I feel, I don't know, it just, I felt nothing after watching. I think this is like the first movie I felt nothing after watching it.
Just like you've no, I can't even say that because I felt nothing after watching Monsters University. But then again, even we had more. I even have more to say about that
Yeah,
that we like, genuinely
I
disliked.
yeah, I honestly don't have
First,
anything else to say about this movie. This is the first time, like, this is probably the first time that, like, I actually literally have nothing else to say about this movie.
first time you've ever felt nothing for a Pixar movie.
Because I at least felt something from Brave in Cars 1 and 2 and even Monsters University.
They weren't good things, but you felt
I
something.
felt something. Onward was just dull.
Dull, which is weird because it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of fantastical and an epic journey. It's meant to be like a crazy road trip D&D adventure with like magic and cars and shit, and it's just dull to you, is what you're saying.
Exactly. So,
This feels like the first Pixar movie where a lot of the problems seem to come from like outside of the film itself. Like, well, okay,
that is not true.
yeah, well,
Good
okay,
dinosaur.
oh, no. I meant no. I misspoke. I misspoke. I'm I'm trying to allude to something that I think we're gonna start seeing more of the more we get into. Oh yes, with Onward, we are now into the 2020s. So
Yeah.
we are now in the current decade. We are now basically, keep this in mind, we are now into Disney as we know them.
Yeah.
Take that what you will, remember that, because I think it'll be relevant when we come together with our final thoughts.
All right. But yeah, Onward, bland,
Onward, no,
boring. Let's let's move on.
I'd rather go backward. I'd
All
rather
right.
go backward.
Soul.
Soul.
Did you watch this,
Everyone,
yes or no?
no, I have not gotten around to
God
seeing this.
damn it. Okay.
gotten around this. This is the last time in a decent chunk that the next three movies I have seen. The next
Okay.
few movies I have seen.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I did see Soul. As a matter of fact, I saw it several years ago, actually, in an outdoor theater at my first university, because they were doing a movie night.
Sounds like fun.
It was fun. That said, though,
And
this movie was depressing.
like in a good way,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't know. This is a very weird movie to talk about because, well, so basically, like, obviously, I'm not gonna spoil it for you. I'm just gonna give you like the general like basis. So basically, it's about this guy who,
I know
he's
like the basic premise is that
yeah,
he's like a he's like a middle school music teacher who wants to be like more of a musician rather
mm,
than a teacher,
yes,
and he feels a little, well, it's comparable to Coco in that he's a musician who feels kind of stunted by his circumstances.
exactly. And well, he then accidentally dies, and well, before he goes to the great beyond, he escapes that fate and well attempts to try to figure out how to basically like well a be
Get back
reborn
to
and get
work.
back into the real world if he even can. B help out this other like soul who's been stuck in basically what is heaven for like basically forever.
Their
And
entire existence.
C basically reconcile with his family and his life. And I'm just gonna this is gonna sound weird to you, but this feels even more adult than even Incredibles and Ratatouille.
Oh.
Like it's more of a, like it's even more of a drama than like honestly any other movie in like this list. Like it's still like a movie that anyone can see, but like there's not really that many jokes in this movie. And I'm not even saying like jokes that weren't funny, just jokes in general. Like it's a pretty straightforward movie, which is weird,
Pretty
especially for a
rare.
movie by either Disney or Pixar.
In this era, this is 2021.
2020.
Oh, it's
This is
2020
this
probably.
is this is the first move. This is unfortunately the first movie that did not have a theatrical release because well, COVID.
Yeah, due to the pandemic.
So, and I'm not gonna lie, it basic like the world building in this, like we've talked about, there's been a Pixar problem with world building with Inside Out and with Coco. Soul does it in a way where not only does it actually make a lot of cohesive sense for the story that they're trying to go with, but it also doesn't impede on like any sort of like I said, it's basically heaven. That's not even really true in and of itself because it's just more so a
It's
mortal plane of existence.
it's a neutral plane. It's very neutral and
Yes, it does not
it
favor
improve.
one like religion or culture like at
Yeah,
all. Like
that's
it's
where it kind of exceeds over Coco in that it's intentionally designed to be neutral so that it
yes,
can be applicable to anything and anyone that exists.
yes. So that already eliminates a massive problem that I've had with Coco. And it also like there's and also the implicate like it has like implications but not implications of like it breaks the world if that makes sense because well you've got before life and you have the afterlife and
For afterlife.
those are two completely different planes of existence. um they can intersect with each other but it's extremely rare for that to do so and well you go out of line if you do that. I could go on and on, but like I don't want to spoil the movie for you. But I'd rather you watch it for yourself. But like, um, basically pretty good there. And even just whenever like they do go back to the like the world itself, it's not just them in like the in like the spirit worlds. And like once they get to that, um it's pretty like I don't even know how to describe it. It's very like introspective, if that makes sense. Like just kind of finding out about like someone's you know I don't know, legacy after death.
Being able to see your own legacy after you
Yes,
die.
exactly.
That
It,
would be that jam.
I told you it's a fucking depressing movie.
I feel like that would be really great, but also really sad at the same time, depending on what your legacy is, I guess.
Mhm. But like it does it in a pretty respectful way. Um, so I don't know. I don't really have much else to say because I don't want to spoil it for you. I know I said spoilers on this, but I don't want to spoil it for you specifically.
I'm a little bit more interested in watching Soul
So,
after hearing you talk about it, though.
and well, here's the thing that's going to be a shocker. Not only do I think this is easily the best Pixar movie since Toy Story 3, I'm going to give it an A tier as a result.
Oh,
I think it just barely reaches or it's within like the grasp of it being a top 10.
damn.
Unfortunately, that does mean that if this is the best thing since Toy Story 3, that's actually kind of sad. It took them a
Yeah,
decade. It took them a decade to
we are
finally
five,
make a competent movie to the same level as their golden age.
and well, it's been 5 years since then.
And
And
yeah, well, we've got
but
some.
we are gonna go to some movies that I have seen, so don't you worry. I'm not starting a bad streak.
Okay, well.
Unlike Pixar, I'm not starting a bad streak.
All right, well, let's move on to
Luca,
the next movie, Luca.
Luca, Luca.
You want to start this one?
Sure. I think Luca's pretty decent. I think it's I think it's a fun little romp. I can't really say though that I felt anything on a particularly strong emotional level. I thought it was just a fun, enjoyable experience. I liked the colors. I've al- I love I've always wanted to like I love the setting. Like I love how it's this sort of, the seaside like Italian village. I think it captured that environment really well. And I guess I mean at least it doesn't suffer from the world building problem. There's fish people. They live in the ocean. They don't like humans. Humans don't like them. I at least it doesn't suffer from one of those problems. It's something that just makes sense. It's very simplistic and straightforward. I thought it was fun and lighthearted to watch. I feel like if I was a kid, I'd really enjoy this movie, and I still enjoyed it, but I don't know if you can tell by the language that I'm using. I don't have any really strong opinions on this movie. I kind of liked how the villain, Ercole, was just kind of a dweeb. Like, I found him kind of fun, how he's just kind of like an egotistical dweeb with a pube mustache. I thought that was kind of fun, but all in all, this is very much like a C tier movie. And do you want to make this point about how this movie feels, or do you want me to make it?
You can make it.
So, Sly and I were kind of talking the other day, just sort of, I guess, getting our opinions.
Oh,
in
you're
order.
talking about this point. Okay.
Oh, okay. Do you want to make? Is this something you want to bring up?
Okay. No, okay. I have one major issue with this movie. And unfortunately, it's more of a personal thing. I am well aware, and it's gonna make me seem like a bit of an asshole, but like you know how much I don't like, if I don't like the aesthetics, I'm not gonna care. Anyone want to guess what my problem with this movie is?
You have some gripes with the art style.
You want to know what my problem with this movie's art style is?
I have 2 words.
You can just say it. Just say it.
Cal Arts.
It's Cal Arts bullshit. I'm sorry. I
Definitely, I didn't quite really see this until it was pointed out to me, but it does kind of feel like a 3D version of the Cal Art
no,
style.
it's not just feel. It's straight up just the 3D version of Cal Arts. Which, by the way, notice how a lot of the shows that I did not like on Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon or Disney Channel, really, Nickelodeon didn't really have those, but like on Cartoon Network and Disney Channel, most of those had that Cal Arts thing that was kind of oversaturated in the 2010s. I mean, I'm just gonna be straight up. One of the I have a million criticisms about Steven Universe, but one of my main criticisms of that show is, well,
The art style.
is the art style. It's just a bit too
It's a bit too generic, I would say. It's why we call it a Cal Art. It's why the reason why it's called the Cal Art style, for those who are uninformed, is just that it feels like it's something that you are taught to do, not something that you developed on your own as an artist, if that makes sense. At least
exactly.
that's my interpretation of why I don't like the style.
Yeah,
It feels too controlled.
it feels too controlled, and that style did originate from the California Arts Institute. That's why it has that coined term.
A lot of their graduates
So
that went on to like work for Cartoon Network and so on,
and Disney Channel. So
and Disney Channel.
it was made popular, I'd say, with was it
Adventure Time, kind of. That's not.
no, well,
It's
not that. Um, it was either you can argue either the main characters of Gumball or Gravity Falls was the thing that basically started that trend, and I like both of those shows. As a matter of fact, those are the two shows that I feel like did it best. But it just feels like for a good decade, a lot of shows just really rode on the coattails of that specific facial design of a lot of those characters, and it continued on for a good decade. Hell, even shows that I used to be more charitable about, I kind of lost in favor of because I noticed they were kind of copying that style. Stuff like Steven Universe, We Bare Bears, Clarence. Like, they just kind of
it got
copied.
very old after a while.
Yeah,
which is kind of where the whole Cal Arts meme comes from.
Yeah, Star versus the forces of evil, even.
Like, people got sick and tired of it.
Yeah, like it was a meme.
Single new cartoon had the same fucking art style.
Like, and it just got old. And again, I used to like some of these shows, but I kind of fell out of favor of them, partially because I kind of noticed that they were starting to look the same. And, well, Pixar basically is late to the party on this trend, but instead of making it 2D, obviously, they're a 3D studio, so what do you do with a Cal Art style? Just slap it onto a 3D model. And that's what they did.
Dimension.
So, and I just cannot stand the look of this movie because of it. Like, I don't, like...
Yeah, and I think I'm more forgiving of it. I'm gonna be more forgiving of it in Luca purely because I just mostly because I think it's just the start of that. I don't know if I want to necessarily blame it for starting a
Well,
bad trend.
we'll get to that in the next few movies, but unfortunately, I think this is sort of the beginning of Pixar's Cal Arts phase because, well,
Yeah, that we're experiencing.
because some of these other movies are unfortunately having that same exact art style, and I am not a fan.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, but like, you know me, I'm putting this in a D tier. Granted, I would rather watch this over Brave and Onward, but man, it is just not my thing. Not to mention, I find the story to be kind of whatever, anyways, so that doesn't help things either.
Again, I think it's nice. I think it's a decent story or you know what I mean. It's a decent experience, but as I said, there was nothing really of any oomph to attached to. I guess kind of the same feelings we felt about Finding Dory, but a little lesser. I still felt more for Finding Dory, and this is keep this in mind. I know I've been saying this a lot lately, but like just keep that in mind because I'm gonna finish that thought.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're we're pretty calm right now, right? You would say
I'm not.
we're we're pretty calm, we're pretty level-headed,
I
we're
said I'm
you
not.
know we're not fuming or nothing. We ain't turning red or nothing. We're just kind of. I had to.
Why?
I had to. There's a man in my
That's
closet
the
making me
last
do
one
this.
you're doing tonight.
That is the last one I'm doing tonight.
Don't
That is
ever
the
do
last
that
one that we're
again.
doing. But you made like three of them.
It's my show. I can do whatever I want. Fuck you.
I'm making punts all night. I'm this special guest. You've invited me to dinner, and you're telling me how to act in your house.
Anyways, turning red.
Turning red. I
Unfortunately, actually, you go first.
I like red pandas. Even though they're not really bears, they're fake. They're actually more similar to raccoons than bears. But that being said, I still liked this movie. I liked it a bit more than Luca, even though I'm not I am not a girl. So apparently I can't relate to that cuz
Or
I don't know if
or was a teenager in the early 2000s.
I was not a teenager in early 2000s Canada, so I can't really relate. I mean, that's kind of bullshit, like, but I know a lot of people were kind of saying that around the time that it's just not that it's not a movie made for you. And like, fine, I get it, because I understand that this movie is based a lot around I don't know the name of the director, but I know it's heavily based on her experiences growing up and her relationship with her mother and so on and so forth. So I Which, I don't mind. I would much rather that Pixar focus on more personalized stories than milking out sequels, which
Or spin-offs.
or spin-offs, which, we'll get to that later in the final thoughts. But I found Turning Red a lot more enjoyable than Luca. I think because I just think I could find myself understanding May's sort of maybe I'm just a sucker for stories in which children are conflicting with their parents because I've had my fair share of tense, not to get too personal, but I've had my fair share of disagreements and lifestyle differences. So maybe they're just kinds of messaging that I am more like that I bond more to. But no, I liked the conflict with May and her mother, I think. with what's her face from Grey's Anatomy. I think it was done in ways that was both funny but also very like real. I know that sounds weird because she's cursed into turning a red panda when she gets mad, which is an idea. Oh my god, we need to get to the fucking beef that I've got with this movie, okay?
Make it quick. So.
You will remember, you might remember this. Actually, I don't think you won't. 'Cause
No, I okay. Are you talking about what stupid people were saying online about this movie?
Oh my god, no, but now I remember. I know exactly. And mind you, not stupid people, a stupid person was saying about this.
Well,
Oh my
considering
god, no way. You reminded me of that. That was so nuts. That
okay,
was
which
nuts.
okay, no, I'll talk about what I was thinking of. You talk about your beef with this movie first, because yeah.
My fucking beef with this movie is that I had an idea that was so similar to Turning Red that came out that I had developed in my head before this movie even freaking came out, okay? I had an idea where my character, Summer, who I still use to this day, in fact, her
This is the
5-year
story, by the
anniversary is
way.
coming up pretty soon. I had a conflict where whenever she get mad, she turned into a giant wolf. Except, instead of turning human, she turned into a tiny wolf. But that's besides the point. I had a semi sort of similar idea to this movie, and they fucking stole it from me. They entered my database, they entered my files, they stole this idea from me. So I got a bone to pick with you, Pixar. That is the motivation to doing this tier list, by the way.
Wolf, wolf, woof, woof.
Wolf, wolf. Regardless, though, I liked this movie. I thought it was funny. I thought it was enjoyable,
I
and
pulled her up for this, by the way, because you mentioned wolf.
yeah, wolf. We're talking about red pandas, though. They're not wolves. They're not marsupials. I don't know what they are. I don't think red pandas know what they want to be. All in all, I think this movie is fun, and I don't think the references to early 2000s culture are. I guess it could be a little better, but it also could have been a hell of a lot worse. It definitely. I'm glad that it didn't at least turn the movie into like a big, giant Stranger Things-esque early 2000s nostalgia fest. I'm glad that it kept the references to a slight minimum, a tolerable minimum. There's my beef. It's completely fabricated. It's not beef.
So, where's the big scary event from 2001?
Why do I gotta be the one to bring that up?
No, I'm okay. So before I talk about my like thing, yeah, before I talk about like my thing, I've got to be a bit honest. Like there was like here's the stupidest thing about this movie. And this has nothing to do with what I have to think about this movie. Um there's I'm just there was a stupid YouTuber on here who basically like or, there was a stupid like YouTuber or like I don't even know who which by the way this is going into the whole like bullshit we talked about or was it a grifter? I don't remember. Whatever.
He wasn't a grifter. He was just a guy with weird opinions,
Basically
who I actually used to be a fan of for a time when I was young.
basically they because this movie was set in 2002, well, they thought it was a bright idea to question, and I do mean this with like sincerity and with like, as much respect of the topic as I have. He basically questioned why there's not even a single 9/11 reference.
Even though we are in Canada.
Even though A, we're in
2002.
Canada, and B, this is a kid's movie, why do you want to reference something that fucked up?
Yeah, like that
Like,
seems
not everything needs to be defined by that in the early 2000s. So, yeah, no, that was a fucking dumb criticism. But anyways, I'm just gonna be straight up. My beef with this movie is honestly just unfortunately the same beef I have with Luca. I don't like this art style at all. Again, it's another example of just another movie that's just doing the Cal Arts thing that I really don't like. Granted, I do think it is a better premise than Luca, and well, I am gonna put it at the highest of. Uh, mm, I'll put it in like a low C, but I because at least I like the premise of the movie, but man, I just cannot get over this art style.
Yeah, the aesthetics are really. This is why we made that aesthetic rule at the
Yeah, that's
beginning of this.
why I had to say that at the very beginning of this because holy shit, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Ugh. Unfortunately, though, my hatred is brewing even more because this next fucking movie. uh, Lightyear. Fuck in hell. Goldie, do you have anything else? Do you have anything to say about Lightyear?
I have nothing else to say about Light. Wait, about Lightyear?
Yes.
Wait, what do you mean nothing else to say? We just started,
No.
didn't we?
Do you have anything to say? That's why I asked.
Does anything need to be said? I we could have we could really have a rant about this, but like should we should we waste our breath and our time and our energy?
I mean, I did it with Cars 2 and Good Dinosaur. I think it's only fair.
Okay. This is the constant that people enjoy. Don't say we never did anything for you.
I'm just gonna be straight up when I say this. Lightyear was honestly one of the most joyless movies I have ever seen in my life. I physically dreaded every single second whenever I watched it last week. It has dull environments, very bland story, a truly, truly just stupid premise where it's. And by the way, I'm gonna spoil it for Goldie. Like, and by the way, there is someone else who just joined.
No, I've seen this movie. I've seen this movie. Don't worry.
A very
Unfortunately, I have.
stupid fucking premise where Buzz thinks like he base he thinks he needs to save the rest of like this shit like crashed out
This
colony
colony, space colony thing.
where he basically wastes his friend's life only for him to fail. And that's just at the beginning of the movie.
Except the only problem is that no one seems to really mind being on this planet.
Yeah, everyone's fine. Like
Everyone is cool. Like everyone is perfectly fine and doesn't even like blame Buzz at all. Everyone's just I mean, kind of unusually so, just completely chill with being there.
mhm.
So there isn't really any stakes being set up.
And yeah, like it's I think what makes this even worse is well the stupid okay, I'm getting ahead of myself about the fucking do it. So but yeah, no, basically there's like it's basically just a problem that's made up in Buzz's head throughout the entire movie and it's super fucking frustrating because he just like he just purposely goes out of his way to just try to like do this mission over and over and over and over and over again. And like I said, literally like, basically just kind of like somewhat disregard his friend's like, life essentially. Like basically makes her go like do this mission for because of the way in which like the relativity speed of light with his ship goes through. It's complicated. It's space travel shit.
Space travel jargon. But here's the thing. Those concepts wouldn't be those aren't bad ideas for a story. Like you could spin it to where Buzz is unfairly blaming himself for something that is made up in his head. You know what I mean? And like that's the
Yeah.
point. But like that's the point. But the movie doesn't make that the point. The movie just kind of expects you to like be in Buzz's headspace when you're not really shown anything to suggest that.
And then, well, that then gets us into like the main, like, I guess technically the second main conflict of the movie, and that's when he travels, so far into the future where he meets his friend's like basically, like, granddaughter, and that's when we get introduced to, frankly, one of the dumbest twist villains of all time.
The dumbest twist villain, I would say, in Pixar's history.
Easily in Pixar's history, and like probably in history in general. Like,
It's up there.
honestly, like, I'm just gonna be straight up. Bellwether from Zootopia and Professor Callahan were better twist villains.
Circles
Then-
around this guy.
Because
Who is this guy?
Zurg, well, he's Buzz Lightyear from an alternate dimension. Or alternate timeline or whatever.
What? I thought he was his father.
No, Goldie, that was just a parody.
That was just a Star Wars parody.
So basically what happens is that once he made it to like light speed, that caused like multiple dimensional rifts somehow, where in one version of the timeline, like he gets captured by the people, and or he's about to get captured, which prompts him to like escape to like time, like throughout like time and space, and he finds just out of the blue a time device, like a time machine, where he then uses it to go back in time and like basically seek out revenge to the fucking colony.
But he could just go back in time and stop himself from crashing into the planet with the colony. Except he doesn't do that for some reason.
It's so dumb.
If the whole reason he's doing everything is to stop himself from crashing the space colony onto the planet, then why not he just go back in time and stop everything from happening instead of stopping the people who stopped him from stopping the thing that he wanted to stop happening. You have a time machine.
It's another idiot plot, is basically what we're trying to say.
Look, when Marty McFly went back to 1955 to, well, I mean, that was accidental, but like he went back to 1955 to like fix things, like that's kind of the whole thing you do with time machines is that you fix things.
But no, he...
You could just kind of stop all these things from happening.
I mean, it also doesn't help that, like, well, whenever this alternate Buzz is in, like, the Zurg suit, he just acts as, like, just a generic, like, video game, like, boss.
Villain until he takes off the suit. And it's kind of what we mentioned with, like, Water News, where, like, Zurg and Buzz are just completely different characters, even though they're supposed to be the same character.
It makes no fucking sense.
Which is kind of one of the biggest gripes that I personally have with
Honestly,
Twist villains.
honestly, I don't even think we need to say anything else. I think like just the mere existence of this alternate Buzz as Zurg is the primary like problem with this movie. Like, it's not the only problem. There's like a million other problems with this movie. But that's easily like top 3 issues. And we haven't even gotten into how like bland and boring the side characters are. They may as well just not exist.
There's the pencil guy.
Yeah, it's voiced by Taika Waititi, or Taika. I forgot what his fucking name is.
Who's Tyler Keed?
No. Fucking hell. I know his name. Once I see his name, I'm gonna know what it is. He's like, a lot of people fucking hate him nowadays. I don't even, like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, he's kind of like a.
Just an asshole.
Well, he has that same, like, energy as someone like J.J. Abrams. Taika Waititi, that's his name.
Taika Waititi, okay.
So, like, he's kind of a personality that not a lot of people really jive with. So, I don't know. It's just...
He's the pencil guy. He's the pencil guy, and that's the joke, because he wants to use his pencil.
I was so fucking done with his stupid fucking pencil.
At the end of the movie, he finally finds a way he can use his pencil, and everything is great again. It's called an arc, Sly. It's called an arc. It's called setup and payoff. It's what good jokes are made of. It's very funny. It's not.
I'm gonna say
funny at
something
all.
controversial, but I don't give a shit.
Uh-oh. Sly, think about what you're saying.
I think this movie's actually worse than Cars 2.
Yeah, I would say so too, mostly because of what it represents, but like... Because trust me,
It's
we
just
haven't even gone to that part of the critique of what this represents for Pixar. And I'm not sure if we should address that now, or
I'm
if we should
addressing
save
it
that
now.
for-
I'm worried
okay,
that...
well,
Because, well, we've already talked about some of their more original movies, unfortunately, not really succeeding in the past, 5 years, except in the case of Soul. Literally every other movie that has been about, like, some sort of interpersonal story hasn't been successful. Not because those are bad ideas, but unfortunately because, well, A, Pixar, and by extension Disney, has been neglecting to, like, even promote a lot of their movies in recent years, and, second point, they're just not really good scripts.
they're not, and it seems, it seems like, especially after the Pete Docter, was it an interview or was it more of a tweet? I can't remember, but
It was
especially
it was
after the Pete... What was it? It was like a tweet or something?
It was a tweet.
Especially after the Pete Docter tweet, which, if you know, you know. They don't seem to be interested in investing time into original scripts. They seem to have... Pixar has kind of, I feel like, gaslit themselves into thinking that their original, more personalized scripts aren't going to do well, and their sequels will, but at the same time, the problem is not because audiences aren't... The problem is that audiences aren't stupid and, like, only pay attention to something if it's a sequel. The problem is that you guys don't get up off your fucking ass and put effort into your scripts anymore like you used to do.
Yeah, because, I mean, look at your repertoire. Like, look at the top 8 movies on my tier list.
It wasn't that long ago, all things considered. Like, I mean, it's kind of a while ago, but, like...
I mean, the last
look at Soul.
great movie, like, that most people think of when they think of Pixar, Toy Story 3, 15 years ago. That was, that's a decade and a half ago. Yes, Soul is, like, a good example of, like, a movie, but, well, here's the problem. That was not a financial success.
That was mostly due to COVID.
Doesn't matter. Box office hits are what
doesn't matter. They don't... They don't acknowledge that. They don't seem to acknowledge that.
Which, speaking of the box office,
Well, it's time we begin with a different theme that we're gonna start picking up on with
well, before we go into that, I
water.
just want to point out that, like, even though, like, Lightyear was a spin-off to Toy Story, it didn't do too well in the box office, thank fuck.
As it shouldn't have.
Yeah, it only made back 226 million on a 200 million budget. That's not even including all the, advertisement. So, not a big profitability.
A big profit.
But let's talk about another movie that initially had.
Initially, it didn't do well.
It eventually did, but first people had their doubts. Elemental. Have you seen this movie, yes or no?
I have not seen this movie.
Okay, I have. As a matter of fact, I saw it yesterday. No, it was 2 days ago.
Damn.
So yeah, it's fresh in my mind. Much like with Luca, and much like with Burning Red, and even much like with Soul, this one is another movie that is also inspired by like the writer's
Personal
personal
experience.
experiences.
As the director of this film, I think he was the son of Korean immigrants who moved to America during the Korean War.
Yes. Oh no.
And he based a lot of this movie's experience on sort of his experiences being the child of immigrants who had fled terrible conditions, and the assimilation that kind of takes place with immigrant families, with like immigrants and like their children, which is an interesting concept that you don't see many kids films explore,
Mm-hmm.
because there are some very interesting stories and perspectives that you can have. There are concepts that even I in my own writing thought about have even thought of exploring. But that being said,
I want to like this movie because it
because it
has
has a really interesting,
like
the sentiment behind it is very genuine
yeah
and admirable.
the sentiment behind it I do think is genuine, and even like the movie concept itself, like it's actually this might sound weird to you, but like I do see like a decent amount of parallels to something like Zootopia's world building in this movie.
Yeah.
Where, it basically kind of like asks the question of how are you able to like how would like a theoretical, world of like elemental beings live with each other? And that's like an interesting concept. And it doesn't have that many holes. It has some dark implications on like, well, what happens if like the elements mix and well, they die. Like how like are there like lawsuits for that in like murder cases?
What are the legal ramifications for that?
The league, which I don't find that to break the movie. I just find that to be pretty funny.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm just really rubbed like in the wrong way, and again, this isn't like the first like 20 minutes of the movie. So the water guy that you see, he's Wade.
Get it? Because
He's like an asshole to like the main lead for like no real good reason. Because like he's like a health inspector and notices that their restaurant is not doing too hot, like is up to code. And like instead of immediately trying to remedy it, he just straight up just tries to report that shit. I don't know, that shit just rubbed me the wrong way.
Health inspectors are terrible people. They're not actually, but they're just characterized as being terrible people.
So
he's like Sam Cedar from Bob's Burgers.
I mean, I guess. And this movie does kind of play like a pseudo romance movie as well. Not as much as WALL-E, but like it's kind
that's what it was advertised as being, kind of like a romance film.
Suffice to say, it's definitely not as good. And I don't exactly hate the art style in this movie. It's definitely at least moving away from like some of the Cal art stuff. Unfortunately, with like the Earth creatures, they still use some of that Cal art shit. But like, like they're at least like they aren't
This
like,
this
oh,
has its own, this has its own aesthetic.
it has its own aesthetic for the most part, and I do like that. It's I guess it's just not a movie that's really for me because again, I already said most romance movies are kind of just not my thing anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna have to also put this at a C tier. Though
But Sly, but Sly,
what?
what about Claude? What about Claude?
There's only one person that has a similar name to Claude that I will acknowledge in my life. It's not and it ends with EO.
And his last name is Sanchez. Is that his name? Claude? Claude, yeah. He's literally a studio Claude. Get it? He's a studio plant. Get it? He is literally a studio.
But
Honestly, I don't know why. I feel like that fits so well that I almost feel like they did that intentionally.
they did it
Like
intentionally.
some cynical asshole at Pixar was like, "We'll make our plant a plant person." Like some cynical ass like Disney executive did that
But
on purpose.
anyways, point is that like I want to like this movie, it's just not for me. Granted, like it's not a bad movie. It's just okay.
It's supposed to be for you.
It's
It ain't your
okay.
vibe. It's your vibe, brother.
All right.
Well,
Inside Out the second.
we finally made it.
Inside Out squared.
Inside Out squared. You see, it's a running gag.
Except it really wasn't, but I don't care.
How many times does a joke have to be made before it becomes a running gag?
3 times.
Yeah, 3. 1 is a single, 2 is a callback, 3 is a running
Alright,
gag.
Inside Out 2. So we already established that the concept of Inside Out, or specifically the parts specifically involving the emotions, is unfortunately something that did kind of break the movie for us, and unfortunately, as a result, makes us think that that movie is not as good as, people make it out to be. So what about the sequel?
Well, it's still the same concept, so already I was already not looking forward to
It's
this
already
movie
putting you in a bad mood.
because it already has the same issues that I have with Inside Out, and it doesn't really make any effort to address those. If anything, it just makes things more confusing.
Well, it
How
makes
are
it
dreams like a movie set? How did our brains create dreams before film was invented? The human mind wasn't capable of dreaming until like were dreams invented in like the 1910s with German expressionist films? How did we direct dreams? Were they just plays? How did we direct them when we were cavemen? I'm sure that we still dreamed back then.
that's not even like my main like that's not even the thing that broke it for me. If I'm gonna be honest, what started breaking for me even more was the fact that they added in more emotions, despite the fact that those emotions didn't appear in anyone else's heads in the first movie.
Yeah. So like now we've kind of got, do those emotions just only exist? I've heard people throw around the idea that they only happen during puberty, but I'm pretty sure people can feel apathetic after they're done with puberty. I certainly feel a lot of apathy, but like the cool kind, not the bad kind.
Not the Inuit kind or whatever the fucking character's name?
Not the Wally. I'm just sitting on my ass drinking from a red cup. Apathy.
But yeah, point is that, well, this one's also a C tier. God damn, that's a fucking streak.
God, I know, man. I put it at a D tier because it put me in a bad mood. It just made me remember. It just it just made me remember what I don't like about Inside Out 1. God, people are gonna fucking hate us.
That's the joy of doing tier lists. Although we're technically not done yet.
We are not done yet.
Or at least...
Well, I'm done because I didn't see this movie, but you gotta give me credit. It literally just came out like 2 weeks ago.
It did come out literally just 2 weeks ago.
You gotta give me... I mean, I never planned on seeing this movie anyways, but like...
Well, normally I wouldn't like doing, movies that, like... Okay, actually, I don't think I've actually ever done a movie that's, like, in theaters on any of my tier lists, so this is actually kind of a new...
First. This is a landmark. It's a first.
Yeah, because, like, even with the Disney tier list, Wish wasn't even out whenever I did that, so I didn't even, like, count it.
This is a hot issue. Hot off the presses.
I debated on whether or not I wanted to go see the movie for the sake of this tier list. Because, like, there's already been a lot of controversy about this movie, about this being a pretty big flop for Pixar as of right now. Probably even more so than people thought about with Elemental.
Yeah, even more so than with Elemental.
Granted, we're still in kind of, like, the actual, like, theater, phase of this movie. So it's only... So it still has a chance, question mark, to make back its money.
It has time to make its budget.
So back. I'm not willing to call it a failure quite yet, but considering that as of right now, it was on a $200 million budget and it so far has only made back $72.3 million, things are not looking great.
Especially when films like that came out on the same weekend, like 28 years later, like completely like stomped it on opening weekends.
I mean, to be fair, that's for a completely different audience. That's like
fair, but I think it's fair. I guess it's not so. I guess I feel like I'm in the mindset of like comparing it to like when Disney and DreamWorks films come out in the same night. Fair enough.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I was debating on whether or not I wanted to go see this.
And you decided?
I decided not to because I feel like in theaters, like movies, I feel like that I'd have to take time. So this is the only one I'm not ranking. So because it's fresh in theaters right now, what?
And you know what's funny, Sly? A lot of people would probably make time to see this movie if only it was marketed. Which more final thoughts.
That said, though, like I will say, before you like go on to I will say though, I have a feeling this is a movie that I probably just won't like anyways, because I mean it's another example of the Cal Arts that Pixar's starting to do a lot recently, so you can probably tell that like if
I just have no,
it's not an official ranking, but you can probably I can probably assume it's like somewhere around. Yeah.
I just don't. A kid contacts aliens. He finds aliens.
Again, this is not really a ranking based off of me seeing it. It's just I have a feeling it's going to be like D tier.
This is a vibes. This is the vibe take.
So don't like take this one. Don't take this one with a massive grain of salt.
Yeah, this is just vibes.
But man,
Isn't this just kind of symptomatic of where Pixar kind of has is right now? Where they kind of have been. I mean, now that everything is complete, I guess it's time for our final thoughts. Now that everything is in order. They've really kind of
they
semi
fell
sort of.
they fell from grace. I'm just gonna straight up say it. It's been
They,
15 years. They fell from grace.
yeah, like remember when I said I was coming with a bit of a realization that I was gonna say for later?
This is your realization that unfortunately there's
This,
more
this
bad
is my
Pixar movies or mediocre to bad Pixar movies than there are.
mediocre, yeah. The realization that Pixar has
They lost the plot.
they're kind of losing the plot if they haven't already. They're losing their they're losing their way if they haven't already.
I still have a
And
I hate being that guy. I still have a little bit of hope because like there was Soul to be fair,
yeah, I mean,
but
I
like
still
I feel like that was a fluke maybe.
it's sometimes I mean it kind of feels that way with their latest track record, and you kind of have to pair this up with sort of. I feel like okay, so Pixar has been a part. We can't. Pixar has been a part of the Disney conglomerate since its golden age. You know, this isn't like we can't exactly like point to Disney and say that like Disney ruined this or turned this corporate in the way that you can say about other fit properties that Disney has acquired. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, like this is
This isn't like a Star Wars situation where you can point to that acquisition as a clear moment in which things took a turn.
mhm.
They have been so this is it's a bit more complex than if you were to talk about something like Star Wars as to why things have taken this mediocre turn.
Yeah, it makes me sad to just kind of agree with you here because like you know they made
This
so
is our
many fantastic
yeah, God,
movies. And again,
these
it's not even
these
here's the thing, it's not even a nostalgia thing either. Some of these movies I have not seen in literally over a decade. Like or even like in
and
some
on
cases like 15 years.
rewatch,
And on either rewatch or in some cases like first time viewing,
they
these are
still held up.
yeah, they still hold up. Why? Because there was a lot more impactful messaging in their movies that not only like that anyone could like enjoy. That was the beauty of Pixar is that well, yeah, DreamWorks was the studio that made movies for like any age, but it kind of had a bit of more of like a
It
underlying
had more of an older audience, sort
like an
of.
older audience in mind. Pixar
Yeah.
was that animation like 3D animation studio that was able to balance out all the audiences to be able to like enjoy their movies. That's why they were highly respected in the 2000s and late 90s.
Or
So,
even making films that felt more adult, like The Incredibles or Ratatouille.
mhm. And it's not even that they don't have the talent because they still have the like
Movies like Soul and Toy Story 4 exist to show that that creative spark is still present within Pixar.
yeah, like they still have like a little bit of it's just I think I think I'm starting to realize this might so okay, this is something that Goldie and I talked about like I think either a year ago or like some point like in the past like few months or whatever. You remember our like VC like our like VC conversation about how we felt that like, you know, shows like Phineas and Ferb is kind of overstated their welcome because I feel like they kind of had people like the people there. They kind of just I don't know. They just kind of ran out of ideas, but they still want to like do it anyways.
Well, I think we talked about that when Phineas and Ferb was. I mean, they've recently announced that they're gonna have another season, similar to kind of what King of the Hill is doing right now. And I do remember we talked about that. Yeah, I do remember that conversation.
I think it's not exactly like it, but I think we're kind of experiencing a similar problem because a lot of the same people who are, you know, not everyone, because John Lasseter's gone. He's been gone for like years.
On for quite a while, and a
But
little bit about that later.
you know, like Pete Doctor, he's still kind of around, and you know, like
He's still an influence in the company, in the studio.
yeah, and like who else is still there that was like
But we haven't really gotten anything from Brad Bird because he kind of I don't know what he's been up to lately.
there's still some of like the people that were there that are like so, goddamn sorry, I'm looking at like, something on the side. Sorry.
You're good.
But like I guess um like oh no, okay, yeah, no, Brad Bird is set to like do like more Pixar movies. Like he's still there as well. Um Andrew
Well,
Stanton as well. Yeah,
I
Andrew.
hope he brings his magic
So
because we really could use it right
um
now.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that like I think it's just people like I think it's a combination like I do think that there is still a bit of a Disney pressure for them to like start pumping out sequels for them because that's just been Disney's strategy as of late.
Thankfully.
Um
Yeah, it's
but I also think it is it's with that but also combined with the people who are still at Pixar who was there back in the day, they also still want to make sequels to these movies,
yeah,
but they're just not doing as well.
they're not real committed. And I don't know what the reason to that is. I don't know if it's like a them thing or if there's studio pressure or if it's the people that they're working with like that are just like meshing well with each other. I mean, it's probably a little bit of all of those things,
Mm-hmm.
but like it truly has felt like the spark is gone with Pixar that you really did feel back in the 90s and 2000s. You know,
And well,
we're a long way off from that buzz that came with like the first Toy Story and the
which
films that preceded it.
that gets into my final point for tonight. What movies they're gonna be coming out in the next like 5-ish years? So we already talked.
Hoppers,
Yeah, there's Hoppers,
their
which
next movie.
there's like barely any information about, but then well,
Toy Story 5, which I think everybody is well aware of at this point.
and well,
Where,
considering that Toy Story 4 already was stretching it for people, I don't know
well,
anyone who's excited for Toy Story 5.
yeah, like I think it was kind of a miracle that Toy Story 4 did as well as it did critically and financially.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't know if that's gonna be there for Toy Story 5.
Like
Because I don't know what
they are
more.
I feel like they already stretched out Toy Story just enough for Toy Story 4. I don't see them
Because
being able to reach that same heights with 5,
what more can you do with these characters and the
especially with
concept?
the ending of
Like
4. But yeah.
you can only bookend so many times before it stops losing its impact. That's also a thing.
And then and then the movie after that is Gato, which there's no information on that right
Gato.
now.
I mean that's Spanish for cat, so maybe it's about a cat.
And then we got Incredibles the Third,
Incredibles Cubed.
written by our favorite Brad Bird.
He is my favorite. I mean, look, I maybe it's just because I love Brad Bird's work so much that I'm more optimistic than I normally would be. That being said, he didn't exactly, in my opinion, bring his total A game with Incredibles 2. So, mm,
And then this is the
I'm
one
a
I
little
didn't even know was coming out, but frankly, I don't think this is a good idea. Coco 2.
Coco 2. I don't know how you could make a sequel with Coco 2.
Yeah, because, like, that's a pretty
I
self-contained story that you can't really, you know...
And here's the problem with this. I'll try to keep this short, but I'm very sick and tired of Hollywood making universes and franchises out of ideas that aren't built to be those things.
Mhm.
Like there's a new Jurassic World movie coming out soon.
Actually,
Has Jurassic
I think
Park,
it's already out.
or maybe it's already out. Has Jurassic Park ever been something that screamed franchisable? Is that a world that demands expansion?
Yep, it's Jurassic World that's coming out literally in like 2 days.
Yeah, well, yeah, this weekend. Yeah, well, topical reference. But you get what I mean. Does even back in like the 90s when they were making like the first few Jurassic Park sequels, was that really a universe that demanded expansion?
No,
No. Does Ghostbusters, is that a universe that demands expansion?
I mean, not really. I can see why.
You can make a sequel, like you can make a sequel or two, but you can't exactly franchise that in the way that they kind of tried. Like you understand what I mean. Again, I said I'd keep this tangent short, but this is more because this is more of a problem with film, with Hollywood in general.
Yeah,
But it's
it's
Disney. Disney is Hollywood, basically. So
yeah,
like,
they're the ones who were like pretty much been like the ones that have been doing this especially for a while, and I guess that's kind of where we express our concern. Because and I explicitly express my concern because I I just
I
want
want good movies.
I just want good movies, and I feel like, especially considering with what's going on with like the SAG-AFTRA strikes, that has a lot of other implications, but I'm getting ahead of myself on a whole other conversation I don't want to have tonight. But either way, I, I will admit we were definitely pretty negative for a big chunk of the stream. So
Yeah.
I guess I'm just gonna end it by saying that even though we are not excited about the future of Pixar, all we can really do right now is just to kind of at least look back at exactly like why we're kind of disappointed and just kind of acknowledge what they did right in the past. Because, well, there's a reason why they were a legendary studio for the longest time. And regardless of all the movies that come out in the future, I will always personally cherish the movies that they released in the past. And I'm very fortunate to have been able to see some of these movies in theaters. So,
The memories that films like The Incredibles, Toy Story 2, Ratatouille, Monsters Inc., and Up, and the original Toy Story had given me are memories that I will cherish for the rest of my life as someone who loves film, as someone who loves animation, as somebody who has great desire to work in that industry, granted
mhm,
on more of a television, in more television, but still in similar
yeah.
circles. These movies certainly inspired me to become an artist in probably more ways than I even realize.
Hmm.
And I will never not give praise to the talented directors, writers, producers, actors, animators, storyboard artists, whatever that worked on those films.
Precisely.
and I certainly had a lot of fun recalling these movies and cracking those jokes tonight, even if it took a bit of a gloomy turn.
God damn it!
I still had
I
fun.
tried to get you to not take us 5 hours. It's fine though. That was fun.
I had a lot of fun.
All right. Well, before we end this, mind if you share your tier list over so I can
I will share
compare and
my tier
contrast.
list in our private chat. How do I save this again?
Damn, that's how you know it's been a while since I've had you like join these for a while.
Well, I gotta download the image. Hold on.
Yeah, you have to download the image in order for you to do that.
And then copy.
But yeah,
I want
while you guys do that, I might as well also make sure that I share your Instagram because I kind of forgot to do that. I'm sorry.
Yep, you don't have to, but I do appreciate the plug.
Yeah, like if you want to check out his you know, his sort of like you want me to just call it like a comic series because I guess that's kind of like what you're alluding to.
I mean, I'm unfortunately not gonna get to that anytime soon, given
Dang.
that I just started a new job that I'm gonna be occupying myself with.
I'm still
I know, life stuff is getting in the way of my artistic goals. Before we know it, in 10 years' time, I'm gonna be like Bob, and I'm gonna be wearing a shirt and tie, and I'm gonna be depressed. I'm gonna try not to be that. Don't worry.
I'm still gonna share your thing so that people can check out your art. Anyways, go check out Goldie's art because
If you give me enough likes and follows, maybe I will pursue my artistic abilities, and I won't grow up and become depressed. My future is in your hands if you give me attention.
anyways, here's Goldie's
No pressure.
list. So
This is my list, my comprehensive list.
so I like how like we have exactly the same F tiers.
Yes, yeah,
That's great.
very unequivocal. No.
Dang, only one B tier. Dang.
Only one B tier. That's a bit of a that's different.
That's certainly something. But yeah, that was the tier list. This should have been a lot shorter than it been, but again, I'm just
But it
thankful to
was
have you on here because like I know you were a lot more passionate about Pixar, and because I wanted to make sure you were here. So
yeah, and I'm glad we went over because we got to talk a lot about things we enjoy.
but yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you guys did, of course, if you're watching this on Twitch, make sure you guys hit that follow button and the bell icon if you want to be notified exactly while we're streaming. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, of course, hit the like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. While you guys are at it, make sure you guys check out the links down below if you want to directly support all my other content. If you want to directly support the content, you can hit that subscribe button on Twitch. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. But yeah, either way, I'll see you guys maybe in the near future. It just really depends on whether or not I have the motivation to really do some more stuff. Again, I just want to see if I'm able to do like more stuff with like other peeps. So it just depends on whether like whenever they're available. But yeah, either way, I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night and peace out. Goodbye, everyone.